Chapter 717. Speaking of which, the education system of the Tang dynasty was also very developed. Especially after inheriting the system of the Sui dynasty and improving it, its ideas and system were not considered backward. Even many education experts in later generations thought that the education system of the Tang dynasty was worth learning from. In addition to the Guoxue and the Imperial College, all the provinces and counties of the Tang dynasty had official schools. Pai Lupi also attached great importance to education. During the Zhongguan year when he was the emperor, the number of official schools in the Tang dynasty increased by more than 1,200. The private schools run by the people were not recorded in the records. The Tang dynasty also encouraged the existence of these private schools. However, no matter how advanced the education system of the Tang dynasty was, no one had ever heard of the idea of modern schools proposed by Li Wangyu. When Pai Lupi and the others heard that Li Wangyu was also planning to recruit children from poor families in Chang and city and let them enter the school for free, they were even more shocked and speechless. When Li Wangyu told them his idea, Pai Lupi, Fang Xianling, and the others were silent. They were each thinking about the differences between this school and the official schools and the private schools of the Tang dynasty, and comparing the advantages and disadvantages. It seemed that spending 10 years to systematically teach a young child like Li Wangyu's idea was an unprecedented initiative. If a young child could systematically learn the lessons that Li Wangyu mentioned from a young age, what would happen when he became an adult? Thinking of this, Pai Lupi looked at the examination hall and the examinees who were immersed in answering questions. He couldn't help but think about what would happen if the students of Li Wangyu's school came to the examination hall of the Ministry of Rites to participate in the spring examination 10 years later. Pai Lupi suddenly turned to Li Wangyu and said, "Zio, the Ministry of Works will naturally send people to help you build the school. However, including Qingxian and Qingke, my princes will also have to enter the school." He now had a total of 9 princes, including Li Ji. Prince Jiang Li Yun, Prince Yu Li Zhen, and Prince Jin Li Ji were still young, while Prince Chu Li Quan had died early. Other than Li Qingxian and Li Tai, there were also King of Wu, King of Qi, Li Wangyu, and King of Shu, Li Gui. Li Wangyu seemed rather troubled. "Uncle, your nephew's academy has a dormitory system. All of the students live in the academy, and they only have 1 day off every 10 years. Are you willing to let Qingxian study in the academy?" The other princes were fine, but Li Wangyu was the crown prince. Li Wangyu wasn't sure if Pai Lupi and Empress Zhongsun would be willing to let him study at the academy. Furthermore, the Eastern Palace had the crown prince's left Shu son and other officials in charge of teaching and assisting the crown prince. Even Li Gang had just been recruited by Pai Lupi to be the crown prince's grand tutor. It seemed unreliable to let Li Qingxian study at the academy at this time. Pai Lupi nodded. "Zio, didn't you say so just now? You don't have to worry about being too old to accomplish anything, you only have to worry about being too young to learn. I just thought about it carefully. Your academy has its merits. I trust you and will not hold back Qingxian and the others." Since Pai Lupi had said so, what else could Li Wangyu say? He could only nod helplessly. However, in his opinion, there were benefits to letting Pai Lupi and the other princes study at the academy. Letting those little fellows stay away from the palace and interact with people of the same age every day. Perhaps Pai Lupi's unfilial descendants would be less likely to commit treason and suicide in the future. Fang Xianling also said, "Since that's the case, after Zio's academy is built, I will also send my 3rd and 4th sons' legacies to study at the academy. Zio, are you willing?" Lu Quan also asked, "County Count Hu, I also have 2 grandsons. Can they also study at the academy?" This time, it was Li Wangyu's turn to be stunned. What the hell was this? He had originally built the academy to teach the children of poor families. Why did they want to send their children and grandchildren to study at the academy after just talking to Pai Lupi and the others? If this news were to spread, wouldn't those officials and nobles all want to send their children and grandchildren to study at the academy? At that time, wouldn't his academy become a replica of the Hongwen School and the Chongwen School? He then looked at Du Ruhui, who actually had a regretful expression. He only had 2 sons, Du He and Du Go, and they were almost 20 years old. Obviously, they couldn't study at the academy. No, he couldn't go through the back door. Li Wangyu smiled at Fang Xianling and Lu Quan. Hee, Lord Fang, Lord Lu, it's not that I'm pretentious. It's just that there are rules for entering the academy. You have to take an exam. Only after passing the exam can you enter the academy. If I rashly agree to let the children and grandchildren of Lord Fang and Lord Lu enter the academy, there are so many officials and nobles in Cheng and city. Please forgive me, Lord Fang and Lord Lu. Why don't you let them take the entrance exam after the academy is built? With your family's education, wouldn't it be easy for you to pass the entrance exam? Fang Xianling and Lu Quan looked at each other. They understood and nodded with a smile. Li Wangyu then said, however, the academy also plans to recruit girls. If Lord Fang and Lord Lu have girls of the right age, they can directly send them to study at the academy without the exam. His words stunned Pai Lupi and Fang Xianling. Li Wangyu also planned to recruit girls? Although the Tang dynasty was open-minded and didn't have the Ming and Qing dynasties, there were very few girls who went to study at the academy. Zio, I'm afraid this is inappropriate. Your academy also plans to recruit girls? If men and women study at the academy together, it will cause a lot of trouble. Zio, I advise you not to do this. Lu Quan couldn't help but persuade. Li Wangyu scratched his head helplessly. He also knew that recruiting girls would cause a lot of trouble. In Cheng and city, building a female toilet caused a lot of trouble, let alone a girls' school. Fortunately, he and his beautiful boss had already expected this. Lord Lu, it's not a girls' and boys' school. Instead, it's a girls' school on the side of the academy. Men are not allowed to enter and only female teachers are invited to teach. Li Wangyu pointed to a corner of the sketch and said. In fact, his girls' school was just skirting the boundaries. That area was just the girls' dormitory area. After these girls entered the academy, they would still be in the same academy. Lu Quan didn't know his plan. He sighed and said, Zio, what's the use of girls entering the academy? Even if you teach them to be extremely knowledgeable, could it be that they would still be able to become officials? It's enough if they can read and understand the principles. Why do they have to study at the academy? As the saying goes, a wise woman can topple a city. What's the use of girls studying? Li Wangyu smiled and said, Lord Lu, you're wrong. It's always good for girls to study. Even if they marry a husband in the future, they can at least write and calculate. They can also manage the family business. What's more, they have to help their husband and teach their children. If they can't read and write, how can they teach their children well? If the Empress is not talented, how can she write the book Women's Principles and teach all the women in the world? Lord Lu, don't you think so? He even mentioned Empress Zhangsun, so Lu Quan naturally couldn't say anything. He just shook his head, obviously not agreeing with Li Wangyu. Chapter 718. Even Pai Lupi did not comment on Li Wangyu's intention to recruit girls. Although he did not care much about etiquette, he still felt that it was troublesome. If he nodded his head and allowed his princesses to study at the academy, those old officials in the imperial court would probably start nagging again and be very annoying. Therefore, Pai Lupi did not comment on Li Wangyu's suggestion. He neither supported nor opposed it. Li Wangyu saw that no one wanted to talk about it, so he did not say anything. Anyway, recruiting girls was not something he had to do. He was not a feminist. If it was not for the strong request of his beautiful superior, he would not have bothered. After chatting about the academy for a while, they turned their attention back to the ongoing imperial examination. It was time for the examination. The officials from the Ministry of Rights came forward to collect the examination papers. The examination papers were held by the Imperial Army and immediately sent to a side room. The Ministry of Rights had prepared hundreds of scribes to copy the examination papers and hand them over to the examiners for marking. After the examination, there were officials from the Ministry of Rights who read out the questions for this year's spring imperial examinations to the candidates. The 3 examinations of the advanced examination would be finished in one day. After that, it would take about 3 days to mark the papers and determine the rankings. Pai Lupi remembered that Li Wangyu mentioned 2 people called Sheng Guanyi and Lu Rengui outside the examination hall of the Ministry of Rites. He could not help but be interested. Zio, just now outside the examination hall of the Ministry of Rites, I saw 2 students kowtowing to you. Were they the Sheng Guanyi and Lu Rengui you mentioned? Li Wangyu said, yes, it was them. I have decided to take them as my disciples. Pai Lupi smiled and said, oh? You have so much confidence in them? You said before that you would only accept them after they passed the imperial examination. Why did you change your mind? Li Wangyu said, I think that the 2 of them will definitely pass this year's spring quarter examination. Who knows, maybe they will be the Tanhua envoy this year. In fact, Li Wangyu was just bragging. Whether Sheng Guanyi and Lu Rengui could pass the exam or not was another matter. After all, the admission rate for the advancement course was too low. Out of more than 1,000 examinees, only 20 or so would be accepted. No one dared to pat their chest and guarantee that they would be able to pass the Grand Scholar examination. But since he had already said so much, he couldn't afford to lose face, right? Naturally, he had to say this. When the results were released, it would be great if he won. It would be a good story. Even if they didn't pass, it wasn't a big deal. They could just kidnap Sheng Guanyi and Lu Rengui to teach in the academy and take the exam next year. As for being mocked by Pai Lupi, would he care? The Tanhua Shi that Li Wangyu mentioned was also called Tanhua Lang, but it didn't mean the Zhuangyuan, Banyan, or Tanhua of the later generations. In the imperial examination of the Tang dynasty, other than the Zhuangyuan, there was no such thing as the Zhuangyuan. As for Tanhua Lang, it didn't refer to the 3rd place. After the Grand Scholar examination, Pai Lupi would give the new Grand Scholar examination a grand celebratory banquet. This banquet was held in the apricot flower garden of the Tsujiang Pond. The Tanhua banquet, as the name implied, was to select the 2 youngest and most outstanding Grand Scholars to be the Tanhua Shi. Their task was to travel around the famous gardens and pick fresh flowers along the way. Then, they would compose a poem in the Qiongling garden and welcome the Zhuangyuan with fresh flowers. There were unspoken rules for the selection of the Tanhua Shi. First, they had to be young, and second, they had to be handsome. Therefore, the person who was selected as the Tanhua Shi might not be the Zhuangyuan, but they were the most popular people. Every year after the spring imperial examination, the reputation of the Tanhua Shi would be much higher than the Zhuangyuan Shi. Therefore, looking at one's face was something that had existed since ancient times. It wasn't just the later generations that looked at faces. Every year, the man who came in 3rd place was also the object of the hearts of many unmarried young ladies. After all, he was young, handsome, and talented. Naturally, he would attract the attention of the young ladies. Currently, Sheng Guanyi was only 21 years old and had just turned 20. Lu Rengui was only 28 years old. If the 2 of them could pass the Grand Scholar examination, it wouldn't be strange at all for them to be Tanhua Shi. Sheng Guanyi's appearance was naturally not bad. Otherwise, she wouldn't have given birth to a granddaughter like Sheng Guanwan. Lu Rengui wasn't as delicate and pretty as Sheng Guanyi, but he still had a dignified appearance and could be considered handsome. When Pai Lupi heard this, he only smiled and asked Li Wangyu to point out Sheng Guanyi and Lu Rengui to him. Li Wangyu searched among the thousands of examinees who had their heads buried in their books for a long time before he found the 2 of them and introduced them to Li Er. Not bad, they are indeed 2 handsome young men. If the 2 of them can really pass the Grand Scholar examination, then the Tanhua Shi would definitely belong to the 2 of them. Pai Lupi remembered Sheng Guanyi and Lu Rengui in his heart. If the 2 of them could really pass the Grand Scholar examination, he could ask Zhang Sun Wuji to arrange an official position for them to see their abilities. With regards to Li Wangyu's foresight, Pai Lupi was very certain. Not mentioning Yan Liben, Ma Zhou, as an imperial censor, did a good job, which made Pai Lupi very satisfied. Since his nephew was willing to take the 2 of them as disciples, then they must be extraordinary. If they could be like Ma Zhou, then it would be a good thing for the imperial court. The spring imperial examination of the Tang dynasty was different from the Ming and Qing dynasties. After passing the Grand Scholar examination, one would not become an official. It only represented that one had the qualifications to become an official and could not directly become an official. If one wanted to become an official, they would need to pass the Ministry of Personnel's examination. The Ministry of Personnel selection criteria had 4 criteria: first, body, great appearance; second, speech, eloquence; third, calligraphy, and calligraphy; fourth, literature. The Tang dynasty had very high requirements for the basic qualities of an official. Morals, appearance, language, calligraphy, and writing were all indispensable. After touring the Ministry of Rights examination hall, Pai Lupi went to check the situation of the examination papers before returning to the palace with satisfaction. However, Li Wangyu did not leave. After leaving the Ministry of Rights examination hall, he waited with Niu Wu and the others in a restaurant near the examination hall. When this year's spring imperial examination ended, the examination hall's door opened again. Thousands of examinees came out of the examination hall, either excited or depressed. The Li family's troops, who had been waiting in front of the examination hall, found Sheng Guanyi and Lu Rengui and led them to the elegant room of the restaurant. Li Wangyu invited the two to sit down and personally poured wine for them. Then, he asked with a smile, "Sheng Guanyi, Lu Rengui, how did you do in the examination today? Are you confident?" Sheng Guanyi and Lu Rengui were obviously the type of top students who were excited. The two of them looked at each other and nodded. "Teacher, today's examination was not bad. However, whether or not I can pass the Grand Scholar examination will depend on the results released in 3 days." "Huh, that's good. I have confidence in you. In fact, even if you don't pass the examination this year, it's not a big deal. You can continue to take the examination next year. You two are still young. Didn't you say that you will pass the Grand Scholar examination in your 50s? Don't worry, don't worry. I've been waiting for you here today because I need your help with something." Li Wangyu's words stunned Sheng Guanyi and Lu Rengui at first. Then, they immediately bowed down and said, "Teacher, please instruct us. We won't dare to disobey. It's not difficult. It's not that serious." Li Wangyu smiled and waved his hand. "You two should be familiar with the examinees who participated in this year's spring imperial examination, right?" Sheng Guanyi said, "Yes. Although I don't dare to say that I know all the examinees, I know many of them." "Teacher, do you need to find these examinees?" Li Wangyu said, "Yes, that's right." Chapter 719. In the Tang dynasty, the spring imperial examination did not only consist of advancement and Ming Jing. There were also more than 50 subjects, such as Ming Shu, Ming Fa, Ming Ci, and Ming Swan. The imperial examination was divided into common and composition. Common was an imperial examination held at a fixed time every year, while composition was an imperial examination held by the emperor. Although the subjects of mathematics, and calligraphy were not valued, they were still channels to become officials. Therefore, the number of people who participated was not small. The total number of examinees for these 50-plus subjects was in the tens of thousands. Most of the students who participated in the imperial examination lived in the area around Chongren Lane. Of course, there were also poor people who lived in the southern part of the city. After all, the housing there was much cheaper than near Chongren Lane. The spring imperial examination was the last and most important exam of the imperial examination every year. After today's exam, most of the students rushed to the restaurants in Chongren Lane and the brothels in Ping Kong Lane to relax. Anyway, whether they passed or not would be revealed in 3 days. Even if they did not pass, most of them would take the exam next year. However, after working hard for a year, they had to reward themselves. However, only a small number of students went to Ping Kong Lane to relax. Not everyone was a gentleman, but they did not have enough money. After all, the cost of a night in Ping Kong Lane was not low. Even students from well-off families could not bear to spend a few hundred won or even a copper coin to get close to it. Therefore, most of the students only found a restaurant near the hostel and ordered a table to drink and have fun. In each restaurant, almost all of the students who came to the spring imperial examination were sitting there. It was very lively. In the restaurant, a student suddenly said loudly, "Everyone, I wonder if you have heard? In today's imperial examination, the immortal poet wrote another essay called Persuasion to Study. I was fortunate enough to read it and I really admire it. The immortal poet is really a learned person. She is not an ordinary person." His words immediately attracted the attention of all the students in the restaurant. Someone immediately stood up and asked, "I wonder if this brother can recite it for us? Let us listen to the teacher's teachings." That's right, that's right. I'll have to trouble you to recite it for us." The surrounding students chimed in one after another. That's no problem at all. Everyone, listen carefully. A withered tree sprouts again in the spring, no one can be young twice. The student immediately cupped his hands in salute and loudly recited Li Wangyo's Persuasion to Study. After the 200-word essay was recited, the originally noisy restaurant suddenly became quiet. All the students began to recite the essay in their mouths. "Sir, you are indeed a great talent. Wonderful, truly wonderful. Although the little immortal poet is young, she is indeed very knowledgeable. She is a great sage of the present age." Someone even said in an envious tone, "Speaking of which, Mr. took in 2 more disciples before the Board of Rights examination today. It really makes me envious. How lucky are those 2 to have Mr. as their master?" "That's right, I know about this matter. Those 2 students are called Sheng Guanyi and Lu Rengui. They are the examinees of this year's advanced examination. Originally, teacher had said that if the 2 of them could pass the Grand Scholar examination, he would accept them as his disciples. However, I don't know why teacher changed his mind. The moment before the examination, he made the 2 of them kowtow and acknowledge him as their master." The restaurant was filled with the envious voices of the examinees. If they can acknowledge teacher as their master, what does it matter if they pass the spring examination or not? Yes, teacher's disciple, Imperial Censor Ma, didn't participate in the spring examination. However, he was directly appointed as an imperial censor by the saint. How glorious is that? It's a pity that we can't enter teacher's eyes. It's a pity that we can't be his disciples. Every time I read Mr.'s essays and poems, it makes my respect for Mr. grow even stronger. Let's not talk about teacher's essays and poems. Just talk about the novel, Romance of the 3 Kingdoms. How magnificent is that? Only someone like teacher can write something like that. Sigh, even if I can't acknowledge teacher as my master, it would be good if I could follow teacher and serve him." Someone couldn't help but laugh out loud when he heard this. "Stop dreaming. You're not that beautiful young lady. Why would sir need you to serve him?" That's the reason." The restaurant was filled with laughter again. At this time, someone loudly said, "Actually, it's not impossible. Do you know? Teacher plans to build an academy in Hu County. He plans to recruit people from the Confucian scholars." His words immediately attracted the attention of the crowd. They all gathered around him and asked him questions at the same time. "Brother, can you explain it more clearly? What academy? Can you recruit us?" "Yes, but can we study under teacher?" That person shook his head. No. The academy that teacher wants to build will only recruit children around 10 years old." "What? Only recruit children? This is too much of a waste of teacher's talent. How can teacher teach children? Could it be that there's a mistake? How is this possible?" The man who spoke shook his head again. "The academy that teacher wants to build will not only recruit children, but it will also teach these children for 10 years until they turn 20. It's said that children from poor families won't have to pay a single copper coin for tuition. Teacher will also provide them with food and lodging for 10 years until they graduate." These words immediately stunned everyone. For a moment, no one said anything. They just looked at each other in dismay. After a long time, someone finally muttered, "Teacher is so generous. Why didn't I be born a few years later?" Those children will have to study under teacher for 10 years, this is too inconceivable." The man continued, "Moreover, from what I know, Teachers' Academy will not only teach children the Confucian classics, but also mathematics, calligraphy, painting, musical instruments, archery, ball shooting, horse riding, sword dancing, the art of war, and many other subjects. Therefore, they will need to study in the academy for 10 years. Another round of gasps could be heard in the restaurant's lobby. After a while, someone asked, "Brother, what did you mean when you said that teacher plans to recruit people from the Confucian scholars?" Teacher wants to recruit hundreds, if not thousands, of children to study in the academy. With so many people, he naturally can't teach them himself. Therefore, teacher plans to recruit people from the Confucian scholars to teach in the academy. These words caused the Confucian scholars to fall silent. Count who wanted to recruit them to teach in the academy. Teach those children? Everyone began to make all kinds of plans. After all, they were all scholars. Even if they didn't pass the imperial examination this year, they could still take the examination next year and obtain the qualifications to become an official. But if they went to teach in the academy, how could they become an official in the future? Although Li Wangyo's reputation was very attractive, it wasn't enough for these Confucian scholars to give up their aspirations for fame and turn around to devote themselves to the great cause of education. The old teachers in the private schools of the Tang dynasty were all scholars with no hopes of becoming an official. How many people as young as them would be willing to give up on fame? Chapter 720. In the eyes of these students, if Li Wangyo's purpose of building the academy was to recruit them, they would find a way to study in the academy even if they had to sell everything they had. But he just wanted to recruit them to teach a group of naughty children in the academy, which made them hesitate. No matter how famous Li Wangyo was, it was not enough to make them abandon their future to follow him. For a moment, there was an awkward silence in the restaurant. The middle-aged student who spoke before suddenly laughed and said, "Do you think that teaching in the academy will delay your future? Isn't that the case?" Of course not. Not only is there no harm, but there are also great benefits. Oh. Please explain it to us in detail. The middle-aged student who spoke coughed softly and said, "Most of you are not from Chang'an, right?" Everyone nodded and said, "Of course. If we are from Chang'an, why would we live in a hostel?" Then do you know that the students from Chang'an have a big advantage in the imperial examination every spring? Everyone was speechless. They looked at each other and nodded again. Of course. The imperial examination of the Tang dynasty was not very fair. At least the students from Chang'an and the surrounding provinces had a big advantage compared with the students from other provinces. The reason was simple. It was far away. The imperial examination of the Tang dynasty was held once a year. For the students from Chang'an, they had to pass the preliminary examination in their original provinces and then go to Chang'an to take the imperial examination in spring. If they did not pass, they had to return to their original provinces to prepare for the examination next year. The Tang dynasty was not like the modern era, where there were many means of transportation such as planes and high-speed trains. A round trip, which was far away, might take half a year. Most of the time would be wasted on the road. Therefore, many students who were far away could only take the imperial examination in spring every 2 years. It was not impossible to stay in Chang'an, but they had to be recommended by high officials to skip the preliminary examination and take the imperial examination in spring directly. That was one of the reasons why the examination was popular. But even if only the students who entered the imperial examination were counted, how many of the thousands of students could be recommended? Most students still had to spend a lot of time and money to travel back and forth. Therefore, the students from Chang'an were far superior to the students from other provinces and counties in terms of study time and convenience. Everyone naturally understood this point, but there was nothing they could do. The middle-aged student continued in a loud voice, "Do you all know that the teacher has already said that anyone who is willing to teach at the academy will not only be provided with food and accommodation, but will also receive a monthly salary of 3 strings of copper coins. Most importantly, every year before the spring quarter examinations, Mr. is willing to recommend candidates to participate in the spring quarter examinations." His words immediately caused a commotion among the students in the restaurant. Instantly, the sound of everyone's discussion almost overturned the roof of the restaurant. This brother, are you serious? Will sir really recommend it to us? As long as we teach at the academy, you will recommend us? A monthly salary of 3 strings of copper coins? This is equivalent to a 5th or 6th rank official. The middle-aged student laughed and said, of course. Not only that, the teacher also said that he would invite the great scholars of the imperial court to teach law and official document writing in the academy. Even if ordinary commoners were lucky enough to pass the Grand Scholar examination, they still had to go through the selection process of the Ministry of Personnel. On the other hand, the Ministry of Personnel's selection was very practical. It depended on whether the new Genshur had a good understanding of legal documents and whether they knew how to write laws and official documents. How would those commoners have the opportunity to come into contact with these? Therefore, the imperial examination of the Tang dynasty was not easy for commoners. It was full of difficulties. The middle-aged student's words caused the discussion in the restaurant to become louder. At that moment, many people were already tempted. However, they could not help but ask curiously, this brother, how did you know all this? To tell you the truth, I also plan to go to Mr.'s academy to teach those students. The 2 disciples that Mr. accepted in front of the entrance of the Ministry of Rights today, Shang Guanyi and Lu Rengui, are my good friends. It was Shang Guanyi and Lu Rengui who told me about this. As the saying goes, it's better to be happy together than to be happy alone. That's why I told you this. Hearing this, everyone nodded and bowed to the middle-aged student to express their gratitude. However, the middle-aged student continued, however, don't think that it's easy to go to the academy to teach and get Mr.'s recommendation. As far as I know, Mr. will not only interview you, but also give you some pre-job training. Only those who pass the test can enter the academy to teach. May I ask what pre-job training is? This new term naturally attracted everyone's curiosity. They naturally knew that not everyone could go to the academy to teach. However, they did not understand the meaning of training at all. The middle-aged student could not answer. He had only heard this from Shang Guanyi and Lu Rengui. He only said that it was Mr.'s request. I don't know. In short, it's not a bad thing. If you don't pass the test this year, instead of going back to your hometown, it's better to go to the academy to try. If you can stay in the academy, you can earn a generous monthly salary. Moreover, you can revise your homework while teaching and prepare for the exam next year. It's not a bad idea. Brother, you're right. In this case, Mr.'s academy should give it a try. I wonder when Mr.'s academy will start recruiting? Where do we go to register? The middle-aged student raised 3 fingers. In 3 days, the Ministry of Rights will release the list. If you don't pass the test, you can go directly to the Imperial College. At that time, Mr. will borrow the Imperial College to interview you. Thank you, brother. The students bowed again and then discussed with each other whether they should go to the Imperial College to take the exam 3 days later. However, it was obvious that the middle-aged students' words had touched most of their minds. If the list was released 3 days later and they failed, they would go to the Imperial College no matter what. In Chongren Square, the same thing happened in several restaurants where students gathered. Someone spread the news to the examinees. This was naturally arranged by Li Wangyu. The reason why he waited for Shang Guanyi and Lu Rengui in front of the entrance of the Ministry of Rights was precisely for this matter. Through Shang Guanyi and Lu Rengui, he gathered the examinees who failed the exam and selected the teachers to teach in the academy. This was the idea of his beautiful superior. Originally, Li Wangyu only planned to recruit 100 students. However, looking at the attitude of Pai Lupi and Feng Xianling today, Li Wangyu realized that his academy would need to recruit at least a few hundred students. Would those officials and aristocratic families be indifferent when they learned that the crown prince and the prince were going to study in the academy? They would definitely break their heads to send their children of the right age to the academy. With so many children of the officials and aristocratic families going to the academy, would those commoners and merchants not be tempted? As the saying goes, parents in the world love each other dearly. Who would be indifferent? Not to mention recruiting a few hundred students, if the academy was open to enrollment, it was possible to recruit thousands or even tens of thousands of students. Thinking of this, Li Wangyou's forehead was sweating. Why did it seem that he was tricked by his beautiful superior? If so, with so many children in the academy, how many things would happen every day? Wouldn't he go crazy? Li Wangyou couldn't help rubbing his chin, wondering if he should recruit a vice principal to take charge of the academy and shift the blame. However, it seemed that such a person was not easy to find. Chapter 721. Li Wangyou combed through all the people he knew, trying to find a scapegoat. There was no need to consider the group of playboys. If he were to hand over the school to them, who knows what would happen? He did not want the reputation that he had painstakingly accumulated to be ruined by that group of playboys. Merchants like Chou Kuan and Chou Yuanliang were also not suitable. Although merchants had management skills, if they were to manage those scholars, it would be strange if they did not cause a scene. This era was like this, even Li Wangyou could not do anything about it. Great scholars like Yu Shinan were the most suitable, but whether it was Yu Shinan or Kongingda, Pai Lupi would not let them go. Moreover, he did not have the qualifications to let these big shots give up being third-grade officials and go to the school to be some vice principal. More importantly, this group of old men were too old. To let them work so hard to manage an academy, Li Wangyou could not bear it. After thinking about it, Li Wangyou tragically found that he could not find a suitable candidate. Not only must he have literary talent, he must be able to suppress those scholars who went to the academy to teach, he must also have management skills, and most importantly, he must be young and strong. Where could he find such a person in such a short period of time? In fact, Ma Zhou or Yan Liben were suitable candidates, but Li Wangyou could not bear to drag Ma Zhou and the others back to take the blame for him. Since Ma Zhou and Yan Liben had kowtowed to him to be their teacher, would he want to delay their future? As for Sheng Guanyi and Lu Rengui, they were too young and inexperienced. Thinking of this, Li Wangyou painfully scratched his head, extremely distressed. Why couldn't he find a suitable scapegoat to help him manage the school? If he really had to manage such a big school, he might as well not do it. Because of this, he had been worried for a few days, but there was no solution. While he was depressed, Li Wangyou's mind suddenly jumped out a name, making him stunned at first, then ecstatic. Yes, this person was absolutely suitable. Li Wangyou immediately became excited. He got up and paced back and forth, thinking about what he had just thought. The more he thought about it, the more he felt it was feasible. Niu Wu, prepare a horse. Let's go to Chang'an City. I want to enter the palace. Li Wangyou thought it through and punched his own palm. He raised his head and laughed. Niu Wu did not know what was going on. He rushed over and said, Lang Jun, it's already past midnight. The drum of dusk in Chang'an will sound in 2 hours. Are you sure you want to go to Chang'an now? The beautiful boss also walked out and asked curiously, Wangyou, why are you in such a hurry to go to Chang'an? Li Wangyou laughed and said, hee, it's about the school. I just thought of who I can find to be the vice principal of the school. Wahahaha, I'm really a genius. The beautiful boss gave him an angry look. She also knew that Li Wangyou had been thinking about this matter these days. In the end, this guy was just lazy and wanted to find someone to help him deal with those tedious matters. Who do you want to find? Ma Zhou and Yan Liben can't do it. Don't worry, of course I won't. Changqing, you know this person too. Li Wangyou moved closer to his beautiful superior's ear and whispered a few words. Su Changqing couldn't help but cover her laughter. This guy is suitable, but are you sure he wants to be the vice principal of the school? Although I don't know him well, I know that this guy is obsessed with official positions. What makes you think you can get him to go to the school? The beautiful boss suddenly asked curiously with her big eyes. Hee, I have my own plan. Anyway, I'll go to Chang'an first. This matter should not be delayed. After Li Wangyou finished speaking, he led Niu Wu out of the castle in a hurry. He mounted a horse and led a group of troops towards Chang'an City. When they arrived at Taiji Palace, the palace gate was about to be locked. Hearing that Li Wangyu wanted to see him, Pai Lupi could not help but be surprised. He did not know why he came to Chang'an City at this time. Zio, why are you in such a hurry? Why did you come to see me so late? In the Yin and Yang Hall, Pai Lupi asked curiously. Li Wangyu said, Uncle, I came here today because I have 2 things to ask of you. Let me hear it. Li Wangyu said, the first thing is about the academy. I want to give the 6 components of the academy to you, uncle, just like the carriage company and the wine workshop. This academy, well, it should be called the Royal Academy of the Tang Dynasty. Uncle, you will be the dean of the academy. What do you think? Pai Lupi was not happy to hear this. Instead, he was so angry that his nose was almost crooked. The reason was very simple. According to what Li Wangyu said before, he wanted to let the children of poor people enter the academy for free and provide food and accommodation for 10 years. Wasn't this a matter of losing money? Needless to say, according to Li Wangyu's sketch of the academy, it would cost a lot of money to build. Even though Pai Lupi had only taken a few 100,000 taels of gold from the aristocratic families, he could not bear to throw it away. After Pai Lupi returned to the palace from the examination of the Ministry of Rights, he asked the Minister of Works, Duan Luan, about it. According to Li Wangyu's plan, to build an academy that covered thousands of acres, it would cost at least 500,000 strings of copper coins. This scoundrel actually had the nerve to come to him and ask him to give him 60% of the shares. Didn't that mean that he, Li Heir, would help Li Wangyu make up for 60% of his deficit? The stingy Pai Lupi naturally did not want to be such a fool. Pai Lupi coughed lightly. Since this academy is being built by Zio, it is inconvenient for me to participate. It is better for Zio to manage it yourself. How could Li Wangyu not understand Pai Lupi's thoughts? He silently ridiculed the stingy Pai Lupi in his heart, but pretended to be regretful and shook his head. Uncle, you really don't want 60% of the academy's money? Then 50% is fine too. This is an opportunity to make money. If this nephew takes it all for himself, he will feel uneasy. Pai Lupi glanced at him but did not reply. He thought to himself, you bastard, do you think I am a fool? You clearly want to squander, and you still want to drag me into it. Li Wangyu continued, Uncle, do you think that the academy will lose money? Is that not the case? I have asked Minister Duan. If you want to build the academy, it will cost at least 500,000 strings of copper coins, not to mention that you will provide food and accommodation for those children from poor families for 10 years. I have spent a lot of money in Taiji Palace. I don't have that much gold to squander with you. Pai Lupi's words made Li Wangyu laugh even more happily. He shook his head like a rattledrum. No, uncle, you are wrong. Not only will the academy not lose money, but it will also make a lot of money. Pai Lupi naturally did not believe him. Zio, don't try to trick me into subsidizing you. Uncle, Li Wangyu said, I'll do some calculations for you. This academy can only recruit 500 children a year. That is not a lot, right? Of course not. If you are willing to accept, there will be at least a few thousand. Pai Lupi nodded. He naturally understood how attractive Li Wangyu's academy was to the officials, nobles, and merchants. I said that I will let the children from poor families enter the academy for free, but I did not say that the children of nobles and merchants will also enter the academy for free. The children of these people will study in the academy. I will charge them 100 strings of copper coins for a year's tuition, books, uniforms, and accommodation. That is not a lot, right? Li Wangyu's words made Pai Lupi stunned. He did not react for a long time. 100 strings of copper coins a year, and he dared to say that it was not a lot? Did he have any shame? Chapter 722. Pai Lupi did not know how to complain about Li Wangyu's unscrupulous pricing. In the Tang dynasty, ordinary private schools only charged a few pieces of dried meat. As for the official schools of the Tang dynasty, all tuition fees were free. However, Li Wangyu actually told him that he wanted to charge 100 strings of coins for a year's tuition. This was simply robbery. 100 strings of coins, if converted to RMB in the future, would be 400,000 yuan a year. Even the aristocratic schools of the future were not that expensive. Ordinary people in Chang and only had an annual income of around 10 strings of coins. 100 strings of coins was almost equivalent to the income of a family without eating or drinking for 7 or 8 years. Li Wangyu did not think much of it. Was 100 strings of coins a lot? Although 100 strings of coins was equivalent to a year and a half of the salary of a first-rank boss, how many of these bosses relied on the monthly salary from the imperial court to live? The officials and merchants of the Tang dynasty were not poor. Who would dare to say that 100 strings of coins was expensive to be classmates with the crown prince and the prince? Li Wangyu began to count with his fingers for Pai Lupi. Uncle, look, if the academy recruits 500 people in one term, 200 of them will be free of tuition fees and 300 of them will be charged. This will be 30,000 strings of coins a year. It may not seem much, but if we recruit 500 people in the second year, 600 people will pay the tuition fees. That will be 60,000 strings of coins a year. In 10 years, the academy will have 3,000 people paying the tuition fees every year. Then this year's income will be 300,000 strings of coins. Hee, uncle, are you sure you don't want to be a part of the academy? Pai Lupi heard this and was stunned for a while. Then he gritted his teeth and said, Zio, you are too ruthless. 300,000 strings of coins was not a small amount. The amount of coins in the Tang dynasty was not much more than that. Thinking of this, Pai Lupi could not help but curse in his heart. Building an academy could make money like this? He did not care about what he had said before. He coughed lightly and said, since Zio has such intentions, then I will take 60% of the academy. Building the academy will cost a lot of money, and I can't let Zio bear it alone. Yes, I will pay for 60% of the expenses. Li Wangyu once again despised Pai Lupi, who was not willing to act until he saw the rabbit. He said seriously, since uncle is willing to fund it, how about we call the academy the Royal Academy of the Tang dynasty? What do you think? Good, of course. Pai Lupi was naturally satisfied. Li Wangyu continued, Uncle, in fact, whether the academy makes money or not is secondary. More importantly, the academy can continuously cultivate talents for the Tang dynasty, the imperial court, and uncle. It can cultivate talents who are loyal to the Tang dynasty and the imperial court. This is the key. Oh. What do you mean, Ziyu? Pai Lupi asked curiously. Li Wangyu did not speak at this time. He looked around at the maids in the Yin and Yang palace, which meant that Pai Lupi asked them to leave. Some words could not be heard by others. It was rare for Li Er to see Li Wangyu so serious, so he also put away his smile. He signaled to the palace maids and ordered them all to leave. Even Mi Tuo was not left. Soon, only the uncle and nephew were left in the hall. Zio, what exactly did you mean by what you said just now? You can say it. Pai Lupi asked again, how can you guarantee that the students taught by the academy will be loyal and patriotic? Li Wangyu lowered his voice and spat out 2 words from his throat, brainwashing. Brainwashing? Pai Lupi was stunned and did not understand the meaning of the word. What is brainwashing? Li Wangyu nodded, that's right, it is brainwashing. Brainwashing was the use of external methods to instill ideas into others. Well, uncle, you can understand the preaching of the Buddhist and Taoist sects as a kind of brainwashing. Therefore, no matter if it is a monk or a Taoist, their faith is absolutely firm. Because they recite scriptures every day, their faith in Buddha and Taoist ancestors has been deeply ingrained in their bones. And the more they shave their heads when they are young, the more they are like this. Pai Lupi frowned and thought for a while, Zio, why do you only recruit children? Is it because of this reason? To brainwash them? Li Wangyu said, that's right, it is because of this. I think that when teaching these children from young, not only should they be taught knowledge, but they should also be instilled with the idea of loyalty and patriotism. Uncle, what do you think will happen after 10 years? Patriotic education should start from young. Li Er could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. If people were taught the idea of loyalty and patriotism for 10 years, and these students continuously entered the imperial court in the future, wouldn't the Tang dynasty be as stable as Mount Tai? After 10 years of systematic education, even if only 30 or 40% of these children could learn something, it would be a terrible force. If there were 100 or 200 students who graduated from the academy every year to become officials, what kind of situation would it be? More importantly, as Li Wangyu said, these people had been taught the idea of loyalty and patriotism since young, and this was their belief. Thinking of this, Pai Lupi could no longer sit still. He stood up and paced back and forth in the hall. What Li Wangyu said today was something he had never thought of. In fact, this was also the reason why Li Wangyu only recruited children and not adult scholars. After all, those adult scholars had already formed their 3 views and were difficult to change, but children were like a blank sheet of paper. Since ancient times, although loyalty and patriotism were taught in China, no one had ever taught this as a belief, and there was no systematic education. Confucius said to be benevolent, and Meng said to be righteous. It was true that scholars had the lofty sentiments and backbone to pledge their loyalty to their country, and there had been no shortage of heroic men who had sacrificed their lives for their country throughout the ages. However, this was not the same as what Li Wangyu said about educating them to be loyal to their country from childhood. Li Wangyu now really liked the Tang dynasty, and naturally did not want a person like An Lushan to appear 100 years later. Although he could not control what would happen 100 years later, he could do his best to prevent it from happening. As long as the Imperial Academy of the Great Tang was successfully established, with the Imperial Academy as an example, he could slowly influence the other private schools and schools of the Great Tang and push forward the education of patriotism. He didn't believe that in 100 years, that dog of a fart An Lushan would be able to stir up any waves. Pai Lupi finally understood the crux of the matter, and he slammed his palm on the table. Good, Zio, your idea is indeed brilliant. That's how it should be. This Tang Dynasty Royal Academy must be set up, and please expand it. In my opinion, why don't we directly recruit 1,000 children? Li Wangyu blinked. Damn, Pai Lupi actually became a radical. Recruit 1,000 children? How much trouble would that cause? Even if there were 50 people in a class, wouldn't there be 20 classes in a grade? However, Li Wangyu did not object. As long as he could get that person to be the vice principal, he would let that person have a headache. He did not care. Thinking of this, Li Wangyu smiled at Pai Lupi and said, Uncle, I don't have the energy to manage this academy all the time. This academy needs a capable person to manage it. Uncle, do you have a suitable person in mind? Pai Lupi had never thought about this before. Hearing this, he did not have a clue. Li Wangyu continued, I do have a suitable person to recommend to Uncle. Chapter 723. Who can help you manage this academy? Pai Lupi asked. Li Wangyu smiled like a fox about to steal an old hen and spat out 3 words, Su Jingzong. Pai Lupi frowned, his tone full of suspicion. Su Jingzong? Can he do it? Su Jingzong was one of the 18 scholars of the King of Qin's residence, but Pai Lupi did not think highly of him. Even though Su Jingzong had helped Li Wangyu last time and handled the matter of the 3,000 resentful women leaving the palace beautifully without the slightest mistake, Li Er still left Su Jingzong in the Imperial Clan Temple as the vice minister of the Imperial Clan Temple with nothing to do. Su Jingzong had joined Pai Lupi when he was still the King of Qin. As one of the 18 scholars of the King of Qin's residence, he was in such a miserable state. It was clear that Pai Lupi did not like him. In fact, it was not that Su Jingzong was not capable. It was mainly because Pai Lupi did not like his character. After all, at the end of the Sui dynasty, his father, Su Shanshin, was killed by Yuan Huaji. In order to survive, Su Jingzong did not do the right thing and could not blame others. The reason Li Wangyu thought of him was naturally because he thought highly of Su Jingzong's ability. Although Su Jingzong was not liked by Pai Lupi, he was talented. Therefore, after Pai Lupi's death, Su Jingzong's official luck came. First, he was the Minister of Rights during Gaozong's reign. Later, he was made a Yongong and became the head of the Secretariat, one of the prime ministers. He was even made the Crown Prince's junior teacher and was prominent for a time. After his death, Gaozong mourned for him and stopped attending court for 3 days. He ordered all the civil and military officials to mourn at Su Jingzong's residence. He was posthumously given the title of Li Wangyou's Minister of Rights and Governor of Yangzhou. He was allowed to be buried with Su Jingzong. From this, it could be seen that although Su Jingzong was listed as the first treacherous official in the new Tang book, Legend of the Treacherous Official, he was a very capable person. Another reason why Li Wangyou chose Su Jingzong was because of his loyalty to the Li Tang royal family. Although the new Tang history listed Su Jingzong as a treacherous official, saying that he tampered with the nation's history, did not manage his family well, and framed and killed Zhang Sun Wuji and the others. However, Li Wangyou felt that other than Su Jingzong's bad character, he was just helping that little bastard Li Ji take the blame for him by tampering with the country's history and framing Zhang Sun Wuji. In the end, wasn't what Li Ji wanted Su Jingzong to do? If Li Ji really valued his uncle, Zhang Sun Wuji, why would he exile him just because of Su Jingzong's false accusation? It could be seen that this was Li Ji's idea. Looking at it from another angle, Su Jingzong was just an old bureaucrat who worked hard for the emperor and used all kinds of methods to defeat his political enemies and protect his own wealth. Hence, Li Wangyou was not worried that Su Jingzong would have any bad intentions by managing the academy. He would not dare to do so. Su Jingzong's literary talent was outstanding, and as one of the 18 scholars of King Qin, he would naturally be able to suppress those scholars in the academy. With these 3 advantages, Li Wangyou naturally wanted Su Jingzong to be the vice principal of the academy and be his scapegoat. Anyway, even if Su Jingzong was a despicable person, he was a talented one. Moreover, their statuses were completely different now. If Su Jingzong went to the academy, he would just be a high-class worker. Hence, Li Wangyou was not afraid that he would mess around. If there really was a problem, the current Li Wangyou could crush him to death in a matter of minutes. It was because of this confidence that Li Wangyou suggested to Pai Lupi to let Su Jingzong go to the academy. Li Wangyou even thought that Su Jingzong should be grateful to him. At least he would let this guy manage the academy. In the future, Su Jingzong's name would definitely not appear on the list of treacherous officials in the new book of Tang. Li Wangyou persuaded, Uncle, Su Jingzong was one of the 18 scholars of King Qin's mansion. If he continues to be a Shaoqing in the Zongjing Temple, it will damage your reputation. Why don't you let him go to the academy and make him the vice principal? It will be the best use of him. Pai Lupi thought for a while and felt that it was not impossible. He nodded slightly to show his agreement, but then asked doubtfully, after all, Su Jingzong is a Shaoqing in the Zongjing Temple and an official of the 4th rank in the imperial court. You want him to give up his position and become the vice principal of the academy to manage it. Unless Su Jingzong is willing, I can't force him. Li Wangyou smiled, Uncle, since the academy is now the property of the royal family, as the vice principal of the Royal Academy of the Tang dynasty, he should naturally have a rank. Why don't you make the vice principal of the academy the same rank as the chancellor? If Su Jingzong is transferred to the academy, won't it be the same as being promoted? This. Pai Lupi hesitated and did not know how to answer. Li Wangyou continued to persuade, Uncle, the role of the Royal Academy is no small matter. Naturally, you should be the vice principal of the academy. It should be set as a rule that the vice principal of the Royal Academy can only be the emperor. In this way, all the students of the academy will naturally be the emperor's disciples and their relationship will be closer. In this way, since you are the vice principal, Su Jingzong will not be a disgrace to him. Pai Lupi was attracted by Li Wangyou's words of the emperor's disciple and nodded repeatedly. He felt that Li Wangyou's idea was really good. The ancients were particular about the relationship between the emperor, and the teacher. The relationship between the master and the disciple was very special. There was even a saying that a teacher for a day was a father for life. Sometimes, even the relationship between the emperor and the minister, or the relationship between father and son, might not be as strong as the relationship between the master and the disciple. If all the students of the Royal Academy were the emperor's disciples, the benefits would be self-evident. In addition, Li Wangyou's brainwashing education and patriotism education had opened the door to a new world for Pai Lupi. As the emperor, what he wanted the most was to protect his imperial rule. And Li Wangyou's words just happened to scratch at his itch. Pai Lupi understood this and was immediately overjoyed. Good. Good. What Zio said is very reasonable. The vice principal of the Royal Academy should naturally be me. After he finished speaking, he looked at Li Wangyou. What about you, Zio? Li Wangyou smiled embarrassedly. Uncle, I'm still in the process of cutting off my decline from my father, so I can't be an official. As for the Royal Academy, I'll be a teacher there. I'll give advice behind the scenes for uncle, and then I'll go to the academy to teach the students. Li Wangyou naturally didn't want to care about the complicated matters of the academy. It would be best if he could leave the academy to Pai Lupi and Su Jingzong. When he was free, he would go to the academy to teach the students. He was respected and carefree. As a shareholder of the academy, he could also earn some gold. How could he not be happy? Although he wanted to find something for himself to do, he definitely didn't want to tire himself out like a model worker. Wouldn't that make him a fool? He had money, a house, and a few beautiful women at home. Even if he felt a little lost now, he definitely wouldn't tire himself out like a dog. When Pai Lupi heard him use the treasure of cutting off his decline for his father, he was so angry that he almost kicked his butt. This bastard was obviously lazy to the bone, but he still found so many excuses. I'd like to see what excuses you have next year. Li Wangyou smiled embarrassedly and touched his nose. He didn't say anything. Let's talk about next year's matters next year. Pai Lupi pondered for a while and continued, since that's the case, we'll do as you say. I'll give Su Jingzong a decree to let him be in charge of the academy's construction and be the vice principal of the academy. However, you'll still have to be in charge of the academy's construction. Of course. Li Wangyou nodded. Li Wangyou was still very willing to command others to do things by moving his mouth. Su Jingzong, a treacherous official during the Gaozong era, was arranged by uncle and nephew just like that. Chapter 724. After the conversation with Li Wangyou, Pai Lupi instantly became interested in the Tang Dynasty Royal Academy. The next morning, in front of the officials, Pai Lupi announced that he and Li Wangyou would jointly fund the construction of the Tang Dynasty Royal Academy. This matter naturally attracted a lot of discussion. However, since it was funded by the Saint and County Count who, they did not need to spend a single cent of the imperial court's money. In the eyes of the officials, the Tang Dynasty Royal Academy should be similar to the Imperial College and the Chongwen Museum. In short, it was just a place to recruit students and did not pay much attention to it. However, when the officials heard that Pai Lupi wanted to make the Vice Dean of the Royal Academy a secondary Grade 3 official position, they were in an uproar. Your Majesty, this is not appropriate. If the Vice Dean of the Royal Academy is of the same rank as the Imperial College, then what rank should the Academy Dean be? As the Minister of Personnel, Zhang Sun Wuji could only step out and object. Pai Lupi smiled, the Academy Dean will be personally appointed by me. His words instantly made the objections of the officials swallow back into their throats. Pai Lupi personally appointed as the Academy Dean. Needless to say, the Vice Dean was the actual Academy Dean. If that was the case, it would be of the same rank as the Imperial College. Zhang Sun Wuji thought about it and said, Your Majesty, since the Vice Dean of the Royal Academy has an official rank and County Count who is still mourning for his father, isn't it inappropriate for him to be the Vice Dean? In the eyes of Zhang Sun Wuji and the officials, since the Academy Dean was Pai Lupi, then the Vice Dean would be Li Wangyou. Pai Lupi continued to shake his head, Li Zio is not the Vice Dean. We need to choose someone else to take up this position. Do any of you have anyone to recommend? The officials were all confused by Li Er's antics. How could they think of anything in such a short time? He didn't even know what the academy was planning to do, so how could he give any suggestions? Pai Lupi saw that the officials were silent, so he looked directly at Su Jingzong. Su Shaoqing, are you willing to share my burden? Su Jingzong was stunned. He opened his mouth but didn't know how to answer. He never would have thought that this matter would fall on his head. Logically speaking, it should be a good thing for him to be promoted to a minor third-rank official as he was a fourth-rank Zongjing Temple vice minister, However, Su Jingzong knew that once he became the vice dean of the academy, it would be difficult for him to return to the imperial court. Wouldn't he be welded to death in the academy? Just like Kang Ningda, although he was the chancellor of the imperial college and had a noble status, he was far away from the imperial court. However, Pai Lupi had already spoken. Even if Su Jingzong was unwilling, there was nothing he could do. He could only brace himself and bow. If your majesty does not abandon me, I will do my best. However, I have never managed the academy and am afraid that I will fail your majesty's trust. Pai Lupi didn't care what he had to say. He waved his hand and said, "Beloved official Su, do not worry. Do as you wish. We and County Count who both believe in your abilities. When the court is over, go and look for County Uncle Hu, and follow his instructions in everything. Beloved Minister Su, don't let me down." Su Jingzong felt bitter, but he could only accept the decree. "Yes, I will obey. Thank you, your majesty, for your grace." After dealing with Su Jingzong, Pai Lupi said no more and began to deal with other matters of court. Su Jingzong returned to the officials, his heart filled with complex emotions. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. After court was dismissed, many of the officials came to congratulate Su Jingzong. "Principal Su, congratulations, congratulations. To be favored by His Majesty and County Count Hu, Principal Su's future is bright. Principal Su, today is your promotion. Won't you invite us to drink a few cups?" Su Jingzong smiled and cupped his hands at the crowd. "Everyone, I will definitely invite you to a banquet another day. Today, the saints suddenly gave me the task of managing the academy. I am in fear and trepidation and do not dare to be negligent. I have to go to the County Count Hu's estate and listen to his arrangements. My apologies, everyone, I am truly sorry." The officials naturally understood this, so they didn't keep him. They smiled and congratulated him before letting him go. Su Jingzong's mind was a mess. He didn't even know what the academy was, yet Pai Lupi had given him this task. It would be strange if he didn't feel nervous. He first rushed to Li Wangyou's estate in Kaihua Square. After knocking on the door, the steward reported that his Lang Jun had returned to Dingzhou village in County Count Hu early in the morning. Su Jingzong gritted his teeth. He could only get on his horse and leave the city for Dingzhou village. By the time he arrived at Dingzhou village, it was already noon. The tired, thirsty, and hungry Su Jingzong didn't have time to rest. He hurriedly knocked on the door of Lai Hot. Li Wangyu and his beautiful boss were preparing to eat lunch when they heard the old steward, Li Heng, report that Su Jingzong had come. They couldn't help but look at each other and smile. "Principal Su, how come you have time to come to my estate?" Sit, eat first. If you have anything to say, we can talk after lunch." When Li Wangyu saw Su Jingzong, he didn't give him a chance to speak. He directly invited him to the dining table and ordered a servant to bring a hot towel to wipe Su Jingzong's sweat. He also ordered tea, bowls, and chopsticks. Su Jingzong wasn't in the mood to eat. He cupped his hands at Li Wangyu and said, "County Count Hu, I..." Before he could finish, Li Wangyu interrupted him. "Principal Su, eat first. No matter how important the matter is, we can talk after lunch." Su Jingzong had no choice but to thank him and pick up his bowl and chopsticks to eat. Lai Hot's food was famous throughout Chang'an. Even the imperial chefs couldn't compare to the Lai Hot's cooking maids. However, Su Jingzong ate this meal as if he was chewing wax. His heart was in a mess. How could he have the appetite to try any food? Li Wangyu naturally saw Su Jingzong's behavior, but he didn't point it out. He slowly finished his lunch and asked a servant to bring a towel and a basin to wash his hands. Finally, he picked up his teacup and said to Su Jingzong, "Principal Su, did the saint give an edict today?" Su Jingzong hurriedly bowed. "Yes. Today, the saint ordered me to be the vice president of the Royal Academy of the Tang Dynasty. I am in fear and trepidation. I really don't know how to handle this matter. Please teach me, County Count Hu." Li Wangyu naturally wanted to give Su Jingzong a cold shoulder. He didn't want Su Jingzong to quit in a fit of anger after hearing that the academy was only recruiting a group of ignorant children. Although it was unlikely that Su Jingzong, who was a fan of politics, would quit, since Li Wangyu wanted to use him, he naturally had to endure it. Principal Su, don't worry. I will explain this matter clearly to you. Please follow me. Li Wangyu stood up and led Su Jingzong directly to the top of the castle. He pointed at the Gan River not far away and said, Principal Su, look. That river is the Gan River. The Royal Academy of the Tang Dynasty is going to be built on the other side of the Gan River. He then took out the draft of the academy and showed it to Su Jingzong. Principal Su, this is the blueprint of the Royal Academy. The academy will cover at least 1,000 acres. There will be dozens of different buildings, including a baseball field, a cubicle court, an archery range, and all kinds of facilities. This will be the library that will collect all kinds of books in the world. This is the lake in the academy. When lotus flowers are planted here, the willow trees on the banks of the lake will provide shade on a hot summer day. The lotus flowers in the lake will be so beautiful that even Sujiang Lake will pale in comparison. After the Royal Academy is built, it will recruit tens of thousands of students. Have you ever seen an academy of this scale? It's not that I, Li Wangyu, am bragging, but the Royal Academy of the Tang Dynasty will definitely be an unprecedented feat in the Tang Dynasty. Principal Su, for the saint to entrust such an academy to you means that he has absolute trust in you. Principal Su, you must live up to the saint's trust. Li Wangyu was like a real estate saleswoman in the modern world. With his words, Su Jingzong was almost fooled. Chapter 725. No matter how hard Li Wangyu tried to bluff him, when he personally said that the academy would only accept students who were ignorant, Su Jingzong's vision went dark and he almost fainted. He never would have thought that he would become a principal of an elementary school after studying scriptures his whole life, passing the Xiuzai exam in the Sui dynasty, and entering the No Doubt State this year. The term elementary school had existed since the Han dynasty. Ancient people entered elementary school at the age of 8. Su Jingzong thought about how he had ended up like this after spending his whole life in the imperial court. He even wanted to die. Count who, I have never offended you, right? Why do you have to humiliate me like this? Su Jingzong's tears were about to fall. Li Wangyu laughed when he saw Su Jingzong's grief-stricken appearance. Su Jingzong, do you think the sage would joke with you like this? If it was only an elementary school, would the sage and I spend tens of thousands of gold to build such a large academy? As the vice dean of the academy, would he be the same as the Imperial College's chancellor, a secondary class third-class official? Don't forget, the principal of the academy is personally held by the sage. Hearing him say this, Su Jingzong paused. It did seem to make sense, even if the emperor and Count Huxian did not like Su Jingzong and wanted to punish him, they did not need to spend so much effort. Count Hu, forgive me for being slow, but what is the trick of this academy? Please teach me, Uncle Huxian. Li Wangyu then explained his and Pai Lupi's plan. Other than the brainwashing, he explained everything else to Su Jingzong. Su Jingzong was dumbfounded when he heard that the Royal Academy of the Tang Dynasty was prepared to spend 10 years to cultivate a child into a talent. This was a terrifying amount of money. Su Jingzong was a sophisticated person. After listening to Li Wangyu's explanation, he could roughly guess why Pai Lupi valued the Royal Academy so much. This was the place where Pai Lupi was cultivating the emperor's disciples for the imperial family of Li Wangyu. Understanding this, Su Jingzong suddenly felt a surge of hot blood. Such an important academy was actually given to him to manage by the saint. Did this mean that Su Jingzong was also someone that the saint valued? When he heard that Li Wangyu was going to collect 100 strings of copper coins per person as tuition fee, Su Jingzong could not restrain his jaw from dropping, and was speechless for half a day. Evil, this is King Evil. It should be noted that in the east and west of Chang'an, a 2-ton horse was only worth 10 strings of copper coins, and a bull was only worth 4 or 5 strings of copper coins. These 100 strings of copper coins were equivalent to 10 horses or 20 oxen. Yet, it was only a year's worth of tuition. County Count Who, isn't the tuition fee too expensive? I'm worried that the academy won't be able to recruit any students. Li Wangyu shrugged his shoulders. Could it be that the academy that the saint and I spent so much gold to build is not worth this little bit of money? Perhaps you don't know, but the crown prince and the other princes of the saint will also enter the academy to study. Su Jingzong's eyes lit up. County Count Who, are you serious? Of course, he knew what this meant. If he could become classmates with the crown prince and the other princes for 10 years, 100 strings of copper coins would be nothing. Su Jingzong only had one thought at this time, and that was to send his son, Su Ang, to study in the academy. Although Su Jingzong was almost 40, he had 5 sons. His youngest son, Su Ang, was only 10 years old, which was the right age to enter the academy. But when he thought of the tuition fee of 100 strings of copper coins, Su Jingzong felt a toothache. County Count Who, if my son wants to study in the academy, the tuition fee, Li Wangyu glanced at him. Su Jingzong was born in the Su family of Gaoyang, which could be considered an aristocratic family. Would he be short of copper coins? Sure enough, this guy was as greedy as history said. In history, Su Jingzong even married his daughter to the son of Feng Ang, the chief of a minority tribe, in order to collect money. Naturally, the officials in the imperial court criticized him, thinking that he was greedy for money. Li Wangyu saw that he even wanted to save on the tuition fee of 100 strings of copper coins. He was so angry that he almost laughed. Sir Su, if your son can enter the academy, we'll only take half of the tuition fee. Li Wangyu said. Since Su Jingzong was willing to put down his pride to talk about this, he naturally had to give face to the deputy director of the academy and give him a 50% discount. Hearing this, Su Jingzong beamed and couldn't help thanking Li Wangyu. But he immediately reacted. Just now, Li Wangyu said that if one could enter the academy, didn't the academy only need to take money to recruit students? Did they still need to take an exam? County Count Who, does the academy still need to take an exam to recruit students? Yes. You don't have to worry about this. You'll understand when the time comes. But what if the children of the officials and nobles don't pass the exam? How can I afford to offend so many people? Su Jingzong couldn't help but panic. Li Wangyu laughed and said, Sir Su, don't panic. If you don't pass the exam and want to study at the academy, you can pay money to offset your score. For example, the exam's full score is 100 points, and 60 points is the minimum. Every point short of 100 strings of copper coins can be donated to the academy. If you have enough points, you can study at the academy. Hearing this, Su Jingzong's mouth opened even wider. Was this okay? Wasn't this too shameless? But Li Wangyu's words opened the door to a new world for Su Jingzong, allowing him to think more clearly. In any case, he was helping the saint and county count who accumulate money. What was there to be afraid of? County Count Who, 60 points is too low. How about we raise it to 70 points? Su Jingzong immediately understood the essence of Li Wangyu's words. 10 points was 1,000 strings of copper coins. This money was too easy to earn. Thinking about it, County Count Who's exam questions wouldn't be too simple. If the children of the officials and nobles didn't pass the exam, Su Jingzong didn't believe that they wouldn't pay for it. Su Jingzong's face immediately turned bitter. Damn, he forgot that Li Wangyu said that his son also had to take the exam if he wanted to study at the academy. This was too much of a scam. If his son didn't do well, wouldn't his words be digging his own grave? County Count Who, my son also has to take the entrance exam? Li Wangyu was very satisfied with his idea. He patted Su Jingzong's shoulder and said with a smile, Sir Su, your son naturally has to take the entrance exam. However, the standard can be lowered. Don't worry, Sir Su. From now on, the academy will be under your care. Are you afraid that the saint and I will treat you badly? Su Jingzong naturally understood what he meant and nodded his head in thanks. At the same time, he made up his mind to urge his son to study hard when he returned. He couldn't afford any delays. This was related to hundreds of strings of copper coins. He couldn't be careless. County count who, how long will it take for the academy to start construction? Su Jingzong looked at the land not far away. Li Wangyu showed him the sketch of the academy, but there was nothing on the land now. His position as the vice dean of the academy was just an empty shell. Su Jingzong was naturally anxious. Very soon. The Ministry of Works has already sent people to survey the land. The construction will start tomorrow. This time, the saint and I have put in a lot of money and used a lot of mirage mud. The construction will be very fast. The academy will be divided into 3 phases. The first phase of the primary school will only be 100 mu. It will be completed in a few months. I have set the start date of the academy in September of this year. Su Jingzong's face twitched a few times. He looked at the sketch in front of him again and couldn't help but think, profiteer. The sketch showed the academy to be 1,000 mu, but the actual academy was only 100 mu. If this wasn't a profiteer, what was? Chapter 726. Su Jingzong pondered about the academy and asked, "May I ask where the professors, and teaching assistants of the academy come from? Are they from the Imperial College and the Chongwen Library?" Li Wangyu shook his head. The academy's teaching method is different from the Imperial College's. I plan to recruit people from this year's spring examinations to teach the students. I'm afraid it's not appropriate. Do the students who fail the examinations have the ability to teach the students? I'm worried that they will lead the students astray. Li Wangyu said, "Don't worry. After recruiting those scholars, I will arrange for them to be trained for a few months to learn how to become qualified professors, and teaching assistants." Right, I've already arranged for people to spread the news. 2 days later, after the Ministry of Rights announces the spring examinations, you and I will go to the Imperial College to recruit the students who failed the examinations. I've already talked to Kong Gong, and I'll borrow the Imperial College's space and manpower. Yes, I understand. Su Jingzong nodded in agreement. Li Wangyu continued, "Originally, I only planned to recruit about 500 students to study in the academy. However, from what the saint said, he plans to double the number and recruit 1,000 students. In this way, I estimate that we will need to recruit about 100 professors and teaching assistants. In addition, the academy will need to recruit cooks, servants, and guards. We will need a few hundred people. You can arrange these things as you see fit." Hearing this, Su Jingzong couldn't help but be confused. Why does the academy need so many people? Of course, his question was reasonable. The Imperial College had 300 Chinese students, the Imperial College had 500, the 4 schools had 1,300, the Faculty of Law had 50, the Faculty of Calligraphy and Mathematics had 30, a total of more than 2,000 people. But there was only one chancellor, and less than 50 registrars, secretaries, doctorates, teaching assistants, classic scholars, and lecturers. According to Li Wangyu, there were more than 100 teachers in the Royal Academy. On average, there would be 1 teacher for every 10 students. It was really extravagant. Li Wangyu smiled, not many. These students will form a class of about 50, and each class will have a teacher. Every 5 classes will have 1 teaching assistant, 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 and 1 teaching assistant. There were also painting, archery, and equestrian instructors. "General Su, how many people do you need?" His words naturally stunned Su Jingzong. After a while, he asked, "May I ask, what is a teacher in charge?" It's the person in charge of managing the class discipline, learning, and life. The students of the Royal Academy of the Tang Dynasty are required to develop in all aspects, including morality, intelligence, physique, and beauty. It all depends on the abilities of these head teachers. Li Wangyu's words made Su Jingzong dizzy. He really did not know how to reply. In fact, how would Li Wangyu know how to run a school? He was just copying what he had learned when he was in school to the Tang Dynasty. As for whether it was suitable or useful, he couldn't care less. If a half-baked person like him dared to run a school in the future and charge such a sky-high tuition fee, he would definitely be reported in minutes and sent to prison to eat free meals. Fortunately, this was the Tang dynasty. Not only did no one come to arrest him, but Li Wangyu even persuaded Pai Lupi to send Crown Prince Li Qingxian and Li Tai to the academy to study. It had to be said that Li Wangyu's luck was extremely good. Su Jingzong still had a bitter face and frowned. He kept asking about various things in the academy and how to run it. He talked until Li Wangyu's mouth was dry, and he finally sent him away. Looking at Su Jingzong's figure riding away on horseback, Li Wangyu also let out a long breath. Fortunately, he had found such a qualified scapegoat. Otherwise, this school could really torture him to death. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. On the day of the release of the results by the Ministry of Rights, Chang and became lively again. Not only tens of thousands of examinees for this year's spring examination swarmed to the Ministry of Rights to see the results, but also many of the citizens of Chang and ran to the Ministry of Rights to watch the fun. In this year's spring examination, 300 people were admitted to the Classics department, 26 people were admitted to the Jinshu department, and dozens of people were admitted to the other departments, such as the handwriting department, the writing department, and the arithmetic department. In fact, the most people were admitted to these less important subjects. Few people participated in the examination, so the admission rate was about half. After all, illiterates were still everywhere in the Tang dynasty. Although the students of the handwriting department, the writing department, and the arithmetic department were not valued, in fact, the government had a great demand for these students. The admission rate for the classics department was also not low, about 40%. Only the Jinshu department, where only 1% of the students were admitted to the Jinshu department, was full of gold. In the anticipation of the public, the officials of the Ministry of Rights finally appeared and began to command the scribes of the Ministry of Rights to paste the wall and post the red list. The first to be posted was the admission list for the subjects of the handwriting department, the writing department, and the arithmetic department. Although they were not valued, all the students who were on the list were still shouting excitedly. In front of the Ministry of Rights, there was a jubilant atmosphere. As for those who did not make it on the list, they could only keep silent and look at the happy examinees with envious and jealous eyes. They silently hoped that their luck would be better next year. At the end of the post was the red list for the Jinshu department of this year's spring examination. The examinees who came to see the list, whether they were from the Jinshu department or not, could not help but hold their breaths. After all, unlike other subjects, as long as one was admitted to the Jinshu department, he was already half a step into the official career. As long as he passed the selection of the Ministry of Personnel, he could turn from a commoner to an official who was envied by everyone. Because of this, the Jinshu department was called white-clothed officials. It meant that although these Jinshu were still white-clothed officials, they already had the qualifications of a minister. In the Tang dynasty, there was a saying, during the period of Zhongguan and Yonghui, although the Jinshu department was an extremely high official, if one did not become a Jinshu, it would not be beautiful. Therefore, the annual tribute would not be reduced by 800 to 900 people. They were called white-clothed officials, or first-rank white-clothed officials. It could be seen from this. Sheng Guanyi and Lu Rengui were naturally among the crowd today. There were many familiar students around them who were still making fun of them. Brother Shengguan, Brother Lu, the two of you should be certain to make it this year, right? Now that the two of you are apprenticed to County Count who, if you can't even make it to the Jinshu department, County Count whose face will be lost, huh? Brother, you're wrong. In my opinion, being apprenticed to the immortal poet is many times better than being admitted to the Jinshu department. Unfortunately, we don't have that fortune. Brother Shengguan, you and Brother Lu will definitely make it in this year's spring examination. Sheng Guanyi and Lu Rengui smiled and cupped their hands to express their thanks to the crowd. However, in their hearts, they were still extremely nervous. Their palms were already sweating. The results are out. The Jinshu department has released the results. Someone at the front of the crowd shouted loudly. Immediately, the crowd rushed forward a few steps. Everyone wanted to see the names on the list as soon as possible. Chapter 727. This year's imperial examination, a total of 26 candidates. The official from the Ministry of Rights said, 26th, Chui Dunley from Hebei Circuit. 25th, Sun Chu from Guangzhou Circuit. 24th, as the official from the Ministry of Rights announced the names of the candidates who passed this year's imperial examination, the crowd burst into cries and howls from time to time. It was obvious that those cries came from the people whose names were called. It was no wonder that these people were so excited. As the saying goes, being a farmer in the morning, ascending to the emperor's hall at night. This kind of opportunity that could completely change one's identity and status after passing the imperial examination, anyone who encountered it would be ecstatic. Fan Jin was like this when he passed the imperial examination. Wasn't he so happy that he went crazy? Soon, half of the names of the 26 candidates were called. Lu Rengui and Sheng Guanyi still didn't hear their names. They couldn't help but feel more and more nervous. The two of them hoped to hear their names, but they were also afraid to hear it. If their names were called, it naturally meant that the two of them passed the examination, but their rankings might not be very high, not to mention the hopes of the teachers. However, the more the list was read, the fewer the spots were, and the hope of passing the examination slowly decreased. Just as the two of them were in such a dilemma, they finally heard the official from the Ministry of Rights say loudly, 3rd, Lu Rengui from Hunan Circuit. This time, the students who clustered around the two of them were all excited. Congratulations, Brother Lu, congratulations, Brother Lu, you passed the examination. You passed the examination. 3rd place in the imperial examination. Sure enough, Brother Lu didn't disappoint. You've won honor for the students of Hunan Circuit. Lu Rengui was still calm. He only clenched his fists tightly and didn't shout out loud. Sheng Guanyi also bowed to Lu Rengui. Congratulations, Brother Lu, you got what you wanted. Lu Rengui patted Sheng Guanyi's shoulder. Don't worry, there are still 2 more people. Brother Shengguan will also pass the examination. While everyone was talking, the official from the Ministry of Rights deliberately paused for a moment after announcing the name of the second person. After making everyone hold their breath and concentrate, he called out in a loud voice, this year's spring imperial examinations Jinshi, head of the Department of Hunan, Shengguan Yi. With a boom, the entrance of the Ministry of Rights was in an uproar. Shengguan Yi was stunned. Lu Rengui put his arm around his shoulder and shouted at him, you got it. Imperial examination. Brother Shengguan. It was a hit. Head shape. You're the head of the police. I'm a fake. Sheng Guanyi couldn't believe it. After hearing Lu Rengui's words, the surrounding students all bowed to Sheng Guanyi and said, congratulations, Lang Jun, you have passed the examination. Greetings, Head Jinka. As the congratulatory voices spread out, the surrounding students rushed over and surrounded Sheng Guanyi and Lu Rengui in the middle. Congratulatory voices could be heard incessantly. Sheng Guanyi was so excited that his body trembled. After all, he was only 21 years old. How could he not be excited when he actually passed the Jinshi exam this year? In the eyes of the surrounding middle-aged students, Sheng Guanyi was simply a young man who had just turned 20. There were even many scholars who participated in the imperial examinations in spring. Those who had children early had sons who were older than Sheng Guanyi. Looking at Sheng Guanyi's excessively young face and then looking at their own almost gray beards, many of the scholars felt that they had wasted all their years of living in a dog's stomach. Brother Shengguan, let's go and tell the teacher the good news. Lu Rengui was still calm. He grabbed Sheng Guanyi's sleeve and pulled him out of the crowd. After taking a few steps, Lu Rengui remembered Li Wanyo's instructions and quickly stopped. He turned his head and shouted to the students, everyone, today my teacher, County Count Hu, is recruiting professors and teaching assistants at the Imperial College. If you are interested, why don't you come with me to the Imperial College? His words reminded the students that the Ministry of Rights had released the results today. There were nearly 10,000 students, but less than 1,000 of them had passed the examination. The other thousands of students had wasted their efforts. In the past 2 days, Sheng Guanyi and Lu Rengui had followed Li Wanyo's instructions and constantly mobilized students they were familiar with to promote the benefits of teaching at the academy. This had already piqued everyone's interest. Compared to returning to his hometown, going to the academy to teach was naturally the best choice. This group of students did not think that Li Wangyo's academy was only going to recruit 100 people this year. If the thousands of examinees were to apply for the job, the competition would be even more intense than the advancement examination. Lu Rengui's shout naturally attracted the response of many students. Brother Lu is right. Since we have failed this year, why don't we go to the Imperial College and see if we can catch the teacher's eye? If we can catch the teacher's eye and go to the academy to teach, that would be great. I'm just afraid that it won't be easy. No matter what, we have to go and try first. The students discussed among themselves for a while before crowding around Sheng Guanyi and Lu Rengui and making their way to the Imperial College. At this moment, Li Wangyu and Su Jingzong were already waiting in the Imperial College. The Chancellor of the Imperial College, Kang Yingda, was also accompanying them. Everyone was chatting as they waited for news of the results from the Ministry of Rites. Kang Yingda twirled his beard and smiled. Zio, I heard that a few days ago, you took in 2 more disciples. Did they also participate in the spring examination this year? Li Wangyu nodded and said, Kang Yingda is right. Their names are Sheng Guanyi and Lu Rengui. They are candidates for the imperial examinations this year. Su Jingzong smiled and said, Kang Yingda might not know, but these 2 disciples of County Count who were picked up from a restaurant in your residence. Oh. There's such a thing? Li Wangyu said, hee, it was a coincidence. I was drinking in Kang Yingda's restaurant when I ran into these 2. Out of love for talent, I agreed to take them in as my disciples. Then you should be thanking me, Kang Yingda said. Zio, do you have confidence in these 2? Speaking of which, this year's spring examination should be the fairest of the spring examination. Zio's suggestion of copying the names of the candidates, sealing off the examination hall, and sealing off the grading of the exam papers made me gasp in amazement. The spring examination should be like this. In the past, the aristocratic families, officials, and nobles all interfered with the spring examination. I was already dissatisfied, but I didn't know how to avoid it. It was only after Zio spoke to the saint that I came to a realization. Zio, I thank you on behalf of all the scholars in the world. Kang Yingda sighed. Li Wangyu rubbed his nose a little embarrassedly and smiled. You flatter me, Kang Yingda. To the side, Su Jingzong joked, Kang Yingda might not know, but County Count who boasted to the saint that in this year's spring examination, the 2 disciples he took in would definitely take 1st place and 3rd place. Kang Yingda smiled and said, oh. In that case, I'll have to wait and see if Zio really has such a discerning eye for pearls. If Zio's words are true, then it'll be a good story. Li Wangyu said, actually, I was just joking with the saint. How could the Grand Scholar examination be so easy? Out of more than 1,000 candidates, only 26 were accepted. How could it be so easy for a magnificent army to cross a single wooden bridge? If the 2 of them work hard and one of them is lucky enough to pass, how about I treat the 2 of you to a drink today? That's how it should be. It's settled then. While everyone was joking, Niu Wu rushed in from outside and said while panting, Lang Jun, the Board of Rites released the results, passed. That Sheng Guanyi and Lu Rengui both passed. Lu Rengui is in 3rd place, and Sheng Guanyi is in 1st place. When Niu Wu said this, the 3 people who were joking just now were stunned. They looked at each other and couldn't believe what they heard. Niu Wu, what did you say? Sheng Guanyi is in 1st place? Lu Rengui is in 3rd place? Li Wangyu said in shock. He didn't expect that his casual words would become true. Kang Yingda and Su Jingzong, who were at the side, felt their hearts churning. This was King amazing. 2 random disciples from a restaurant were actually in 1st place. Kang Yingda couldn't help but raise his head and look at Li Wangyu's head. He wanted to see if there was a golden light coming out of his head. Chapter 728. Kang Yingda didn't know what to say other than feeling envious and jealous that Li Wangyu had casually picked up 2 disciples from his own restaurant, who were the 1st and the 3rd place of this year's section. The old man only regretted that he hadn't been in the restaurant that day. Otherwise, the two pearls would have been picked up by Li Wangyu so casually. In fact, even if Kong Yingda had been in the restaurant that day, would he have taken the initiative to accept Sheng Guanyi and Lu Rengui as his disciples? Obviously, it was impossible. If Li Wangyu hadn't known that these two people would be the prime ministers of the Tang dynasty in the future, he wouldn't have cheated to accept them as his disciples. However, Sheng Guanyi and Lu Rengui's results in the imperial examination were beyond Li Wangyu's expectations. He didn't expect that his casual remark would actually make Sheng Guanyi the winner of the imperial examination. Kong Yingda glared at Li Wangyu with great resentment. "Zio, shouldn't you thank me for accepting these two excellent disciples in my restaurant?" Li Wangyu was speechless. He rolled his eyes silently in his heart. "What do you want, Mr. Kong?" "Zio, you're in charge of the accounts in Ping Kong Square today." Kong Yingda shamelessly winked at Li Wangyu, which made Li Wangyu so angry that he almost vomited blood. Damn, this old man is so shameless. An old man in his 50s actually wants to go to Ping Kong Square to drink wine with prostitutes and defile those young ladies who are about the same age as his granddaughter. Moreover, he wants to pay the bill himself. How abominable. Li Wangyu felt that this was the bad thing about the Tang dynasty. In the future, if a university president like Kong Yingda dared to openly go to a nightclub to look for princesses and prostitutes, he would definitely be on the hot search and headlines the next day. However, in the Tang dynasty, going to a brothel in Ping Kong Square to look for young ladies was called elegant, and all literati loved to do this. Li Wangyu also knew that although this old man Kong Yingda was quite old, he had just taken in a beautiful concubine not too long ago. He was indeed a romantic. Thinking of this, Li Wangyu became even more envious and jealous. This old thing, to be so merry every night, wasn't he afraid that the wind would take his life? He was too lazy to pay attention to Kong Yingda, this old hooligan. Just as he was about to turn his head and talk to Niu Wu, he heard a commotion outside. It was Sheng Guanyi and Lu Rengui, leading a group of students who had failed to pass the imperial exams, to the imperial college. As soon as Sheng Guanyi and Lu Rengui saw Li Wangyu, they immediately knelt down and said, "Greetings, teacher. We did not disappoint you and passed this year's spring quarter examination." "Good, good. Get up quickly." Master said that day that the position of chief of the imperial censorate would belong to none other than the two of you, and I hit the nail on the head. Li Wangyu was in a good mood, and quickly helped the two of them up. At that time, Li Wangyu only knew that Sheng Guanyi and Lu Rengui had passed the imperial exams, but as for which year they passed and what rank they got, it was not recorded in the history books. That day, he was just bragging to Pai Lupi. He did not expect that Sheng Guanyi and Lu Rengui would really give him such a surprise. However, Kong Yingda, Su Jingzong, and the others did not know about this. They really thought that Li Wangyu had a discerning eye. That day in the Kong family's restaurant, he saw Lu Rengui and Sheng Guanyi's talents at a glance. His admiration for Li Wangyu's eye for talent was unparalleled. As for the group of examinees who had failed to pass the imperial exams, they also greeted Li Wangyu and the others noisily. When they looked at Sheng Guanyi and Lu Rengui, they were so envious that their eyes were about to spit fire. In the eyes of everyone, these two people were simply winners in life. Not only did they pass the imperial exams in spring at a young age, but they also took Li Wangyu, a famous teacher in Chang'an, as their teacher. Their future was limitless. How could they not be envious? While they were talking, Ma Zhou and Yan Liben also came together. After greeting Li Wangyu, Kong Yingda, and the others, they smiled at Sheng Guanyi and Lu Rengui. "Teacher, these two are our new classmates, right?" Li Wangyu nodded and introduced them. "Yes, this is Sheng Guanyi, the head of the imperial exams. This is Lu Rengui, the third in the imperial exams. Sheng Guanyi, Lu Rengui, these two are your senior brothers, Yan Liben and Ma Zhou. In the future, the four of you should get closer." Sheng Guanyi and Lu Rengui greet the two senior brothers. "Hello, junior brothers. The two of you are really talented. It is not easy for you to pass the imperial exams and get third in the imperial exams in spring. I am ashamed to say that the two of you did not participate in the imperial exams in spring. It is a pity. Yen Liben laughed. Although he and Ma Zhou were officials now, they did not enter the official career through the imperial exams. This was a small pity for Yen Liben and Ma Zhou. At the beginning of the Tang dynasty, the imperial exams were still in the early stages. The 9-rank system was still popular. The so-called 9-rank system referred to the talent survey issued by the imperial court. The talents were divided into 9 grades, which were upper, middle, lower, and lower. This talent survey was filled out by the officials of each region. Whether or not they were officials, they would be registered. The form detailed the year, grade, and comments. The Ministry of Personnel would promote and remove officials based on this. The 9-rank system was an important method for the aristocratic families to control the imperial court. Under this system, there were no poor people in the upper ranks, and the aristocratic families became stronger. Therefore, when the Sui and Tang dynasties started the imperial exams, it was to suppress the power of the aristocratic families, strengthen the centralization of power, and give the poor students a chance to advance. However, the imperial exams at the beginning of the Tang dynasty were still in the early stages, and the system was not perfect. Therefore, people like Ma Zhou, who were chosen by Pai Lupi, were able to reach the sky in one step. They did not need to go through the imperial exams, and became an imperial censor. Sheng Guanyi and Lu Rengui bowed to Ma Zhou and Yen Liben's praise. Although they had taken Li Wangyu as their teacher, and had passed the imperial exams in spring, they were still nobodies. Facing Yen Liben, the imperial grandee, the junior supervisor, Ma Zhou, the imperial censor, still appeared somewhat uneasy. Ma Zhou smiled and said to Li Wangyu, "Teacher, you have taken in 2 more junior brothers. We have 6 classmates now. Shouldn't we change the way we address them?" Li Wangyu was stunned. He did not understand what Ma Zhou meant. Ma Zhou continued to wink and said, "Teacher, it seems that I am the first one to take in a teacher. Shouldn't I be the eldest senior brother?" His words immediately made Yen Liben so angry that he almost fought with him. This guy was simply taking advantage of him. It was different from martial arts novels, where people were called the eldest senior brother or second senior brother according to the time they entered the school. When a scholar took in a teacher, his classmates were all peers. The title of the eldest senior brother was a respectful title for the older and more talented people. Generally speaking, the status of the eldest senior brother was second only to the teacher. Ma Zhou shamelessly said that he was the eldest senior brother. Wasn't that taking advantage of them by saying that he was older and more talented? Of course, Ma Zhou's words were purely a joke. He and Yen Liben had studied with Li Wangyu for nearly a year, and their relationship was quite close. Yen Liben did not show any weakness. He immediately pointed at Ma Zhou and said to Sheng Guanyi and Lu Rengui, 2 students, "Do you know that Ma Zhou is the best among all the disciples of the master? Do you know who he is?" Sheng Guanyi and Lu Rengui looked at each other. They did not know what was going on, so they could only shake their heads. Yen Liben laughed and said, "The thickness of this person's face is unparalleled in the world. It can be called the best." When Li Wangyu and the others heard this, they all laughed. Sheng Guanyi and Lu Rengui's faces were also twitching. They could not help laughing, but they cared about Ma Zhou's face. Today was the first time they met, so they did not dare to be presumptuous and laugh out loud. Yen Liben. "I swear that I can't exist under the same sky as you. Today's drinks will be on you." Ma Zhou jumped and scolded with a smile, causing everyone to burst into laughter again. Chapter 729. After they finished talking and laughing, Li Wangyu looked at the students who had failed the exam in the Imperial College and said with a smile, "Ladies and gentlemen, are you here to teach in the Imperial College of the Tang Dynasty?" Everyone hurriedly bowed and said, "Yes. We heard that you are recruiting doctors and teaching assistants, so we are here to apply." Li Wangyu nodded and said, "Good. I believe you have heard that I will recommend all the doctors and teaching assistants who want to teach in the Imperial College in the coming spring. In addition, the Imperial College will provide food and accommodation. I will also invite the great scholars in the Imperial Court to teach you in the Imperial College. Are you satisfied with this? Hearing Li Wangyou's promise, the students who had been doubtful before no longer had any doubts and bowed again. We understand. Thank you, sir. Yes, we are very satisfied. Thank you for your kindness. Li Wangyou waited for the crowd to quiet down and said again, however, the Imperial College will only recruit about 100 doctors and teaching assistants this year, so we need to do a small test to select the most suitable people. I have prepared a test paper for you. You can now follow the arrangement of the Imperial College and go to the school to answer the questions. The Imperial College will select the best according to your answers. Yes, sir. All the students knew that they needed to take a test to enter the Imperial College. After the release of the results today, there were thousands of students who had failed the exam. There were 2,000 or 3,000 people who came to the Imperial College to try their luck. Since the Imperial College was only going to recruit about 100 people, they naturally needed to take a test. Everyone was mentally prepared for this, so they did not resist. After Li Wangyou gave the order, the servants of the Imperial College immediately came forward and led the students to their seats in the halls of the Imperial College. They also gave them paper, ink, brushes, and inkstones. This made the students a little confused. Why didn't they ask what they were going to study? Except for the servants of the Imperial College, there was no one invigilating the exam in the halls. They were also not allowed to talk. Looking at the noisy hall in front of them, everyone was confused. Was this really an exam? Those who could pass the examinations of various provinces and counties and obtain the qualification to participate in the imperial examination in spring in Chang, and were naturally the top talents in the Tang dynasty. All of them had studied hard for years or even decades and had participated in countless exams. However, it was their first time encountering such an exam. Someone hurriedly grabbed the servant of the Imperial College and asked, "Excuse me, I am an examinee from the Imperial College. Why am I taking the exam in the same college as the examinees from the Imperial College? Could there be a mistake?" Someone at the side immediately echoed, "That's right. Why didn't anyone ask us what we were tested for? Could it be that everyone took the same test paper?" The servant who had been stopped immediately smiled and said, "Gentlemen, do not panic. Count Huxian ordered us to do so, and we are just following orders." However, the test papers seemed to be the same. The Count of Huxian ordered people to send over only one set of test papers. There is no difference. The servant's reply caused an uproar in the classroom. All the students were in an uproar. How is this possible? I'm from the mathematics course. Am I supposed to take the same exam paper as the advancement course? Then is the test for mathematics or the Imperial College? That's right. I'm from the Imperial College. Am I not taking the exam for calligraphy? I'm from the Medical College. I don't know anything about mathematics, calligraphy, or the Imperial College. Someone was so angry that he put down his brush and prepared to leave. Ridiculous, this is ridiculous. Isn't the teacher playing with us like this? I don't want to take this exam. Someone at the side quickly pulled him back and advised, "Brother, don't be in such a rush. Let's take a look at the test papers first. The teacher is the county count who founded the country. How could he play such a joke on us?" That's right. Let's take a look at the test papers first. What kind of person is the immortal poet? How could she play around like this? There must be something we don't know about this. While the 2,000 to 3,000 students in the Imperial College were in an uproar, Kang Yingda and Su Jingzong were also shaking their heads in the Mingluan Hall of the Imperial College. No one knew what Li Wangyou was planning. There were so many students, and they were all sent to the Imperial College to take the exam. How could they take the exam? Ziyu, what is the content of your exam? Why aren't they divided into subjects? How are they going to pick the students? Kang Yingda couldn't help but ask. Su Jingzong, who was standing at the side, also nodded repeatedly. Clearly, he was also filled with questions. Even Li Wangyou's disciples, whether it was Ma Zhou, Yan Liben, Sheng Guanyi, or Lu Rengui, were confused. The students studied different subjects. In the Tang dynasty, there were more than 50 subjects in the spring imperial college examination. How could they take the exam when so many students were mixed together? Li Wangyu laughed and asked Miao Wu to fetch a few test papers that he had prepared. He handed them to everyone. Kong Yingda, the test papers are here. You'll know when you take a look. Kong Yingda and the others took the test papers that were printed with engravings and looked up. When they saw the questions on them, everyone in the Ming Luan Hall was dumbfounded. What kind of questions were these? How could these be called exam questions? The examinee's name, place of birth, address, and the subjects they studied were all normal procedures for the exam. However, the questions below had nothing to do with normal in the eyes of the crowd. Question 1. Do you remember when others are good to you or bad to you? Yes. No. The second question. Do you prefer solitude to crowds? Yes. No. The third question. If your lifespan could be calculated, would you want to know? Yes. No. The entire page of test papers was filled with questions, but they were all nonsensical in the eyes of the crowd. Not to mention how frivolous these questions were, even these multiple-choice questions were never seen before. Even a great scholar like Kong Yingda did not know what multiple-choice questions were. Multiple-choice questions only appeared in the 1950s. Of course, Kong Yingda and the others did not know. However, looking at the meaning of the questions, everyone could roughly guess that they had to choose their answers according to the questions on the paper. But what was the point of these questions? Could they tell the examinee's level of knowledge? Could it be that the examinee's preference for solitude or crowds could also decide whether to teach in the academy? After reading the test paper, Kong Yingda was so angry that he blew his beard and glared. He had kindly lent the Imperial College to Li Wangyu so that he could choose the professors and teaching assistants of the Tang dynasty's Imperial College. However, who would have thought that Li Wangyu would be so mischievous and create such a test paper? Wasn't he just toying with him and those students? As the Chancellor of the Imperial College, Kong Yingda placed great importance on these scholars. When he saw that Li Wangyu was toying with them, he was instantly enraged. Count who? You. How could you toy with those students like this? They came because of your reputation as the immortal poet, Li Wangyu. Even if they are ignorant, you cannot toy with them like this. No, you are not allowed to take this bullshit test again today. This old man will not allow you to trample on the dignity of scholars like this. They're not entertainers. Kong Yingda's sudden outburst of anger left Su Jingzong gaping, but he did not know what to say. After all, his thoughts were basically the same as Kong Yingda's. However, because Li Wangyu was his boss, he did not dare to say anything. Ma Zhou, Yan Liben, and the others also had awkward expressions. Even though they had been studying under Li Wangyu for almost a year, and were used to Li Wangyu's messy thoughts, they still found it hard to understand what their teacher meant by giving them this test paper. Just as Kong Yingda was about to explode in anger, the door to Ming Luan Hall was pushed open. Duke Kong, why are you so angry? Is Zio messing around again? Chapter 730. Master Kong, don't be angry. If Zio is messing around, I will definitely teach him a lesson. The one who entered was Pai Lupi in casual clothes. Behind him were Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui, Zhang Sun Wuji, and the others. When the people in the Ming Luan Hall saw Li Er personally arrive, they hurriedly bowed. This subject greets your majesty. When Sheng Guanyi and Lu Rengui found out that the person who came was the emperor of the Tang dynasty, they were so excited that their bodies almost trembled. They followed the others and bowed. Pai Lupi smiled and waved his hand, indicating that everyone was excused. He then looked at Sheng Guanyi and Lu Rengui. Today, I heard that the Ministry of Rites announced that Zio's 2 new disciples were ranked 3rd and 3rd. I was curious, so I came with Master Fang and Master Du to join in the fun. I didn't expect Zio's foresight to be so unique. His words really came true. When Zio said that one of his disciples would be ranked 1st, I didn't believe it at all. Haha. Fang Xianling also nodded and smiled. Not only did your majesty not believe it, but when have we ever believed it? Li Wangyu cursed in his heart. Damn, not only did you not believe it, even I didn't believe it. When did I have the talent to jinx it? Pai Lupi then said to Zhang Sun Wuji, Assistant General, when Sheng Guanyi and Lu Rengui go to the Ministry of Appointments, you have to make arrangements for them. Zhang Sun Wuji twirled his beard and smiled, Your Majesty, you don't have to worry. Those who are ranked first in the imperial examinations should all become scholars in the Hongwen Hall. The Hongwen Hall's predecessor was the Literature Hall that Pai Lupi set up for the Emperor of Qin to recruit scholars from all over the world. Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui, Yu Shinan, and Su Jingzong, these 18 scholars of the Emperor of Qin were famous people in the Literature Hall. After Pai Lupi ascended the throne, he ordered to gather 200,000 books in the Hongwen Hall and set up the Hongwen Hall. It was the country's library and also the place where the emperor recruited scholars. Not only did the Hongwen school have to teach the children of the royal family, first-rank officials, prime ministers, and meritorious ministers, but it was also Pai Lupi's think tank. They often made plans for the nation's policies. It was naturally a good thing that Sheng Guanyi was able to enter the Hongwen library. Although her official rank was not high, there were many benefits. Li Wangyu originally wanted to pull Sheng Guanyi and the others into the Royal Academy to help out, but after hearing Zhang Sun Wuji's words, he kept his mouth shut. Unexpectedly, Sheng Guanyi and Lu Rengui looked at each other and bowed again. Your Majesty, if possible, I would like to work in the Royal Academy of the Tang Dynasty. Is that possible? Upon hearing this, Pai Lupi was slightly stunned. He looked at Zhang Sun Wuji and asked, Fu Ji, is the request of Ziyu's 2 disciples possible? Zhang Sun Wuji was the Minister of Personnel, so the appointment of officials naturally had to go through him. However, Zhang Sun Wuji hesitated. After pondering for a while, he asked with uncertainty, Your Majesty, is the Royal Academy of the Tang Dynasty part of the Imperial Court? Or is it the private property of Your Majesty and County Count Huxin? The school that Li Wangyu came up with on a whim, and he also tricked Pai Lupi into becoming a shareholder. Originally, the academy was completely private property. However, this fellow was very tired. In order to slack off, he dragged Su Jingzong into the water. In order to make Su Jingzong work in the academy willingly, the vice dean of the academy was made an official position in the imperial court. Therefore, including Zhang Sun Wuji, all the officials and generals in the imperial court were confused. What the heck was this academy? You could say that it was the private property of His Majesty and County Count Huxian, but the vice dean of the academy was a lower third-rank official that received a salary from the imperial court. It could be said that the academy belonged to the imperial court, but the cost of building the academy was paid by His Majesty and County Count Huxian. In the future, the income of the academy would have nothing to do with the imperial court. This gave Zhang Sun Wuji, the big boss of the Ministry of Personnel, a headache. He did not know how to arrange the affairs of the academy. As for Zhang Sun Wuji's question, Pai Lupi was also a little hesitant. He did not know how to answer. The Royal Academy of the Tang Dynasty was indeed his and Li Wangyu's private property. However, it was not appropriate for it to be managed by an official from the imperial court. Pai Lupi simply looked at Li Wangyu, Zio, what do you think about this? Li Wangyu scratched his head. This issue of status was indeed a little troublesome. After thinking for a while, Li Wangyu suddenly thought of the public-private partnership system that Huaxia had in the past. He felt that it was better to do the same. Li Wangyu said, Uncle, why don't we turn this academy into a public-private partnership? Pai Lupi and the other big bosses could not help but frown. What public-private partnership? They had never heard of it. Zio, what's a public-private partnership? Pai Lupi did not understand. Li Wangyu said, a public-private partnership is to add shares from the imperial court into the private property. Both parties will manage it together. His words were naturally new to everyone, but they also felt that it was a feasible idea. Li Wangyu continued, in the academy, the imperial court can have another share. Uncle will take 40% of the shares of the academy, I will take 30%. And the remaining 30% will belong to the imperial court. How about it? The cost of building the academy will be contributed according to this ratio. The future income will also be distributed according to this ratio. In this way, the imperial court will appoint officials to manage the academy. It will be justified. Pai Lupi pondered for a while. Although he was a little reluctant to give up 20% of the shares, he still nodded and agreed. Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui, and the other big bosses looked at each other and thought that this would not cause any loss to the imperial court. They also did not object. This matter was settled in a few words. After confirming that the Royal Academy of the Tang Dynasty also had a share in the imperial court, Zhang Sun Wuji then cupped his hands towards Pai Lupi and said, "Your Majesty, since the two new Jinshi, Shang Guanyi and Lu Rengui, are willing to work in the academy, I will not object. The ranks of the officials in the academy will follow the old rules of the Imperial College and the Hongwen School. The Royal Academy of the Tang Dynasty can have 1 dean, 1 deputy dean, 4 grand secretaries, 8 grand secretaries, and 12 grand secretaries. Shang Guanyi and Lu Rengui can both work in the academy as grand secretaries of the Imperial College. However, the academicians and teaching assistants that Hu Xian wants to recruit today cannot follow the old rules of the Imperial College. The academicians and teaching assistants of the Imperial College also had official ranks. The academicians were above the 7th rank, while the teaching assistants were above the 7th rank. Li Wangyu wanted to recruit more than 100 academicians and teaching assistants to teach children. If they all followed the rules of the Imperial College, it would be a mess. It would mean that the Imperial Court would have more than 100 officials. This was something that Zhang Sun Wuji could not agree to. Pai Lupi naturally did not have any objections to Zhang Sun Wuji's arrangement and nodded in agreement. Li Wangyu also nodded and replied, "Zhang Sun Wuji is right. The academicians and teaching assistants of the academy naturally cannot be given official ranks. They will only receive the salary from the academy." Li Wangyu also did not want the teachers of the academy to become officials of the imperial court. If that was the case, wouldn't the academy become another imperial college? Now that the imperial court had a share, it was only a temporary measure. In Li Wangyu's heart, the Royal Academy of the Tang Dynasty was still different from the official schools of the imperial court. When Shang Guanyi and Lu Rengui heard that Zhang Sun Wuji had agreed to their request, they were naturally overjoyed. They quickly bowed and thanked him. Pai Lupi encouraged the two new Jinshi before looking at Kong Yingda and asking, "Kong Yingda, did you and Zio have some misunderstanding just now? What did this kid do?" Chapter 731. Kong Yingda, who had calmed down a little because of Pai Lupi's appearance, panted like a red-eyed bull when Pai Lupi mentioned the matter again. He angrily handed the test paper in his hand to Pai Lupi. "Your Majesty, you will know the whole story at a glance. County Count who is really messing around today. As the Chancellor of the Imperial College, I will not allow him to humiliate the scholars like this." Pai Lupi took the test paper. Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui, and the others curiously came over, wanting to see what question Li Wangyu had set to make Kong Yingda so angry. Everyone was speechless after reading the test paper. How could this be called a damn test paper? Pai Lupi frowned and looked at Li Wangyu with dissatisfaction. "Zio, what's going on? You recruit those students who failed to pass the exam to teach at the academy and use this kind of test paper to select talents?" Li Wangyu was not in a hurry. He nodded and smiled. "Yes, that's right." Kong Yingda saw his attitude and became angrier. "Your Majesty, look, this is the attitude of this boy. I will not allow him to mess around like this today." Pai Lupi did not know whether to laugh or cry. He pointed to the test paper and asked, "Zio, tell me, what's the meaning of this test paper? For example, if you could be a kind of animal, which kind would you like to be? Cat, horse, elephant, monkey, dog, tiger. You can choose any one of them. Can such a test help you choose the right person to teach at the academy?" Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui, and the others also shook their heads. They felt that it was no wonder that Kong Yingda was so angry today. Even if they saw the so-called test paper, they were still a little uneasy and angry. Li Wangyu laughed and pointed to the test paper in Pai Lupi's hand. "Uncle, this is carefully prepared by me. It's called a psychological test." "Psychological test? What does that mean?" Everyone, including Pai Lupi, was dumbfounded. What the hell was that? Why was it that he couldn't understand a single word, but when they were put together, he couldn't make sense of it at all? Li Wangyu explained, the psychological test is to use these questions to measure the intelligence level of the person being evaluated, as well as the differences in personality. To put it simply, I want to use this method to test the natural disposition of these examinees. In fact, the so-called test questions that Li Wangyu came up with were a set of psychological test questions from later generations. Moreover, it was a set of psychological test questions from the famous Rand Corporation in the United States. Many famous companies in the future also tried to use psychological tests to test the personality of their employees, and they achieved good results. Li Wangyu naturally didn't know anything about psychological tests, but his beautiful boss did. This set of Rand Corporation's psychological test questions was stored in the beautiful boss's phone. His beautiful superior gave Li Wangyu an idea to recruit students who failed to pass the exam to teach in the academy. She asked him to select teachers based on this set of psychological test questions. After all, the academy was now teaching students who were ignorant. Li Wangyu naturally wanted to choose those who were kind and patient. And this set of psychological test questions was the most convenient method in the Tang dynasty today. Otherwise, with Li Wangyu's ability and the fact that he didn't work in the HR department in later generations, even if he interviewed the students one by one, he might not be able to tell who was suitable. His beautiful superior could do this. She was a department manager in a big company, and naturally had interviewed many employees. But there were thousands of students in Chang'an City who failed to pass the exam. It would be very tiring to rely on his beautiful superior to interview them alone. How could Li Wangyu, who cared about his woman, bear to do that? Therefore, this set of psychological test questions from Rand Corporation was the best choice. Although it might not be accurate, it was close. But no one had heard of this psychological test before. Even with Li Wangyu's explanation, they were still confused and didn't understand what he was talking about. Kong Yingda snorted discontentedly. Humph, this person is divided into 5 sections, each different. How can you tell the difference by answering some questions that don't make sense? Don't talk nonsense, county count who. The 5 sections that Kong Yingda said were Huaxia's understanding of people's personalities since ancient times. People were divided into 5 types: seal type, comparison type, food type, wealth type, and official type. Each type had different life weights, hobbies, abilities, and specialties. At the same time, the ancients divided these 5 sections into 2 types, positive and negative, also known as the positive and negative 10 types. This was the understanding of people's personalities in ancient Huaxia. But of course, there was no psychological test in Huaxia at this time, and there was no way to test people's personalities. So in the eyes of everyone, Li Wangyu was purely fooling around. Li Wangyu shrugged. Duke Kong, why would I joke about the academy? I can get 30% of the academy's shares, which is worth tens of thousands of taels of gold, right? Does Duke Kong really think that I have too much gold in my house? Kong Yingda was stunned and felt that Li Wangyu's words made sense. It seemed that no one would take so much money just to joke with these scholars, right? Pai Lupi frowned. Zio, do you really think that you can find out a person's personality just by answering these strange questions? Li Wangyu nodded. Uncle, it's true. Although I can't say that it's completely correct, it's pretty close. I'm thinking that although these scholars didn't pass the spring imperial examination, they should be quite knowledgeable since they were able to pass the provincial exams. They should be more than qualified to teach those students at the academy. Therefore, I believe that we should choose those students who are kind and patient to teach in the academy, so that they won't mislead the students. Therefore, I racked my brains and worked hard to come up with this set of psychological test questions, just to see the nature of these students who failed to pass. He shamelessly said that he worked his heart out, but in reality, it was just his beautiful superior who handed him the phone and he copied the questions. But Pai Lupi and the others didn't know that. They really thought that Li Wangyu had put in a lot of thought into it. Although they had never heard of this psychological test before, since Li Wangyu said it so confidently, they could only give it a try. Pai Lupi said to Kong Yingda, Master Kong, don't be angry. Whether this psychological test succeeds or not, we'll let this kid try. If he doesn't succeed, I'll teach him a lesson on behalf of Master Kong. Although Kong Ingda still didn't believe Li Wangyu, he could only nod slightly in agreement with Pai Lupi's words. Outside Mingluan Hall, the servants of the Imperial College immediately ran to the school with piles of examination papers after receiving the order. The halls of the Imperial College were almost filled with students who had come to apply for the position. Previously, the crowd had been confused and made a fuss for a long time, but they couldn't get an explanation. They could only wait patiently for the examination papers to be handed out. But when the servants of the Imperial College handed out the examination papers one by one, the students once again went into an uproar when they saw the questions on the examination papers. What kind of question is this? If you had to live with an animal or insect that you hate, which one would you tolerate? Snake, pig, rat, fly? What kind of damned question is this? Tao ancestor above, is this really an examination paper for us to do? The students who had been clamoring to leave were so angry after seeing the examination papers that they slammed their palms on the tables in front of them. I don't want to take the examination anymore. County Count who is clearly toying with us. Although I'm not talented, I'm not a plaything for these nobles. Everyone, farewell. Just as the examination papers were handed out, there were people in every hall who angrily stood up, flung their robes, and left with a cold snort. In a short while, hundreds of people refused to take the examination and left with a flick of their sleeves. Chapter 732. Hundreds of students left in a huff. Naturally, this matter was immediately reported to Mingluan Hall. Everyone was stunned when they heard this. Hundreds of students, just like Kong Ingda, actually left in a huff because of Li Wangyu's so-called psychological test scroll. It was really awkward. Ma Zhou and the other disciples looked at Li Wangyu with slight worry. Pai Lupi glared at Li Wangyu fiercely. Zio, your examination has just begun and so many people have left in dissatisfaction. How can the academy recruit people? Li Wangyu was not anxious at all. Uncle, don't worry. I think it's a good thing that these people have left. Oh. Why do you say so? Li Wangyu explained, obviously, these students who left have bad tempers and can't accept new things. They are not suitable candidates to be teachers of the academy. So what if they leave early? Hee, haven't only a few hundred people left? There are more than 1,000 students left. Uncle, you don't have to worry. Hearing this, Pai Lupi thought for a while and felt that it made sense. He did not say anything else. Kong Ingda, on the other hand, began to glare at Li Wangyu again. Zio, do you mean that I'm also a bad-tempered person who can't accept new things? Li Wangyu was speechless. Why did this old man take the initiative to accept the flying dagger? Hee, Master Kong, what are you talking about? Master Kong is only angry at me because you care about those scholars. In a moment of desperation, and you don't treat me as an outsider. Naturally, I only feel grateful to Master Kong. Why would I mean that? Li Wangyu's explanation made Kong Ingda nod slightly, reluctantly accepting his explanation. Kong Ingda said, Zio, don't blame me for being meddlesome. I'm also worried that your actions today will affect your hard-earned reputation in the scholarly world. You also know that the scholars in Chang and now call you the little immortal poet and respectfully address you as teacher. Since this is the case, Zio, you should cherish these scholars and not make fun of them. Yes, Lord Kong is right. Li Wangyu hurriedly bowed to Kong Ingda to express his gratitude. Although the old man had a big temper just now, the old man really didn't have any bad intentions towards him. Li Wangyu knew what was good for him. Ever since Li Wangyu had transmigrated to the Tang dynasty, he had met several great scholars. Whether it was Yu Shinan, Kong Ingda, Lu Quan, or Li Gang, all of their characters and knowledge were indisputable. They also cared for him a lot. Li Wangyu also respected these elders from the bottom of his heart. He would not hold a grudge against Kong Ingda just because he lost his temper with him. However, Kong Ingda did not let him off the hook. He continued, Zio, even if this exam paper is the psychological test you mentioned, how can you prove that it is effective? Pai Lupi, Fang Xianling, and the others all looked at Li Wangyu. Naturally, everyone was also curious. Could it be that this person's nature could really be predicted by these inexplicable questions? Zhang Sun Wuji joked, then do we have to invite Yuan Tiangang here? Asking him to read the faces of those students and read their fortune? This will prove whether the psychological test is accurate or not. Everyone laughed when they heard this. Now, as Pai Lupi's think tank, Yuan Tiangang's reputation in the imperial court was getting more and more resounding. Many officials and nobles would beg Yuan Tiangang to read their faces. Li Wangyu also laughed with everyone. However, when Zhang Sun Wuji mentioned Yuan Tiangang, he suddenly thought of another person. That was the famous person in history, Li Chunfeng, who was said to have written the push-back chart with Yuan Tiangang. Li Chunfeng should be 27 or 28 years old now. He was still very young. Moreover, Li Chunfeng was intelligent and studious since childhood. He read a lot of books and was especially proficient in astronomy, calendar, mathematics, and so on. Li Wangyu pondered for a moment. It seemed that Li Chunfeng should be studying and researching astronomy at the Bureau of History. Should he ask Pai Lupi for him and send him to the academy? It seemed to be feasible. A Taoist like Li Chunfeng would be a scientist in the Tang dynasty. It seemed too wasteful to spend his whole life studying astronomy and calendar at the Bureau of History. He was thinking absent-mindedly about this matter when his body was gently pushed by Ma Zhou. Teacher, His Majesty is asking you if you have a way to prove the results of the psychological test. Oh. Only then did Li Wangyu come back to his senses. He smiled at Li Erxiao and said, Uncle, this matter is simple. Just find a few students and verify it. How do we verify it? Li Wangyu thought for a moment and replied, after the students finish the psychological test, Uncle and the officials can take a few of them. Then, get someone to find the friends of these students. I can immediately find out the general nature of this person based on their answers. Uncle, if you ask the friends of these students, it will be clear whether it is accurate or not. Kang Yingda and Fang Xianling nodded. Ziyu, this is a good idea. Our friends know best about this person's nature. They will know after asking. Pai Lupi also nodded in agreement. Okay, we will follow Ziyu's idea. Mr. Kong, tell the students who came to the Imperial College to take the test today not to leave in a hurry. Once they're done, I want to see whether Zio's psychological test is real or if this kid is just messing around. Kang Yingda naturally had no objections and asked the servants of the Imperial College to pass the message. Li Wanyo's psychological test did not have many questions. There were only 20 to 30 multiple-choice questions. There was no need to think about the questions. The students could only answer these strange questions based on their intuition. After a quarter of an hour, the students in the Imperial College had finished the test. Immediately, servants came forward to collect the thousands of test papers and send them back to Mingluan Hall. Pai Lupi saw that the test papers were sent back and randomly picked 2 of them. He called Kang Yingda, Fang Xianling, and the others to each pick 2 test papers and give them to Li Wangyu. Then, he immediately asked someone to summon the 10 students and their friends to Mingluan Hall. Okay, Ziyu, these 10 people. Let's see if you can judge their nature based on their test papers. Pai Lupi's face was full of disbelief. Li Wangyu smiled and took the 10 test papers. He took out a piece of paper and called Ma Zhou, Yan Liben, Sheng Guanyi, and Lu Rengui to his side. Bin Wang, Liben, Yushao, Zhengze, according to the standards on this paper, mark these 5 test papers. Sheng Guanyi's name was Yushao, and Lu Rengui's name was Zhengze. After the 2 of them were apprenticed, Li Wangyu immediately put this free labor to use. What he gave Ma Zhou and the others was the psychological test paper evaluation form. In the test paper, each answer to a different question would have a corresponding evaluation score. Finally, these evaluation scores would be summed up to obtain a numerical value. Based on this numerical value, an effective quantitative analysis could be carried out. Of course, Li Wangyu also knew that the psychological test only provided a certain reference. It could not completely accurately reflect a person's character and nature. It could only roughly analyze a person's interests, attitude, character, and temperament. However, this was enough for Li Wangyu to choose a teacher for the academy. Under the gaze of Pai Lupi, Fang Xianling, and the others, Ma Zhou and the others quickly finished marking the 10 test papers. Chapter 733. Li Wangyu stepped forward and took a test questionnaire. He looked at the values given by Ma Zhou and the others according to the evaluation form, and then took out another evaluation form from his body to compare them. Uncle, everyone, this student named Zhao Ziyang has a free and uninhibited personality, but he is stubborn. Sometimes, he even has his own way. In my opinion, he is not suitable to be a teacher in the academy. Pai Lupi and Fang Xianling naturally did not believe him. He then asked someone to go out and call in Zhao Ziyang's classmates and friends for questioning. These students did not know why they had been summoned to the Mingluan Hall. They were uneasy. After they were led in by the servants of the Imperial College, they quickly bowed to the crowd. Other than Li Wangyu, these students naturally did not know Pai Lupi and Fang Xianling. However, looking at everyone's attire, the respectful attitude of the servants of the Imperial College, and the burly guards outside Mingluan Hall, they knew that they could not afford to offend the nobles in front of them. This student greets Mr. and all the esteemed guests. May I know why Mr. and all the esteemed guests have summoned us here? Someone asked cautiously. Kang Yingda stroked his beard and smiled, "Don't panic. I am the Chancellor of the Imperial College. I have called you here to ask you a few questions." Hearing that the elder in front of them was the Chancellor of the Directorate, Kang Yingda, the group of students hurriedly bowed down once more, "Greetings to Chancellor Kang. If Chancellor Kang has any questions, we will answer them to the best of our abilities. Let me ask you, is Zhao Ziyang a good friend of yours?" The students were stunned and did not understand what he meant. They could only nod. "Yes, Zhao Ziyang is familiar with us. We are all students from Hebei province." Kang Yingda nodded and continued to ask, "According to your understanding, Zhao Ziyang has a free and uninhibited personality, but he is also stubborn. Sometimes, he even has his own way." The students were stunned when they heard this. They looked at each other and did not know how to answer. They were even more surprised. Did Zhao Ziyang do something wrong? Why would Chancellor Kang ask such a question? You don't need to worry. This is just a small test. You just need to tell the truth. Kang Yingda saw that they were frightened and uneasy, so he tried to comfort them. The few students hesitated for a moment before nodding their heads and answering honestly, "What Chancellor Kang said is right, Zhao Ziyang is indeed somewhat stubborn. This student doesn't dare to lie. Zhao Ziyang doesn't like to be persuaded. Although we are his classmates and friends, we can't persuade him. Once he has made up his mind, not even 10 cows can pull him back." "Teacher, Chancellor Kang, Zhao Ziyang didn't do anything wrong, right? He's not a bad person, just a little stubborn." The answers of these students immediately stunned Pai Lupi and the other big shots. What? Li Wangyu was actually right? Everyone looked at each other, trying to guess what was going on. Li Wangyu smiled and comforted the restless students. "You don't have to think too much. Zhao Ziyang is fine. It's just a small test. You can go back now. Don't spread these words." Yes, this student understands." The few students still felt uneasy in their hearts, but they could only leave Mingluan Hall. After these students left, Pai Lupi, Fang Xianling, and the others had wonderful expressions on their faces. Could it be that Li Wangyu's psychological test paper was really so magical? A total stranger could answer some inexplicable questions and he could see through this person's nature? This Zio is right. It's not wrong at all. Fang Xianling said. Pai Lupi still didn't dare to believe it completely. Could it be that this kid was a blind cat that met a dead mouse? Zio, take another test paper and see what this person's nature is like. Li Wangyu shrugged his shoulders and signaled Ma Zhou to pass another psychological test paper. The Google psychological test paper stored in the beautiful boss's mobile phone is based on the MMPI Minnesota multiple personality tests. It is mainly used for personality tests to test psychological indicators such as emotions, needs, motives, interests, attitudes, character, temperament, and so on. This questionnaire is different from the kind of psychological test that people in later generations like to flood their circle of friends. It should be said that it is quite professional and accurate. But this psychological test questionnaire is too difficult to understand for Pai Lupi, Kong Ingda, and others. Answering some questions that seem inexplicable to everyone can measure the nature of a person. This is simply comparable to Yuan Tiangong's face reading technique. It is very magical. 10 students were randomly selected by Pai Lupi, Fang Xianling, and others. After asking their classmates and friends one by one, everyone was surprised to find that the answers they got were basically the same as the results of Li Wangyou's questionnaire. A group of big shots, including Pai Lupi, were completely speechless at this time. Even if they didn't believe it before, now that the facts were in front of everyone, they had to believe it. Kong Ingda, the old man, felt even more embarrassed. It seems that he really wronged Li Wangyou when he was angry at him. However, the old man was also straightforward. After witnessing the authenticity of the psychological test questionnaire with his own eyes, he directly bowed to Li Wangyou. Zio, I have wronged you. I apologize to you. Zio, please don't blame me. Li Wangyou was shocked by Kong Ingda's move and quickly supported him. What are you talking about, Kong Ingda? I don't deserve such a big bow from you. Hee, if you really feel sorry for me, why don't you treat me to a meal in Ping Kong Fong today? Good. Although I am not as good at making money as Zio, it is still no problem to invite you to Ping Kong Fong. Kong Ingda twisted his beard and laughed. When Pai Lupi heard the two of them say this, he actually also joked on the side. I have nothing to do today. Why don't you invite us to Ping Kong Fong together? Not only was Kong Ingda not annoyed, but he even clapped his hands and cheered. It is rare that your majesty is interested. This old subject will naturally treat you. When Li Wangyou heard this, a few black lines appeared on his forehead. Damn it, going to a brothel like Ping Kong Fong to look for young ladies actually required a group? And it was His Majesty the Emperor who was leading the group. Sure enough, there was some truth in the saying that the Tang dynasty was dirty and stinky. The emperor and ministers of the Tang dynasty were really quite open about matters between men and women. Now, no one doubted the authenticity of Li Wangyou's psychological test anymore. Pai Lupi suddenly asked, Zio, can you teach this method of yours to the Ministry of Official Personnel Affairs? If you let the Ministry of Official Personnel Affairs use this method to select officials, wouldn't it be able to remove those greedy people from the imperial court? When Zhang Sun Wuji heard this, he frowned, as if he didn't agree with Pai Lupi's words. However, he cleverly maintained his silence. Li Wangyou pondered for a while, then slowly shook his head and rejected Pai Lupi's suggestion. Uncle, I'm afraid this isn't appropriate. Since the imperial court selects officials based on the imperial examination, how can we reject people based on their personalities? If Uncle wants to deal with corruption, you should strengthen the supervision of the officials. Using psychological tests to determine the appointment and dismissal of officials is too much of a joke. When Li Wangyou said this, Zhang Sun Wuji secretly heaved a sigh of relief. His gaze towards Li Wangyou became more and more pleasing to the eye. Pai Lupi pondered over Li Wangyou's words and could only nod helplessly, accepting his explanation. Everyone chatted for a while. Then under Kong Ingda's lead, they left the Imperial College and walked towards Ping Kong Fong next door. Chapter 734. The largest Imperial College in the Tang Dynasty and the largest red light district in the Tang Dynasty, or even the world's largest red light district, Ping Kong Fong, were only separated by a 100-meter wide street. Li Wangyou even maliciously wondered if the Imperial College had been set up in Ping Kong Fong to make it convenient for the teachers and students of the Imperial College to go to Ping Kong Fong to drink and have fun at any time. Just by looking at Kong Ingda's familiar appearance, Li Wangyou knew that this old man was definitely a regular customer. In fact, in the past year or so, Li Wangyou had followed Ching Chumo and his group of playboys to Ping Kong Fong to drink and drink. However, it was the first time that he had led his 4 disciples to drink and drink with Pai Lupi, the emperor's concubine. He always felt that it was unreliable. Later generations said that there were 4 irons in life. They were carrying guns together, going through windows together, sharing dirty things together, and going to brothels together. What was going on with him leading his disciples to visit brothels with Uncle Tsong? However, since he was already here, Li Wangyu would not be pretentious. Anyway, even if he had been to the brothels in Ping Kong Fong so many times, he had never had any mishaps. At most, he had only hugged and taken advantage of them. It was not that Li Wangyu was a clean freak, but he was afraid of death. In the Tang dynasty, there were no condoms or umbrellas. Whether it was the young ladies in the brothels or the huji in the Hu wine taverns, they were all a pair of jade-like arms that could be pillowed by thousands. What if he accidentally contracted a dirty disease? Although Sun Simiao had created penicillin, in Li Wangyu's opinion, the handmade penicillin should not be injected. It was really not reliable. It was not easy for him to transmigrate to the Tang dynasty. Now, he had changed from a loser to a county official in the founding of the Tang dynasty. His family had so much money that he did not know how to spend it. He did not want to lose his life because of a moment of impulse. Li Wangyu did not think that if he died, he would be able to transmigrate again. It was because of this thought, and the deterrence of his beautiful superior at home, that Li Wangyu did not dare to really have any thoughts in these brothels. Pai Lupi wanted to visit the brothels in person. Mi Tua, the provincial supervisor of internal servants, had already arranged everything. Although it was Kongingda, when they stepped into the brothels, Li Wangyu found that the brothels had already been emptied. The guards outside were all palace guards in casual clothes. Sister Bao, of the painting house, naturally did not know Li Er, but she knew Kongingda. Kongingda chose this brothels. Kong Fong was also a regular customer. The brothels, Fong Kong Fong brothel, brothels. Speaking of which, the brothels in Peace Square were naturally not businesses that just any merchant could do. The owners behind them were actually all big shots in the imperial court. Sister Bao, was naturally unwilling to clear the place. Although Kongingda was a secondary third-rank chancellor of the imperial college, the master behind her painting tower had a high status. If it was only Kongingda who came here to drink, how could he have the qualifications to ask people to clear the place? Sister Bao, was just about to stop them when she heard those strong men say that the guest that Chancellor Kong was going to invite was the Count of Huxian, whose name had spread throughout Chang, and Sister Bao's expression immediately changed. Not only was she not angry, but she was also smiling. She signaled the shop assistants in the building to cooperate with the strong men and carefully persuaded the customers in the building to leave. Of course, there was a reason why Sister Bao, of the painting house, was so cooperative when she heard that Li Wangyu was coming. Firstly, although Li Wangyu was only a fourth-rank county count who had founded the country, everyone in Chang knew that he was a relative of the Li Tang clan. He was the uncle and nephew of the sage. Secondly, Li Wangyu was the teacher of the crown prince. In the future, when the crown prince ascended the throne, he would be the preceptor of the emperor. In the city of Chang'an, no one dared to despise the young county earl, except for a few prominent dukes and aristocratic families like the 5 surnames and 7 looks. Of course, the most important thing was Li Wangyu's identity as the immortal poet. Ever since the Spring Lantern Festival, when Li Wangyu's 2 poems about the Spring Lantern Festival appeared, which of the young ladies in Ping Kong Lane did not yearn for him day and night? There was one infatuated lady who missed Li Wangyu so much that she was about to be possessed. Sister Bao was also a shrewd person. Naturally, she wanted to curry favor with Li Wangyu. If this little immortal of poetry in Chang had a good time in her brothel and left a few words of legendary works, then her brothel would become famous in the Peace House. There were tens of thousands of brothels in Peace Square. They were similar to the entertainment circle in the future. That was, they all needed to be famous. If the ladies in her painting house could get a few poems from the county count, then wouldn't her business be famous in the future? Sister Bao knew that before the county count was conferred a title, he had left a poem in a painting house in Peace Square, praising the beauty of the ladies in the painting house. As a result, as the reputation of the county count became more and more prominent, the business of the brothel became one of the best in Peace Square because of Li Wangyu's poem. How could people not be envious of it? The person who told the imperial guards to say so was Mitua, the Minister of Internal Affairs. He knew that if he didn't reveal his identity, Kongingda, the Chancellor of the Imperial College, was not enough to make the painting house clear. It was not convenient for Mitua to say that Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui, and Zhang Sun Wuji were coming to visit the brothel. Therefore, he could only use Li Wangyu's name. If Li Wangyu knew that Mitua, this bastard, used his name to clear the place, he would probably pull out his knife and fight with this castrated man. Everyone entered the painting house. Under the attentive service of Sister Bao, they entered the elegant room. Without needing Kongingda's instructions, more than 10 of the most beautiful ladies, singers, and dancers in the painting house rushed into the elegant room. The food and wine that had been prepared long ago was immediately served. Amidst the sounds of the pipa and guzheng, the dancers began to dance gracefully. Those fragrant young ladies' soft and delicate bodies were tightly pressed against everyone's bodies. The elegant room suddenly became boundless with spring. Li Wangyu looked up at his disciples and couldn't help but be amused. Ma Zhou, Yan Liben, and even Lu Rengui looked as if nothing had happened. Each of them was holding a young lady in their arms, eating and drinking as they pleased. They did not regard themselves as outsiders at all. It was Sheng Guanyi who was nervous and uneasy. He didn't seem to know where to put his hands and feet. When the lady next to him hugged him, his body was as stiff as a puppet. Li Wangyu couldn't help but be amused. Sheng Guanyi was 21 years old. Why did he still look like a virgin? One must know that Xing Chumo and the other dandy young masters started to go to Peace Square and Hu wine houses when they were in their teens. To the Tang people, 21 years old was already considered a mature age. Men who married early probably had children who were old enough to buy soy sauce. And Sheng Guanyi was also from an official's family. How could he not have seen these romantic places? But when Li Wangyu recalled Sheng Guanyi's experience, it suddenly dawned on him. When Sheng Guanyi was 10 years old, in order to avoid trouble, he shaved his head and became a monk. Li Wangyu rubbed his chin and couldn't help laughing in his heart. Sheng Guanyi turned out to be a monk. No wonder he was so nervous after being hugged by the lady in the painting house. Amitba, appearance is emptiness, emptiness is appearance. As for Kongingda, this old man, Li Wangyu's sharp eyes noticed that his hand had already reached into the dress of the lady next to him. Just by looking at the beautiful and shy lady's flushed face, Li Wangyu knew that this old man was up to no good. In the elegant room, everyone toasted each other. After a few cups of wine, the atmosphere became more lively. At this moment, there was a sudden clamor below the painting house. Chapter 735. At this time, the guards below the painting building were all palace guards in casual clothes. Even the troops of Li Wangyu, Fang Xianling, and the others were only on guard outside the painting building. At this moment, even flies couldn't fly in, but the brothel was still heavily guarded. As the emperor of the Tang dynasty, Pai Lupi still had many guards around him, even if he was in casual clothes. Compared with other emperors, Pai Lupi was not used to curling up in the palace walls of Taiji Palace. The same was true in the early Tang dynasty. Even the imperial concubines could enter and leave the palace at will, let alone Pai Lupi, who had been in the army for more than 10 years. But at this time, there was a noise below the painting building, which naturally made everyone in the elegant room frown. However, Li Wangyu's ears were very sharp. He heard that the loud noise below seemed to be Fang Yai and the others. Li Wangyu couldn't help but laugh. Looking at Fang Xianling and Du Ruhui in the elegant room, he thought, what's the meaning of this? Fang Yai and the others also came to this brothel to drink wine? What is this? Father and son staying in the painting building, are they going to play the father and son ethical joke? This guy was also very bad. He directly winked at Pai Lupi and said with a smile, Uncle, it should be the second son of General Fang and the 2 sons of General Du. Li Er laughed loudly when he heard that and said, this bunch of scoundrel brats, why did they come to this painting house today as well? Mitua, go and call them up. Li Wangyu stole a glance and noticed that the faces of Fang Xianling and Du Ruhui twitched unconsciously. Obviously, they were very annoyed by Pai Lupi's nature of enjoying the fun. Although visiting a brothel in the Tang dynasty was an elegant thing to do, if the father and son visited the same brothel at the same time, it would definitely be a lively gossip in Cheng, and the next day. Li Wangyu, Pai Lupi, Zhang Sun Wuji, and Kong Yingda all laughed and winked at Fang Xianling and Du Ruhui. Fang Xianling and Du Ruhui were so angry that they cursed in their hearts. They decided to teach those bastards a lesson when they returned home. Very soon, the sound of hurried footsteps could be heard from the painting building. It seemed that this group of fops was still very impatient. Li Wangyu was increasingly looking forward to the scene of the father and son meeting when the debauches pushed open the door of the elegant room. Wahahaha, such a lively scene was not something one could see often. He was not the only one who thought so. Even Pai Lupi, Zhang Sun Wuji, and Kong Yingda stopped talking. They looked at Fang and Du with mischievous smiles on their faces. Ma Sizhou and the others were also holding back their laughter. They were all waiting to watch the show. But when Fang Ei, Du He, Du Go, and this group of silk pants suddenly pushed open the door, their appearance gave everyone a fright. A group of fops, all of their clothes were stained with blood. Li Wangyu, Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui, and the others all rose to their feet. What happened? What's with the blood on you? Fang Yai, Du He, and Du Go did not even have time to salute and greet their father and Pai Lupi. They stepped forward and grabbed Li Wangyu's sleeves and dragged him out. Zio, we finally found you. Quick, go and save him. Brother Chumo is in trouble. He's in danger. Li Wangyu's mind buzzed. Brother Yai, tell me clearly, what happened? What happened to Brother Chumo? Brother Chumo was injured by an arrow and was sent to the Union Hospital for emergency treatment. Mr. Treasure said that it might be difficult to save him, so we quickly came to find you to save him. Stop talking, let's go, the horse is downstairs. Fang Yai explained as he pulled Li Wangyu out of the room. Li Wangyu also panicked. He knew that this was not the time to talk, and he did not have time to greet Pai Lupi and the others. He hurriedly followed the fops downstairs. Send someone to the Shangyao Bureau to find Lu Fengyu and ask him to go to the Union Hospital immediately. Li Wangyu ordered as he ran. Fang Yai said, I've already sent someone to invite Lu Fengyu. But even Mr. Treasure is helpless. I'm afraid only you and Old Immortal Sun can save Brother Chumo. Old Immortal Sun is still in Dingzhou village and can't help. Now we can only rely on you. Li Wangyu was so anxious that he cursed in his heart. What was the use of looking for him? He didn't know anything about medicine. Did these fops really think that he was a divine doctor? In fact, it was not their fault that they were desperate. It was because Li Wangyu and Sun Simiao had saved Li Qingxian's life and performed a cesarean section to save the life of a pregnant woman. In Cheng and City, including Pai Lupi, who did not think that Li Wangyu was a divine doctor like BNK. As for the Union Hospital that the fops were talking about, it was the hospital that Li Wangyu, Sun Simiao, and Zhang Baozong had mentioned that he would fund to build in Cheng and City. After Li Wangyu spent a lot of money, the hospital opened in Chongyi Lane, where Xiandu Temple was located. The location of the hospital was directly taken from the Xuandu Temple. They didn't ask for a single copper and gave it to Li Wangyu to open the hospital. After all, with Sun Simiao, a Taoist senior, the abbot of Xiandu Temple naturally had to give face. Li Wangyu had the courtyard renovated. It was divided into two parts, outpatient and inpatient. He also planned a special ward, operating room, and pharmacy. The reason why the hospital was named Union Hospital was purely because of Li Wangyu's bad taste. After all, the #1 hospital in Huaxia in the future was Beijing Union Hospital. Sun Simiao and Zhang Baozong had asked him what Union meant. Li Wangyu replied that it was written in the book Yao Dian, the people are clear, and the people are in harmony. Although Sun Simiao and Zhang Baozong did not understand why a hospital had to be in harmony with the people, they were too lazy to ask. After the opening of Union Hospital, Zhang Baozong, a famous doctor from the Tang dynasty, and Sun Simiao and Zhang Baozong's disciples were there to treat patients. Moreover, the poor people were given free treatment and medicine. Therefore, as expected, the Union Medical College Hospital immediately became popular in Chang'an City. Every day, the number of patients queuing up for treatment could stretch from Chongyi-Fang all the way to Vermilion Bird Avenue. Not only the poor people rushed to see a doctor, but even the high officials, nobles, and businessmen in Chang'an City also came to Union Hospital to seek treatment. Every day, people queued up from the morning drum to the moment before the door was closed. There was no time to rest. Zhang Baozong, the old man, was almost tired out. Seeing this situation, Li Wangyu also had a headache. He simply learned the registration system of the big hospitals in the future and only released a fixed number of consultation numbers every day. Except for patients who needed emergency treatment and were on the verge of death, those who did not have a registered number were not treated. This allowed Zhang Baozong and Sun Simiao's disciples and grand-disciples to catch their breath and not tire themselves to death. Every day, the money for the free soup and medicine given out by the Union Medical College Hospital was poured out like water. The old butler, Li Heng, was almost heartbroken. However, the people of the Tang dynasty were pure and kind. After receiving free treatment and medicine, they also knew how to be grateful. Almost every patient would kneel down respectfully and kowtow to the Union Hospital as soon as they walked out of the gate. Of course, Li Wangyu was not just running a charity. After all, Union Hospital had Zhang Baozong, a famous doctor, and a group of Sun Simiao's disciples and apprentices, whose medical skills were among the best in Chang'an City. Pai Lupi's private doctor, Lu Shenwei, the minister of the Shanyao Bureau, was just Sun Simiao's disciple. For those officials and nobles who came to Union Hospital to seek medical treatment, the fees set by Li Wangyu for consultation and medicine were unbelievably exorbitant. However, the medical skills of Union Hospital were excellent. The officials and nobles, as well as the businessmen and businessmen, could only hold their noses and obediently line up to see a doctor. At this time, Li Wangyu knew that Qing Chumo was injured and sent to Union Hospital. Naturally, he did not dare to delay. Ignoring the ban of horses in Chang'an City, he rode to Chongya-Fang with the playboys. Chapter 736. It had only been a few breaths of time since the debauches had rushed into the private room covered in blood and dragged Li Wangyu away in a hurry. However, it had given Li Er and the other big shots a fright. What had happened? Fang Xianling and Du Ruhui had thought that their son had been injured, but looking at the others, they were fine. The blood on their bodies must have belonged to someone else. What was worse was that Fang Yai had said that Qing Chumo was seriously injured and on the verge of death. Fang Xianling and Du Ruhui were both shocked. Pai Lupi ordered Mitua, who was serving beside him, go and find out what happened. Quickly report to me. Yes. Mitua didn't dare to delay. He bowed and immediately left the room to look for Yusi. After such a commotion, no one was in the mood to continue drinking and having fun. Pai Lupi waved his hand and drove all the ladies out of the room. He then ordered someone to go to Union Hospital to find out what had happened. Ma Zhou, Yan Liben, Sheng Guanyi, and Lu Rengui were also at a loss. The incident happened so suddenly and Li Wangyu left in a hurry. They didn't know if they should follow him to the Union Hospital or stay here. While they were anxiously waiting for news, the door to the room was suddenly pushed open. Mi Tuo rushed in anxiously. Duh. Everyone, something has happened. Lu Guogong led troops to surround the Honglu Temple and forced the Goguryeo diplomatic mission to hand over the culprit. He wants to avenge Qing Chumo. What? Pai Lupi was so shocked that he jumped to his feet. How is this related to the Goguryeo diplomatic mission? What's wrong with Qing Jijia? Mi Tuo swallowed hard and replied, just now, the cavalry department reported that Qing Chumo and the others went out to hunt today. For some reason, they bumped into the Goguryeo and Dongying diplomatic missions. The two sides clashed, and Qing Chumo was shot and injured by the Goguryeo diplomatic mission. Pa! With a loud bang, Pai Lupi smashed the wine cup in his hand on the floor. These bastards, how dare they? Mi Tuo, explain to me clearly. How can the Goguryeo envoy be so brazen? How dare you shoot Qing Chimo in Chang'an? Mi Tuo was already sweating profusely. Reporting to everyone, the 100 Cavalry Division does not know the details of what happened. Li Er had already become unable to restrain his anger. A bunch of trash. Let's go to the Chamberlain of Dependencies. Today, we must not let that bastard Qing Jijia kill his way into Honglu Temple. Otherwise, where will our Tang dynasty put its face? No one dared to hesitate. Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui, and Zhang Sun Wuji escorted Pai Lupi out of the building and towards the Chamberlain of Dependencies. Ma Zhou and Yan Liben looked at each other and decided to go to Peking Union Hospital first to see if there was anything they could help with. Today's matter was really too big. If it wasn't handled properly, it might cause a huge earthquake in the world. Duke of Lu, Qing Yaojin, had led his troops to surround the Chamberlain of Dependencies, and the eldest son of Duke of Lu, Qing Chimo, had been shot by the Goguryeo envoy. His life was hanging by a thread. This matter was truly going to pierce through the heavens. If something went wrong, the war between Goguryeo and the Tang dynasty would probably start again. Although Goguryeo wasn't big, it was a hard bone to chew. The Sui dynasty invaded Goguryeo 3 times. Not only did they fail to take down Goguryeo, they even caused their own country to fall apart. In the end, the Sui dynasty was replaced by Li Tang. Today, the relationship between the Tang dynasty and Goguryeo seemed to have eased up a lot on the surface. Li Yuan had even conferred the Goguryeo king the title of Shangzhou state and king of Liaodong. However, how could a country that repeatedly submitted to the Sui dynasty and repeatedly violated the borders of the suzerain state be able to exist peacefully at the borders of the Tang dynasty? The friction between the two sides had always been constant. They fought openly and secretly, and there were turbulent waves in private. There was no friendship at all. Now that such a thing had happened, if Qing Chimo really couldn't be saved, or if Duke of Lu was angered and massacred the Chamberlain of Dependencies, the two countries would probably immediately erupt into war. This wasn't a good thing for the current Tang dynasty. Thinking of this, Ma Zhou and Yan Liben both broke out in a cold sweat. Now, they could only pray that their teacher could save Duke of Lu's eldest son from the King of Hell. Otherwise, who knows how many people in the world would be buried with Qing Chimo. On the other side, Li Wangyu followed a group of wastrels and galloped through Chang'an. In a few moments, they rushed into Chongye Square. Li Wangyu jumped off the horse and rushed into the emergency room of Union Medical Hospital. Mr. Baozong, how is Qing Chimo? Zhang Baozong sighed and shook his head. The arrow in the young duke's body has been removed, and this old man has treated his wound. However, he lost too much blood and was already unconscious when he was sent to the hospital. Sigh, based on this old man's experience, I'm afraid it's not good. County Count Hu, you should make arrangements early. Hearing this, Li Wangyu couldn't help but feel a little dizzy. There was a bitter taste in his mouth, but he didn't know what to do. He couldn't understand why Qing Chimo would encounter such a thing. In history, Qing Chimo, this little bastard, was living well. Not only did he marry Princess Qinghe, but after Qing Yaojin's death, he also inherited the title of Duke of Lu. He had a long life. How could Qing Chimo be seriously injured and on the verge of death in the 3rd year of Zhengguan? He suddenly thought of Li Qingxian's inexplicable appendicitis. It was also a scene that had never appeared in history. Could it be that all this was a chain reaction caused by the fluttering of butterfly wings after he transmigrated to the Tang dynasty? Damn it. No matter what, he had to find a way to save Qing Chimo. Ma Zhou and the others could imagine what would happen after Qing Chimo's death. Li Wangyu could also imagine it. Moreover, he also knew that the Tang dynasty was not strong enough and the Eastern Turks had not been destroyed. More than 10 years later, in the 17th year of Zhengguan, Pai Lupi personally went to Goguryeo, but he was also defeated and returned empty-handed. If they went to war with Goguryeo because of Qing Chimo, Li Wangyu really couldn't predict where the history of the Tang dynasty would lead to. Therefore, Qing Chimo must not die. But how could he save him? Excessive blood loss was not an incurable disease. If it was in the future, blood transfusion would suffice. Any official hospital would have blood for emergency use in the operating room. Ching Chimo's situation was not a big deal and could be saved easily. But this was the Tang dynasty. Where could they find blood for Ching Chimo? Of course, blood was easy to find. They could just collect it. With so many troops here, they could collect as much blood as they wanted. But the key was blood type. Even primary school students in the future knew that the most common blood types in the human body were A, B, AB, and O blood types. Among them, O blood type was the universal blood donor and AB blood type was the universal blood recipient. But how could he know Ching Chimo's blood type? And how could he know the blood type of those troops? If he transfused the wrong blood type, he would not be saving Ching Chimo, but murdering him. Thinking of this, Li Wangyu angrily slapped his head. Because in the future, his blood type was O, and he could donate blood to save Ching Chimo's life. But now, his soul had transmigrated to the Tang dynasty. Who would know the blood type of this body? His beautiful boss had transmigrated to the Tang dynasty, but her blood type was A. Without knowing Ching Chimo's blood type, it was meaningless. Chapter 737. A blood transfusion could save Ching Chimo, but because they did not know the blood type, they were helpless. This feeling was really terrible. Li Wangyu angrily grabbed his hair, making it look like a chicken coop. At this time, Lu Shenwei also came to the Union Hospital. After a round of treatment, his conclusion was exactly the same as Zhang Baozong's. Ching Chimo's situation, whether it was Zhang Baozong or Lu Shenwei, was already half a step into the gates of hell. Even if De Luo Golden Immortal came down to earth, it would be difficult to save him. Naturally, it was not their fault that their medical skills were not good. Blood transfusion treatment was not a routine treatment until more than 1,000 years later, in 1901, when a pathologist in Vienna confirmed the blood type. But before that, if he lost too much blood, he could only wait for death. Niu Wu, immediately take people to the East Market and bring Chongqing to the hospital. Quickly. Take my goldfish talisman with you. If anyone tries to stop you, don't pay attention. Go quickly. Li Wangyu took the goldfish talisman from his waist and threw it to Niu Wu. Horses were forbidden in Chang'an City unless it was an emergency. Without his goldfish talisman, the patrolling marquis would probably stop Niu Wu and the others. Now, to save Ching Chimo, they must race against time. There was no time to waste. The reason why Li Wangyu asked Niu Wu to invite Su Chongqing was to discuss with her and see if they could find a way to save Ching Chimo. Although his beautiful boss was not a medical student, even if she came, she might not really have a solution. But at this time, 2 heads were better than 1. With 1 more person to discuss, they might be able to come up with a solution. The distance from Chongyifang to the East Market was not too far. It only took a quarter of an hour to go back and forth. With Li Wangyu's goldfish talisman opening the way, naturally no one stopped them. Not long after, Niu Wu invited his beautiful boss to the Union Hospital. Knowing that Ching Chimo had lost too much blood and was seriously injured and dying, Su Chongqing was also shocked. Wangyu, how is it? What did Mr. Baozong say? The situation is not good. Brother Chimo has lost too much blood and is still unconscious. I reckon that if he doesn't get a blood transfusion as soon as possible, he won't be able to survive. But Chongqing, you also know that in the Tang dynasty, where can you get your blood type tested? That's why I called you here to see if we can come up with a solution. Li Wangyu replied angrily. Su Chongqing's beautiful eyes flashed. After thinking for a while, she said with uncertainty, Wangyu, I seem to remember that you can test your blood type through blood type fusion. Li Wangyu was overjoyed and hurriedly asked, what is it? Chongqing, tell me quickly. Can we save Chimo with this blood transfusion? Su Chongqing furrowed his brows and tried to recall. I can't remember clearly. It seems to be a mixture of blood of different blood types. We can know the blood type by checking if there are any clots, but how to do it, Li Wangyu said anxiously, think carefully. What's going on? Su Chongqing was also very distressed. Probably when 2 types of blood serum are dripped together, there will be different clots. It also seems to be related to blood type A and B. Li Wangyou's eyes lit up. Changqing, aren't you blood type A? Can you test other people's blood type through your blood type? I remember that I learned in biology class that when type A blood and type B blood mix, there will be a hemolytic reaction. It should be the clots that you said, right? Yes, I also remember that type B and AB blood will clot with type A blood. Only type A and type O blood will not clot. Su Changqing also remembered. Li Wangyu continued, so, as long as we know that Changqing is blood type A, we can use your blood serum as a key to distinguish your blood into two groups. Type A and O blood that do not clot, and type B and AB blood that clots. Su Changqing nodded, but asked puzzledly, and then? If we can't figure out the specific blood type, we still can't transfuse blood to Qingchimo. Li Wangyu suddenly hugged his beautiful boss and kissed her pretty face. Huh, girls really don't like to study biology and geography. I was reminded by you and finally remembered everything. Your type A blood is a key. Through the forward and reverse tests, we can detect all 4 blood types. Really? Don't worry. There's no problem at all. We just need some blood from you, Changqing. The beautiful boss nodded. Taking some blood to save Qingchimo was naturally not a problem. Li Wangyu pulled his beautiful boss and rushed into the emergency room of Union Medical College Hospital. Quick, prepare the syringe. I know how to save Chimo. His words made Zhang Baozong, Lu Shenwei, and several of Sun Simiao's disciples in the emergency room raised their eyebrows. Lu Shenwei asked, Zio, what's the use of a syringe? Qingchimo has lost too much blood. Even if we inject penicillin, it's useless. No, we're not going to inject penicillin for Chimo. Brother Shenwei, quick, prepare the syringe and draw some blood from Changqing and Chimo. Lu Shenwei was stunned when he heard this. Zio, are you crazy? Qingchimo has lost too much blood and is still unconscious. I'm afraid he's dead. You still want to draw blood from him? Don't worry, it's just a little bit. This is to save him. Hurry up. There's no time. I'll explain it to you in detail later. Li Wangyu didn't have time to give Lu Shenwei and Zhang Baozong a lesson about blood types. Everything was to save Qingchimo. Lu Shenwei couldn't dissuade him, so he could only listen to his orders. Using a bamboo needle, he extracted a tube of blood from Su Changqing and the unconscious Lu Shenwei. Fortunately, he practiced injecting penicillin and knew where the blood vessels were. He knew where to draw blood from. If it was an imperial physician from the Tang dynasty, he wouldn't be able to do it. Seeing that the blood was drawn, Li Wangyu asked Lu Shenwei to stop the blood. He wanted to separate the blood serum from it. Lu Shenwei was completely baffled by his actions. Zio, what are you doing? Brother Shenwei, Chimo has lost too much blood. There's only one way to save him, and that's to give him a blood transfusion. Blood transfusion? What's a blood transfusion? Lu Shenwei and Zhang Baozong were even more confused. Li Wangyu said, a blood transfusion is naturally to inject the blood of a healthy person into Chimo's body. What? Zio, what nonsense are you talking about? Zhang Baozong's hand trembled and pulled out a few strands of beard from his chin. Lu Shenwei also looked as if he had seen a ghost. Zio, what are you talking about? This blood can be transfused into another person's body? How is this possible? Can that person still survive? Li Wangyu nodded with certainty. Of course it can. Of course, this blood is different. Not just anyone's blood can be transfused into Chimo's body. We have to find the right blood type. I don't have time to explain it to you now. I'll tell you in detail after we save Chimo. 10 minutes later, the 2 tubes of blood that had been collected began to coagulate slowly. The serum was separated, and they could start the blood type identification test. Chapter 738. If it wasn't for the fact that his beautiful superior had also transmigrated to the Tang dynasty, Li Wangyu probably wouldn't have been able to identify the blood type of a human. After all, he didn't have any professional equipment or medical knowledge. His beautiful superior's type A blood became the key to solving the mystery of blood types in the Tang dynasty. Using type A blood serum and an unknown blood serum was known as a positive agglutination experiment. Using type A blood serum and an unknown blood serum for an agglutination experiment was known as a reverse agglutination experiment. Through the blood agglutination experiment, the four types of blood could be easily distinguished. If both positive and negative agglutination occurred, the unknown blood type would be type O. If both positive and negative agglutination occurred, the unknown blood type would be type AB. If both positive and negative agglutination occurred, the unknown blood type would be type A. If positive and negative agglutination occurred, the unknown blood type would be type B. With his beautiful superior's type A blood serum, Li Wangyu and his beautiful superior quickly found out that Qing Chimo's blood type was type B through the blood agglutination experiment. Zhang Baozong and Lu Shenwei were confused. They didn't understand what Li Wangyu meant by A, B, AB, O. Zio, what is type O blood? Coin blood? Lu Shenwei asked curiously. Li Wangyu rolled his eyes. Naturally, he couldn't explain the English ABCD to Lu Shenwei, so he could only brush it off. Brother Shenwei, let's talk about this later. Saving Brother Chimo is more important. Right now, I need you to go outside and collect the blood of those Imperial Guards. I want to test whose blood is the same as Brother Chimo's. Go quickly, time is of the essence. Lu Shenwei still didn't believe in blood transfusion to save a life. But since he and Zhang Baozong were both at their wits' end, they could only follow Li Wangyu's orders and hope that this unheard-of method of blood transfusion could really save Qing Chimo. At this moment, not only were there Li Wangyu's troops outside of Union Medical Hospital, there were also hundreds of Imperial Guards from the Imperial Guards. These Imperial Guards surrounded the hospital and chased away all the patients who were originally in the hospital. Zhang Baozong was very unhappy about this, but there was nothing he could do. After all, saving Qing Yaojin's eldest son was a matter of great importance, so he couldn't say much. As for the group of playboys, they were as anxious as ants on a hot pan, waiting anxiously outside the emergency room of the hospital. Qing Chuliang and Qing Chubi, the two brothers, were not in Union Hospital at this time. After Li Wangyu asked, he found out that after the two brothers sent their elder brother to the hospital, they madly rushed back to the manor to report to their father. Li Wangyu felt a little strange. Qing Chimo was seriously injured and dying, but why wasn't Qing Yaojin in the hospital? Other than the hundreds of Imperial Guards that Qing Yaojin had sent, only a few stewards, maids, and servants rushed to the hospital. However, these people were obviously of no help. Zhang Baozong and Lu Shenwei chased them out of the emergency room. How could Li Wangyu have expected that old geezer, Qing Yaojin, after learning that his son was seriously injured and on the verge of death? Not only did he not come to the hospital to visit, he actually led his two sons and a group of Jinwu guards to the Chamberlain of Dependencies to seek revenge for his son. In truth, Qing Yaojin had thought things through very clearly. He wasn't a doctor, so even if he went to the hospital, he wouldn't be able to save Qing Chimo. Whether or not he came, everyone would do their best to save his son. Rather than being helpless in the hospital, it was better to think of a way to take revenge for his son. Thus, Qing Yaojin led Qing Chuliang and Qing Chubi to the Chamberlain of Dependencies to block the Gogrian diplomatic mission and demand the culprit. If his son really couldn't be saved, then he would naturally cut off the culprit's head and bury him with Qing Chimo. Li Wangyu naturally didn't know about the commotion at the Chamberlain of Dependencies. Even if he knew, he couldn't care less. Right now, saving Qing Chimo was the most important thing. When they heard that the Count of Huxin needed human blood to save the young duke's life, the Imperial Guards outside Union Hospital were all dumbfounded. Why did this matter sound so unrealistic? Using human blood to save a patient? Why did it sound like some sort of evil witchcraft? Since ancient times, China had emphasized that the body, hair, and skin are given to one's parents and should not be harmed. Thus, since ancient times, except for monks, all men and women had long hair. They couldn't even cut off their hair, let alone draw blood from their own body. This was truly inconsistent with the values of the Tang people. The group of Imperial guards looked at each other in dismay and did not say anything. No one dared to step forward and pat their chest and say, "Use my blood to save the young duke." Not only did the Imperial guards remain silent, even the Li family's troops and Fang Yai's group of wastrels fell silent upon hearing Li Wangyou's words. It wasn't that the troops were disloyal, nor that their relationship with Qing Chimo wasn't good, or that they didn't trust Li Wangyou. It was just that this matter was far too bizarre. This was actually quite normal. Even in the later era, many people believed that donating blood was harmful to one's health, so they weren't willing to donate blood. The blood banks of the hospitals often lacked blood, so they needed to organize and promote the masses to donate blood. This was the case in the later era, let alone in the Tang dynasty. Other than those monsters in the legends that needed to suck human blood, who would believe that blood transfusions could save lives? Seeing that no one spoke, Lu Shenwei also shook his head. He didn't agree with Li Wangyou's words because he didn't understand the medical theory that blood transfusions could save lives. He also knew that it wasn't easy to get someone to donate their own blood. Li Wangyou was also anxious. Previously, he couldn't confirm Qing Chimo's blood type and couldn't donate blood. But now that the blood type was finally determined, he couldn't find anyone willing to donate blood. This was really strange. Qing Chimo, who was lying on the operating table, had lost too much blood. His face was as white as paper, and his breathing was getting weaker. Zhang Baozong took Qing Chimo's pulse again and shook his head with a bitter smile. "Zio, I'm afraid the young duke won't make it. His pulse is so weak that it's almost undetectable. It's better to inform the people of Duke Lu's residence to prepare for his funeral. I've already tried my best, but there's nothing I can do." Li Wangyou was also anxious. He directly pulled Lu Shenwei over and said, "Bring me a needle. Prick my finger and take my blood for a blood test." "Zio, what are you going to do?" his beautiful superior asked anxiously. "Save him. If my blood type is B, I'll give Qing Chimo a blood transfusion. But, no buts. Quick!" Li Wangyou shouted, jumping up and down. He was really anxious now. Seeing that Lu Shenwei didn't do anything, he directly grabbed the needle and wiped it with alcohol to disinfect it. Then, he pricked his finger and squeezed out a drop of blood into the porcelain bottle. Then, he started to test it himself. His blood and the beautiful superior's serum were coagulating, but not coagulating. It was actually the same as Qing Chimo's. B-type. Li Wangyou took a deep breath and turned to look at Su Chongqing, then at Lu Shenwei and Zhang Baozong. The blood type matches. Prepare for a blood transfusion. Give my blood to Brother Chimo. Li Wangyou said calmly. This. How can we do this? Zio, why don't we go and search among the Imperial guards again? Give them more money. With a generous reward, there will be brave men. Lu Shenwei muttered. There's no time. Prepare for a blood transfusion. Have you prepared the chicken intestines I asked you to prepare? Lu Shenwei nodded. The preparations are ready, but, Li Wangyou raised his hand to stop Lu Shenwei from continuing. Brother Shenwei, don't say any more. This is the only way. Let's begin. Chapter 739. Li Wangyou naturally didn't know that the first direct blood transfusion method in history, where a person's blood was transfused to a patient, was pioneered by a British doctor in the 19th century. That British maternity doctor often saw women bleeding to death, so he thought of using blood transfusion in exchange for saving lives. Since there was no concept of blood type at that time, this direct blood transfusion method saved some patients, but more people died from hemolysis due to blood type mismatch. However, because of this blood transfusion method, the patients who were supposed to die from hemorrhage were saved, which caused a sensation in Europe. This direct blood transfusion method, which relied purely on probability and luck, had been used for about 100 years in Europe. Now, Li Wangyou wanted to transfuse blood to Qing Chimo, so he could only directly connect their blood vessels for the transfusion. Fortunately, the two of them had the same blood type, so the success rate was much higher than that of the British doctor in the 19th century. Naturally, there was no rubber tube for blood transfusion in the Tang dynasty. The reason why Li Wangyu asked people to prepare chicken intestines was that he intended to use the clean chicken intestines to replace the infusion tube. The two ends of the chicken intestines were fixed with needles, and one end would be inserted into Li Wangyu's vein, and the other end would be inserted into Qing Chimo's vein. Li Wangyu was lying on a high place, allowing the blood to be pushed by gravity into Qing Chimo's blood vessels. With an anxious face, his beautiful boss pulled Li Wangyu to the side and whispered, "Wangyu, although you and Qing Chimo have type B blood and can transfuse blood to him, I'm not a medical doctor. But I know that the blood used for blood transfusion is collected blood that has been specially processed into medical blood before it can be transfused to the patient. But you're going to directly transfuse blood to him, is this okay?" Li Wangyu helplessly spread out his hands and sighed, "Hey, Changqing, of course I'm aware of what you just said. Did you forget? The company organized a voluntary blood donation, and I also participated in it. I also talked to the nurse at that time, so I know a little bit about the situation. You're right, this blood cannot be transfused casually. If there's a hemolysis reaction, even the gods won't be able to save him. But now that things have come to this, we can only go all out. Otherwise, Qing Chimo will definitely die. If I do, I might die. If I don't, I'll definitely die. What do you think I should do?" The beautiful boss bit her lip. But if you fail to save Qing Chimo, what if Qing Yaojin blames you?" Li Wangyu patted her shoulder to comfort her. "I don't think so. Qing Yaojin, that old rogue, although he is not a good thing, he is not an unreasonable person. He will not blame me. Sigh, I'm just worried that if Qing Chimo can't be saved, the Tang dynasty and Goguryeo might erupt in war ahead of time." The beautiful boss was not familiar with the history of the Tang dynasty. She did not know what to say about Li Wangyu's worries, so she could only gently hug the little man in front of her. Li Wangyu let out a long sigh. "Well, there's not much time left. Let's hurry up and give Qing Chimo a blood transfusion. Sigh, life and death are ruled by fate, riches and honor are ruled by heaven. It all depends on whether his life is tough or not." The beautiful boss still said worriedly, "But I'm worried about you. You know, blood donation is usually 200 milliliters, at most 400 milliliters. But this is a direct blood transfusion. How do you know how much blood you've given to Qing Chimo? What if? It's okay. I've talked to the nurse. Between 500 milliliters and 1000 milliliters, nothing will happen." Li Wangyu comforted her. The beautiful boss still frowned. "Even so, we still don't know how much blood you've given." Li Wangyu knew what the beautiful boss was worried about. In fact, he was also a little scared. If he donated too much blood to save people, it would be a big joke if he went into shock from excessive blood loss. He pondered for a moment and said, "It's simple. Changqing, you ask someone to prepare a water bag. Insert the needle into it, connect the needle with the chicken intestine needle, and use a basin to collect the water. A caddy of water is 500 milliliters, so blood should be about the same, right? When about a caddy of water leaks out, I'll stop. Then there won't be any danger." The beautiful boss pondered for a moment and felt that this was the only way. She helplessly nodded and agreed. Li Wangyu lay down beside Qing Chimo, who had already gone into shock due to excessive blood loss. Lu Shenwei picked up the needle with the chicken intestine and looked at Li Wangyu, who had rolled up his sleeves. Although his hands were always steady, he still couldn't help but feel nervous, which caused his fingers to tremble. "Zio, do you really want to do this?" Li Wangyu was also nervous. The risk of a direct blood transfusion was too great. But now, he had no choice but to give it his all. "Brother Shenwei, let's start. Brother Chimo can't hold on any longer." Lu Shenwei nodded and calmed his mind. He then inserted the needle into the vein on Li Wangyu's arm. Li Wangyu felt a sharp pain, which made him frown subconsciously. Then, the dark red venous blood flowed through the needle into the intestine, which replaced the infusion tube. Lu Shenwei didn't dare to be negligent. He immediately inserted the other needle into the vein on Qing Chimo's arm. The beautiful boss on the side also immediately inserted the needle into the hanging water bag. Then, using the water bucket below, she started to calculate the amount of blood Li Wangyu would receive. When they heard that Li Wangyu was actually going to personally transfuse his blood into Qing Chimo's body, the rich people gathered in the emergency room couldn't hold back anymore. They ignored Zhang Baozong and Lu Shenwei's dissuasion and directly rushed into the emergency room. Sure enough, what everyone saw was Li Wangyu and Qing Chimo lying side by side. In front of the two of them was a transfusion tube made of chicken intestine. At this moment, the dark red blood flowing continuously in the translucent chicken intestine could be clearly seen. Zio, Yu. Fang Yai didn't know what to say. In their opinion, this was equivalent to Li Wangyu handing over his life to Qing Chimo to prolong it. The Tang people didn't know the secrets of the human blood, but they knew the importance of blood to the human body. The owner of the human body is blood, qi, and ears. The human body has yin and yang, which is blood and qi. This was the understanding of blood in traditional Chinese medicine. In fact, in the eyes of the common people, human blood was equivalent to lifespan. Therefore, in the folklore, there were stories of mountain spirits and monsters that relied on absorbing human blood to live forever. This was also the reason why the imperial guards and the rich people were silent when they heard that blood was going to be transfused to Qing Chimo. But now, when they saw Li Wangyu transferring his blood into Qing Chimo's body with their own eyes, they immediately felt ashamed. Fang Yai suddenly slapped himself in the face. With a crisp slap, his face immediately became red and swollen. It was obvious that he used a lot of strength. Lady Su, didn't you say that you wanted a blood test? Come and test my blood. I'm going to give Brother Chimo my blood. Fang Yai didn't care about his face and directly rolled up his sleeves as he spoke to Su Changqing. Yes, I'm going to give Brother Chimo my blood. Come and test my blood. Do he, with your small body, go to the side and stay there. Lady Su, use my blood. Yuqi Baolin shouted. Lady Su, use my blood. Yuqi is so smelly, so his blood probably stinks too. Chai Lingwu pushed Yuqi Baolin aside. Li Wangyu was lying on the side. Seeing this situation, he couldn't help but laugh and scold. You bastards, do you think you're buying meat? Do you want to see if your teeth are good? Changqing, test the blood of these bastards. None of them can escape today. His words caused everyone to laugh without end, and the awkward atmosphere from before instantly vanished without a trace. Chapter 740. The foppish playboys were really lucky. Fang Yai was also type B, while Chai Lingwu and Dugo were both type O, so they could all be transfused to Qing Chimo. The twin brothers, Yuqi Baoqi and Yuqi Baolin, suddenly flushed. They stretched their necks and shouted, Zio, what do you mean? Why can't we transfuse blood to Qing Chimo? Did we brothers offend Zio? Li Wangyu was lying on the bed, silently rolling his eyes. He didn't want to talk to these two bastards. He was so tired. Li Wangyu felt that it was simply playing the lute to a cow to explain to these illiterates what blood type was and what hemolysis was. He simply closed his eyes and ignored these two idiots. On the other hand, the beautiful superior covered her mouth and chuckled. Young Duke Yuqi, this person's blood is different. It can be roughly divided into 4 types: agricultural blood type, nomadic blood type, mixed blood type, and hunter blood type. Qing Chimo has nomadic blood type, so Wang Yu and Fang Yai are also nomadic blood type, so they can be transfused to him. Chai Lingwu and Dugo have hunter blood type, which is a universal blood type that can be transfused to all blood types. If the blood type is wrong, it won't be saving people, but killing people. Su Changqing naturally wouldn't make Li Wangyu's mistake and say such English words as type A and O to the foppish playboys. However, the names of these blood types she said stunned even Li Wangyu. Nomadic blood type, hunter blood type. What the hell was this? Could it be that the beautiful superior made it up? Su Changqing's words made Lu Shenwei and Zhang Baozong's eyes light up. They quickly asked, Madam Su, can you tell us in detail about these 4 blood types? How do you differentiate them? The two famous doctors of the Tang dynasty looked at Su Chongqing with eyes full of desire for knowledge, which gave her a headache. She didn't study medicine, so how could she answer their questions in detail? Su Chongqing could only look at Li Wangyu for help, hoping that he would help him out. In the end, Li Wangyu simply closed his eyes and pretended not to see anything. Su Chongqing was so angry that he almost wanted to go forward and give this bastard a good kick. Actually, I also heard it from Wangyu. You can ask him later. I'm not very clear about the details. Since Li Wangyu is heartless, you can't blame the beautiful boss for being unjust. Su Chongqing directly shifted the blame to Li Wangyu. Li Wangyu was so angry that he rolled his eyes, but there was nothing he could do. He could only say vaguely, well, let's talk about this after we rescue Brother Chumo. Now is not the time to talk about this. Lu Shenwei and Zhang Baozong looked at each other helplessly. They could only temporarily give up on the idea of getting to the bottom of the matter and turn to observe Qing Chumo's condition. It had to be said that blood transfusion was the only way to treat shock caused by blood loss. As the blood in Li Wangyu's body continuously flowed into Qing Chumo's body through the chicken intestine connecting the two of them, Qing Chumo's breathing slowly became stronger, and color returned to his face. Zhang Baozong and Lu Shenwei each took one side of Qing Chumo's arm and took his pulse. Ah, the young duke's pulse is indeed much stronger. This is too unimaginable. Not bad, his pulse is starting to become steady and strong. This is a sign of improvement. This old man has practiced medicine for my entire life, and I have never seen anyone who could be saved after a large amount of blood loss. Zio, your medical skills are truly divine. Unimaginable. This human blood can actually be transfused into other people's bodies to save lives. Dao Zhu above, how is this possible? When the wastrels heard this, they all gathered around. Lu Fengyu, is this true? Can Brother Chumo be saved? Sir Baozong, you're not lying to us, are you? Can Qing Chumo really be saved? Quickly send someone to Duke Lu's estate to inform Duke Lu of this matter. Because of Lu Shenwei and Zhang Baozong's words, the Union Medical Hospital instantly became chaotic. Everyone was busy talking at once, and they sent the stewards of Duke Lu's estate to hurry back to report. Li Wangyu didn't pay attention to the wastrels. He stretched out his hand to summon Su Chongqing to his side and asked in a low voice, Chongqing, the hunting blood type that you made up just now was quite realistic. Tell me again. I'll remember it and go back to deceive Brother Shenwei and the others. Su Chongqing lightly spat at him and covered his mouth as he laughed. Bah, do you think I'm as ignorant and incompetent as you? What I said is true. What? Are you sure? You really didn't make it up yourself? Li Wangyu was speechless. What kind of ABO blood type could actually be called some hunting and farming blood type? He had never heard of it before. Of course it's true. Look at your ignorant face. I remember that I once saw it in a magazine. Type O blood is the oldest blood type, so it was called the hunting blood type. Almost all ancient humans had type O blood. Later, the human body continued to adapt to the changes brought about by new food, and type A blood appeared, so it was called the farming blood type. A part of the ancient human body gradually adapted to the changes in the environment and produced type B blood. Most of the people with this blood type were nomads, such as Mongolians and other northern minorities, so type B blood was called the nomadic blood type. Type AB appeared the latest. It is said that there was no type AB blood before the Tang dynasty. Su Chongqing's words made Li Wangyu come to a sudden realization. So, it turned out that this was the case. Later generations had heard of type ABO blood, but they didn't know its origin. Amazing, worthy of being a top student of the University of Pennsylvania. Now you know why you're a bad student, right? Yes. Otherwise, how could you be my leader? Li Wangyu and his beautiful superior quietly joked with each other while waiting for the blood transfusion to complete. Although neither of them had received a blood transfusion before, they knew that it should be similar to an 4 drip. The speed definitely couldn't be fast. Li Wangyu even had Lu Shenwei tie a thin rope in the middle of the intestine to limit the blood flow. The beautiful superior turned her head and looked at the bucket used to measure the blood transfusion. The drops of water that fell from the bucket only covered the bottom of the bucket. She estimated that it would take at least half an hour to reach 500 milliliters, which was the volume of a bottle of mineral water in the future. Zhang Baozong and Lu Shenwei had been constantly checking Qing Chimo's pulse. Looking at the excited expression on their faces, it was clear that Qing Chimo's condition was getting better and better. The debauches were finally able to put down the stone in their hearts. Only now did Li Wangyu remember to ask the debauches how Qing Chimo had been injured, and why was his injury so serious. Just by looking at the bloodstains on the dandy's clothes, which had long dried up, one could see how much blood Qing Chimo had shed at that time. Brother Yai, what happened today? Who was so bold to actually shoot Brother Chimo? Hearing Li Wangyu mention this matter, the playboys' expressions suddenly became interesting. Some looked embarrassed, some were angry, and some were sullen. Fang Yai sighed deeply. Zio, today we brothers lost. It's embarrassing to talk about it. The one who made the first move was actually Brother Chimo. Chapter 741. Fang Yai took out an arrow stained with blood and handed it to Li Wangyu. Brother Chimo was injured by this arrow. Zio, take a look at this arrow. Li Wangyu, who was lying on the hospital bed, took the arrow with one hand and looked at it carefully. He didn't feel anything special about it. He didn't understand why Fang Yai showed him this arrow. However, when his eyes fell on the back of the arrow, his pupils suddenly shrank. At the end of the arrow, there was a character, Cheng, engraved on it. This is Brother Chimo's own arrow? Li Wangyu asked in disbelief. Fang Yai and the other playboys nodded. Yes, it is Brother Chimo's own arrow. Li Wangyu was dumbfounded. Qing Chimo had injured himself with his own arrow? Could it be that the arrow could automatically turn? Qing Chimo was injured by an arrow. The arrow directly penetrated his abdomen. Before Li Wangyu traveled to the Tang dynasty, he always had a misconception that the power of a bow and arrow was far inferior to bullets. This was actually not correct. In the TV series of later generations, there were often fierce generals who could continue to fight after being hit by more than 10 arrows. In fact, compared with bullets, within 100 steps, the power of a bow and arrow was stronger than the pistol and rifle bullets of later generations. If the bullet was fast, it could only cause a penetrating wound. If it didn't hit the vital parts, it wouldn't cause serious sequelae. But a bow and arrow was different. The arrowhead of an arrow was much larger than a bullet. The arrowheads had different shapes. There were 2 winged arrows with ridges, 3-pronged arrows, flying arrows. These arrows were designed to kill the enemy with the greatest power. Take the 2-winged arrow for example. The 2 sides of the arrowhead were ridges with sharp edges. Once it was shot into a person's body, not only would it cause a penetrating wound, but the sharp edges of the wings would also cut open the blood vessels. It was extremely fierce. Qing Chimo was hit by this 2-winged arrow. The sharp arrowhead directly cut open the blood vessels in his abdomen, causing a lot of bleeding. If it weren't for Li Wangyu's blood transfusion, perhaps Duke Lu's mansion would have already started the funeral. Fortunately, both Zhang Baozong and Lu Shenwei had grasped the technique of suturing wounds. Otherwise, even if Li Wangyu could think of a way to give Qing Chimo a blood transfusion, Qing Chimo wouldn't be able to last until Li Wangyu rushed over. Li Wangyu looked at the arrow in his hand and then turned to look at the unconscious Qing Chimo lying beside him. With a puzzled expression, he asked, "What is going on here? Didn't you say that it was the Gogrian envoy who shot Brother Chimo? Why did Brother Chimo's arrow hit him?" The silk pants looked at each other, and it was Fang Yai who spoke. This is a long story. Since we have nothing to do today, we decided to hunt outside the city to pass the time. However, he didn't expect to meet the Gogrian envoys outside the city. They were also out hunting today. Zio, you also know that the skulls of the Sui dynasty's soldiers were piled up by the Gogurians and erected to the east of the Liao River. This is the humiliation of the Sui dynasty, but isn't it also the humiliation of our Tang dynasty? The reason why the Goguryeo envoys came to Chang was because the sage wrote a letter to the Goguryeo king, requesting them to tear down the Jingguan and return the skulls. The Goguryeo envoys came because of this. Li Wangyu nodded slightly. Of course, I know about this. Emperor Yang of Sui mobilized an army of 1 million and failed to conquer Goguryeo. Millions of people died in Liaodong. The Goguryans used the skulls of the corpses to build a Jingguan to display their military might. The so-called Jingguan was actually a mound of the corpses of the soldiers who died in battle. Li Wangyu still vaguely remembered that in history, Pai Lupi negotiated with the Goguryeo king during the 2nd or 3rd year of the Jingguan and sent officials to Liaodong to destroy the Jingguan built by the Goguryans. Thinking about it, the Goguryeo envoys came to Chang to discuss this matter with Pai Lupi. But how could the Goguryeo envoys be so daring as to shoot Qingchumo? Why did the two sides clash? Li Wangyu couldn't be bothered to think about it, so he asked directly, "Brothers, why did you clash with the Goguryeo envoys?" Fang Yai glanced at him. "This matter has something to do with Zio." Li Wangyu was dumbfounded. "Something to do with me? What does this have to do with me? I'm at the Imperial College today, recruiting teachers for the school. How can I be related to the debauches going out of Chang'an?" Seeing Li Wangyu's confusion, Fang Yai explained, "Zio, do you still remember how you killed 3 Dongying people in the prison?" Of course, Li Wangyu couldn't forget the fact that he had killed 3 people. Even now, he still felt nauseous whenever he thought about it. Hearing Fang Yai's words, he recalled that the debauches had helped him beat up the Dongying envoys in the prison. After which, the Dongying people and the envoys kidnapped Perrin, forcing him to kill them. Only then did he manage to save Perrin. But he still couldn't understand what this had to do with the Goguryans. Fang Yai continued, "The Dongying envoys haven't returned yet. It's said that the sage is still considering whether to accept their request." On the other hand, the Dongying people were inextricably linked to the Goguryans. Today, we didn't just meet the Goguryeo envoys. The Dongying people whom we beat up were also with them. Naturally, those Dongying people recognized us. "Zio, you should know that we didn't have the patience to bring our men with us when we went out. Those Dongying people didn't seem to know who we were, and they mocked us loudly. How could we tolerate this? So, we got into a fight with them." Li Wangyu was stunned. He recalled that back then in the prison, in order to persuade Pai Lupi not to accept the Dongying envoys, or at least not to let them learn the advanced techniques of the Tang dynasty, he dragged the Dongying people and the Goguryans together, saying that they were of the same race and shared the same language. He didn't expect his words to come true. The Goguryans and the Dongying envoys really colluded with one another. He turned to look at the debauches. In his panic earlier, he didn't notice that these debauches were covered in blood and their clothes were in a mess. Some of them even had wounds on their faces. Clearly, they were beaten up by the Goguryans and the Dongying people. Li Wangyu asked in confusion, "Even if you fought, it wasn't a big deal. Did you use your weapons?" "We didn't. Our brothers know that very well. Even if they were envoys, it wasn't a big deal to fight with them. But if they used their weapons and killed a few of them, it would be a huge problem." "Do you think were you? Damn it, you killed 3 members of the Dongying envoys in the prison back then, and you got away scot-free. We brothers really admire you, Zio." Li Wangyu rubbed his nose awkwardly, "Cut the crap and speak clearly. Since it was just a fight, why did Brother Mo get hit by an arrow? He almost went to meet the King of Hell." "Zio, this matter is still your fault," Fang Yai said. The surrounding debauches nodded their heads in agreement. Li Wangyu felt that he was in deep sh*t. How did it have anything to do with him again? He really wanted to see if he was carrying a big pot on his back today, with the words "scapegoat" written on it. Chapter 742. Li Wangyu couldn't even be bothered to raise his middle finger at them. He laughed and scolded, "What does this have to do with me?" "Of course it's because of your romance of the 3 kingdoms." Fang Yai replied. Li Wangyu was speechless. What does this have to do with the 3 kingdoms? Ziyu, who is the best archer in the Three Kingdoms? It should be Huang Zhong. Li Wangyu didn't understand why Fang Yi AI asked this question. However, everyone knew that Huang Zhong was good at archery. In the later Three Kingdoms games, Huang Zhong was also a godly archer. Fang Yi AI slapped his thigh and said, "That's right." Huang Zhong's coolest and most handsome move was his horse return arrow. There was a saying in the Three Kingdoms, Yun Cheng fought with Huang Zhong for 2 days, but Huang Zhong didn't give up. After 30 rounds, Huang Zhong faked defeat and Yun Cheng rushed over. Remembering the kindness of not killing him the day before, Zhongyu could not bear to shoot. Carrying his saber, he feigned pulling the bowstring. Yun Cheng hastily dodged, but did not see the arrow. Yun Cheng rushed, Zhongyu feigned pulling the bowstring. Yun Cheng hastily dodged, but did not see the arrow. When he got close to the suspension bridge, Huang Zhong knocked an arrow on the bridge. The arrow arrived and hit Yun Cheng's helmet. Yun Cheng was startled and brought the arrow back to the camp. Only then did he know that Huang Zhong had the ability to shoot a willow leaf from 100 paces away. Today he only shot the helmet tassel to repay the kindness of not killing him yesterday. Chimo Xiong admires Huang Zhong the most. His favorite skill is the return arrow. After spending so much time with Li Wangyu, these foppish kids had learned the 2 words cool and handsome. However, Li Wangyu was dumbfounded. How obsessed were these foppish kids with the romance of the Three Kingdoms? If he didn't copy the content on his phone, he wouldn't have been able to memorize it. However, Fang Yi AI was able to recite it without missing a word. Actually, this was normal. To these playboys, the romance of the Three Kingdoms was like the 80s, where a bunch of students were obsessed with Jin Yong and Gu Long's wuxia novels. It might even be worse. In the past, many ignorant teenagers went to Shaolin Temple and Wudang Mountain to learn martial arts after reading the wuxia novels written by the old masters. There were plenty of people like Fang Yi and the others who could recite the contents of the book backwards, so it wasn't rare. But Li Wangyu still did not understand. What did this have to do with Qing Chimo being shot by his own arrow? What does this have to do with Chimo's injury? Don't worry, I'll tell you slowly. Fang Yi had a talent for storytelling. He didn't keep Li Wangyu in suspense and recounted everything that had happened outside the city. However, Li Wangyu's jaw dropped. He felt as if he had seen a ghost. Qing Chimo and his group of silk pants had gone hunting out of boredom today, but it wasn't a big deal that they encountered the Goguryeo and Dongying envoys. The group of profligates didn't think much of the Goguryans and Dongying people, so naturally, they couldn't be bothered with them. After all, in the eyes of the Tang people, whether it was Goguryeo or Dongying, they were just barbarians. As for beating up the Dongying people in the prison, the profligates didn't think much of it. A bunch of barbarian envoys, so what if they were beaten up? It wasn't a big deal. As long as they didn't kill them like Li Wangyu, even a saint wouldn't care if the Dongying envoys were beaten up. The profligates felt that the Dongying people were like weeds and didn't think much of them. But the Dongying people didn't think that way. The Dongying envoys had 3 of their men killed by Li Wangyu in the prison that day, and they felt extremely sullen, but they couldn't do anything about it. These Dongying people weren't stupid. They naturally went around asking around to find out who had killed their companions in the prison. When they found out that the culprit was Li Wangyu, Li Zio, the nephew of the emperor of the Great Tang, the founding county count of the Huxin County, the Dongying envoys immediately became obedient. Just like the analysis in the book Chrysanthemum and Blade, the Dongying people were used to submitting to the strong. Hence, after Li Wangyu killed 3 of their companions, after these Japanese learned of Li Wangyu's identity, not only did they not dare to harbor any resentment, they even respectfully prepared a generous gift and sent it to Li Wangyu's residence as an apology. Li Wangyu naturally couldn't be bothered to interact with these Dongying people. He didn't even meet them, and directly sent the old butler, Li Heng, to send them away. Logically speaking, since these Dongying people knew about Li Wangyu's identity, they should be able to guess that he wasn't an ordinary person even if they didn't find out that he had beaten them up together with Li Wangyu in the prison that day. However, this was what normal people would think. The Dongying envoys' thoughts were clearly different. There was clearly something wrong with their brain circuits. After they found out about Li Wangyo's identity, they actually forgot about the Dongying people who had beaten them up in the prison, as if they were just a group of passers-by. In the Dongying people's minds, they directly thought of the Dongying people as people who were flattering Li Wangyu. After all, in their minds, if they had known about Li Wangyo's identity back then, they would probably have knelt on the ground and licked his boots. It was precisely because of this thought that when the Dongying people saw the Dongying people today, they remembered how they had been beaten up by them in the prison that day. They actually began to mock and ridicule the Dongying people. The Dongying people were used to being unscrupulous in Cheng and city. How could they endure such humiliation? Without hesitation, they jumped off their horses and attacked. On the other hand, the Goguryeo envoys at the side could tell at a glance that the Dongying people were not ordinary people. This group of well-dressed young people was definitely not ordinary people. Therefore, they didn't choose to help. They just watched coldly from the side, allowing the Dongying people to beat up the Dongying envoys again. When the Dongying people had vented their anger and were about to leave, a young man in the Goguryeo envoys suddenly said, "You must all be nobles of the Tang dynasty. Although our small country isn't as famous as the Tang dynasty in terms of martial arts, we won't allow you to humiliate us so wantonly. Regarding the Dongying envoys being beaten up today, we will naturally ask for an explanation from the Tang dynasty's Honglu temple." The Dongying people didn't take these envoys seriously at all. When they heard him say this, they laughed even more proudly. Ching Chimo suddenly lowered his voice and said to the Dongying people, "Watch this big brother's method. Learn from Huang Zhong and scare them a little." Then, Ching Chimo took a bow and arrow from his horse. Without knocking an arrow, he drew the bow and released it into the air. The sound of the bowstring naturally startled the Dongying envoys and they all hurriedly dodged. Their wretched appearance caused the other profligate sons to burst into laughter again. Ching Chimo pulled the bowstring again and the sound of the bowstring being released caused the Dongying envoys to dodge again. The Dongying people laughed even louder. At this time, Ching Chimo took out his own arrow and knocked it on the bowstring. He laughed and said, "Watch me shoot that Dongying person's crown." The two sides were only 20 steps away from each other. With Ching Chimo's archery skills, at this distance, he could shoot wherever he wanted without the slightest hesitation. After all, he was the eldest son of Ching Yaojin. He had learned martial arts from his father and was skilled in archery and horse riding. The reason he wanted to shoot that Dongying envoy's crown was because he wanted to imitate Huang Zhong's shooting of Guan Yu's helmet tassel to show off. Ching Chimo also didn't want to hurt anyone, so he didn't fully pull the bowstring. The arrow flew out lightly and went straight for the crown of one of the Dongying envoys. But no one expected an accident to happen. Chapter 743. Ching Chimo didn't have a target, so he simply chose one of the Japanese ambassadors and shot an arrow at his head. No one noticed that the Goguryeo youngster who had spoken earlier was standing right next to the Japanese ambassador whom Ching Chimo wanted to scare. When Ching Chimo's arrow left the bowstring and flew toward the Japanese ambassador's head, the Goguryeo youngster's first reaction was that the Tang wanted to kill him. He subconsciously waved the long saber in his hand, preparing to block the arrow that was flying towards him. In truth, if Ching Chimo really wanted to kill someone, with the stone bow in his hand, an arrow shot from such a close distance wouldn't have much of a difference in speed from a bullet. The so-called stone bow referred to fixing the bow with a heavy object hanging from the bowstring until the bowstring was fully drawn. The weight of the object hanging from the bowstring was the strength of the bow. In the Tang era, a stone bow was equivalent to about 100 jin. Scientists in the later generations had verified that a stone bow with 100 jin draw weight would have a speed of about 40 meters per second. At a distance of 20 to 30 meters, if Ching Chimo shot this arrow with all his strength, the other party naturally wouldn't be able to dodge, much less block it. But the bad thing was that Ching Chimo only wanted to show off and scare the Japanese. He didn't even use any strength when he shot the arrow. The arrow flew out lightly. The Goguryeo youngster swung his saber and struck the center of the arrow, knocking it away. The wastrels also didn't expect that someone would be able to use a weapon to block Ching Chimo's arrow, and they couldn't help but be stunned. Yuchi Baolin laughed heartily. Brother Chimo, your arrow isn't good enough. Huang Zhong's returning horse arrow isn't shot like this. The wastrels also laughed, mocking Qing Chimo for being timid and making a fool of himself. No one noticed that Qing Chimo didn't say a word, as if he didn't hear the wastrels laughing at him. Then, everyone heard a plop behind them. The wastrels turned around curiously, and their faces paled. The sound came from Qing Chimo as he rolled down from the horse's back. And in his abdomen, there was a quivering arrow. The arrow that was knocked away by the Gogrian youngster had somehow been deflected back, striking Qing Chimo in the abdomen. Elder brother. The two brothers, Qing Chuliang and Qing Chibi, immediately cried out in alarm. They jumped off their horses and rushed towards Qing Chimo. The group of debauches were also frightened by this unforeseen event. When they gathered around Qing Chimo to check his condition, they saw that his abdomen was bleeding profusely from the wound. Dark red blood gushed out of the wound like a gurgling spring. It was a very frightening sight. Today, they went out of the city to hunt. The arrows they had prepared were the most lethal two-wing arrows. This kind of arrowhead would directly cut open the muscles and blood vessels of the abdomen, causing the wound to bleed profusely. When Qing Chuliang and Qing Chibi saw their elder brother in such a state, their eyes immediately turned red. Chang Lang, they drew their sabers and prepared to charge forward to fight the Gogrian. On the other hand, Fang Yai, Chai Lingwu, and the others remained calm and held back the two brothers. Chuliang, Chibi, saving brother Chimo is more important. Let's go back to Chang'an and to Union Hospital. We need to find Mr. Treasure and Zio to save him. That's right, these people won't be able to escape. Saving brother Chimo is more important. Hurry up and stop the bleeding from brother Chimo's wound. Bring the horse over. I'll carry brother Chimo. Let's go, let's go. The debauches hurriedly carried the injured Qing Chimo onto the back of the horse, and after saying those words, they galloped back to Chang'an City. Gogrian envoy, good, very good. If anything happens to the eldest son of Duke Lu, you can wash your necks clean and be buried with him. When the Gogrian and Dongying envoys heard those words, they felt as though they were struck by lightning. The person who was accidentally injured was the eldest son of the founding duke of the Tang dynasty, Qing Yaojin. No matter how idiotic those Dongying people were, they knew that they had caused a huge disaster today. On the other hand, the Gogurians were even more shocked. They turned their gazes to the young man who had caused the trouble. The young man also frowned. Gritting his teeth, he said, "Let's go back to the Chamberlain of Dependencies. Today's incident was just an accident. Besides, that arrow was shot by the eldest son of Duke Lu. No matter how domineering the Tang people are, they can't be unreasonable." Despite his words, the Gogrian envoy was still worried. Naturally, the hunt couldn't be carried out, so they hurriedly rode back to Chang'an City. After returning to Chang'an, the debauches headed straight for Union Hospital to seek Zhang Baozong's help. Zhang Baozong could treat Qing Chimo's wound, but he was helpless against Qing Chimo, who was on the verge of death due to excessive blood loss. In a moment of desperation, Qing Chuliang and Qing Chibi rushed back to the Duke Lu residence to report to their father, while the rest of the debauches went to seek help from Li Wangyu. They knew that Li Wangyu would be recruiting academicians and teaching assistants at the Imperial College today. The debauches rushed to the Imperial College, but there was nothing there. Li Wangyu had already gone to Peace Lane with Pai Lupi and the others to drink with prostitutes. Noda's Peace Lane was filled with hundreds of brothels. Where could they find Li Wangyu and the others? Just as the debauches were frantically searching Peace Lane, Fang Yai's sharp eyes caught sight of Niao Wu and the others waiting for his Langjun outside the brothel. Only then did he find Li Wangyu and rush to Union Hospital to save Qing Chimo's life. Listening to Fang Yai's narration of the entire incident, Li Wangyu was at a loss for words. Brother Chimo is really, cough cough, unlucky. Qing Chimo had almost died from his injuries. This was truly a case of failing to act cool. He was truly at a loss for words. Li Wangyu also understood that this matter was an accident, and it would be a little unreasonable to blame the Goguryeo envoy for it. After all, Qing Chimo was the one who shot the arrow. After it was knocked away, he actually injured himself. There was no way he could explain this matter. However, Li Wangyu was a person who would side with those close to him. Since the one who was injured was Qing Chumo, the Gogurians were naturally the ones at fault. This matter had to be settled. Isn't that so? Brother Chumo is truly unlucky to the extreme. But if there's anyone to blame, it should be that Gogurian. If not for him being so meddlesome, Brother Chumo wouldn't have suffered such injuries, Fang Yai said furiously. Chai Lingwu said sinisterly, no matter what, we've lost today. But this matter isn't over yet. Humph, that's only natural. Those Gogurians and those damned Dongying people don't even think about escaping. The silk pants looked as though they were about to swallow someone whole. To them, today's matter was a complete loss of face. How could they possibly be willing to let this matter rest? Li Wangyu nodded as he pondered over how he should resolve this matter. If he were to bring this matter out in the open, Qing Chumo and the other silk pants might not be able to vent their anger. After all, Pai Lupi still cared about his face. Some things could be done in private, but they couldn't be brought out in the open. And Pai Lupi couldn't possibly issue an edict to arrest the Gogurian envoy just because Qing Chumo was injured. Just as he was pondering over the matter, Lu Xunwei suddenly exclaimed in surprise, "The little duke is awake." Chapter 744. Lu Xunwei's words made everyone overjoyed. They looked up and saw Qing Chumo lying on the emergency bed. His eyelids were trembling slightly, and it seemed that he was about to wake up. "Brother Chumo, you're awake. You scared us to death." Although Qing Chumo had woken up, his face was pale, his hands and feet were cold, and his breathing was rapid. These were all common symptoms of hemorrhagic shock. However, this fellow had the appearance of Qing Yaojin, and his body was unbelievably strong. Even after waking up, his voice was still full of energy. When Qing Chumo was first sent to Union Hospital, he was still conscious and knew that he was in the hospital. He opened his eyes and looked at the group of playboys. He grinned and said, "I thought I was going to die. Wahaha, it seems that I'm still alive. Even the king of hell won't accept me." "Bah, you're still alive my ass. If Zio didn't come in time and pull you back from the king of hell, I'm afraid that we would have to hold a funeral for you today." This was Yuchi Baolin's big mouth. She didn't hide her blabbering. Everyone was speechless. How could this child not know how to speak human language? Qing Chumo turned his head in surprise and noticed Li Wangyu lying next to him. He looked down at the chicken intestine used for blood transfusion and asked in confusion, "Zio, what are you doing? You're injured too. Why are you lying next to me?" Before Li Wangyu could answer, the other hedonistic sons beside him started to explain. "Zio is giving you a blood transfusion. Brother Chumo, you have lost too much blood." Both Mr. Treasure and Lu Fengyu were helpless, but Zio said that he would give his blood to you to save your life. I did not expect that he really pulled Brother Chumo back from the gates of hell. Yes, Madame Su said that Brother Chumo and Zio have the same hunting blood type. His blood can be given to you to prolong your life. TSK, I really opened my eyes today. It turns out that blood can be given to others. Brother Chumo, you have to thank Zio properly. Qing Chumo heard this and carefully looked at the chicken intestine that was still bleeding between the two of them. He couldn't help but be moved. How do you want me to repay you for saving my life? Qing Chumo's eyes reddened and his voice choked with sobs. Li Wangyu laughed and said, "Chumo-gu, you and I call each other brothers, you are treating me like an outsider. If little brother is in trouble, would elder brothers leave little brother in the lurch? It's just giving some blood to Chumo-gu, it's nothing." This was not Li Wangyu being modest. To him and his beautiful boss, donating blood to save people was not a big deal at all. Voluntary blood donation, the selfless contribution of one's own blood to social welfare, had long been commonplace in the later generations. But in the eyes of the Tang, passing one's blood into another's body to save one's life was the same as passing over one's vitality and lifespan. This was no longer as simple as saving his life. In the eyes of Qing Chumo and the others, Li Wangyu's blood flowed in Qing Chumo's body, which was equivalent to giving him a new lease on life. The body, hair, and skin were all given to one's parents. But now that Ching Chimo's body had Li Wangyu's blood, it went without saying what this meant. Ziyu, I can't thank you enough. Big brother won't say anything more. In short, Big brother's life belongs to you, there is no objection. In the future, if Zio needs my life, just take it. If I, Ching Chimo, hesitate in the slightest, may I be struck by lightning and die a horrible death. Ching Chimo gnashed his teeth and swore. Li Wangyu didn't know whether to laugh or cry at Ching Chimo's solemn expression, but the foppish sons, Zhang Baozong, Lu Shenwei, and the others all nodded, as if it was only natural. Chimo Gu, you are too serious, there is no need to. Li Wangyu waved his hand and was about to say something when the door of the emergency room was suddenly pushed open. What serious? This father, Chu Mo, this bastard, is right about this. Ching Chimo, Ching Chuliang, Ching Chubi. Remember this, Li Wangyu is our Ching family's benefactor from now on. His words are my words. If any of you three brothers dare to disobey, don't blame me for beating you to death. The one who spoke was the old bastard Ching Yaojin. Behind him were the two brothers, Ching Chuliang and Ching Chubi, who looked very excited. Obviously, Ching Yaojin had heard what everyone had said in the emergency room. Ching Yaojin strode into the emergency room. He didn't even bother to look at his son. His eyes fell on the chicken intestine used for the blood transfusion. Ziyu, I won't waste words. Just as this bastard Ching Chimo said, his life is yours from now on. This brat is lucky. If it weren't for you giving your life to him, my Duke Lu's mansion would have to hold a funeral for this bastard. Ching Yaojin scolded Ching Chimo as a bastard, making Li Wangyu grin. If Ching Chimo was a bastard, then wouldn't Ching Yaojin be a bastard? There was no one else who could scold themselves so loudly. Su Chongqing found it funny. She looked at the bucket used to calculate the amount of blood transfusion. She estimated that there was almost a bottle of mineral water in it. She said, Wangyu, it's about time. There's about 500 milliliters of water in this bucket. Li Wangyu nodded and motioned for Lu Shenwei to help him and Ching Chimo remove the blood transfusion needles. Chai Lingwu and the others quickly came forward and asked, Ziyu, do you still need us to continue transfusing blood for Brother Chimo? Li Wangyu pondered for a moment and shook his head, it's too risky for others to transfuse blood. Since Brother Chimo has already woken up and is not in danger for the time being, it's better to observe him first. Let Mr. Treasure and Mr. Shenwei prescribe some medicine to restore blood and slowly recuperate. Direct blood transfusion without any treatment could only be used as a last resort for emergency treatment. After all, the risk was too high. If there was a hemolytic reaction, then it would be over. Zhang Baozong and Lu Shenwei also nodded, that's right. The young duke's pulse is stable. The previous wound has already been sutured and stopped bleeding. Li Wangyu had just sat up from the hospital bed. Before he could get off the bed, Ching Yaojin's large palm slapped him hard on the shoulder. Wahahaha, Ziyu, you little brat, are really the reincarnation of an ancient almighty. You even know how to use blood transfusion to save lives. I've really opened my eyes. Come, let's go to Peace Square. I'll treat you to a drink. We won't go back until we're drunk. Li Wangyu was almost slapped back to the hospital bed. This old hooligan was simply biting the hand that fed him. Still want to drink? Drink your sister. I just gave 500 milliliters of blood to your son, and you actually want to drag me to a drink? Are you afraid that I won't die quickly enough? I'm offering my blood to your son, not wine. Uncle Cheng, there's no need to drink. This nephew has given his blood, so I can't drink wine during this period of time. Ching Yaojin glared, can't drink wine? Very well, Ching Chuliang, Ching Chubi, come over and help your elder brother. Kowtow to Ziyu and thank him for saving your lives. Ching Chuliang and Ching Chubi didn't say anything else and knelt down with a plop. They wanted to kowtow to Li Wangyu. Li Wangyu was so scared that he quickly jumped off the hospital bed and tried to pull the two brothers up. Chuliang, Chubi, what are you doing? Quickly get up. Don't listen to Uncle Chang's nonsense. However, Li Wangyo's small body couldn't pull Ching Chuliang and Ching Chubi up. These two brothers were as strong as calves. They didn't care what Li Wangyu said. They very happily kowtowed 3 times to Li Wangyu, knocking their heads against the floor. Chapter 745. Li Wangyu could not stop the two brothers, Ching Chuliang and Ching Chubi, so he could only accept the big gift from them for his elder brother. In the emergency room, after a lot of noise, Zhang Baozong was ready to arrange for someone to send Xing Chumo to the ward and ask someone to get the medicine for him. Brother Chumo, you can rest assured and stay in the hospital for a while. With Mr. Baozong's treatment, I think you will recover soon. Union Hospital naturally had a special ward for hospitalization. Li Wangyu considered the needs of the officials and nobles in Chang and city, so he specially arranged for a VIP ward. The furnishings and nurses serving the patients were carefully selected. Ching Chumo waved his hand casually and said, "It's just a small injury. I was accidentally bitten by an arrow in my stomach. It's nothing. It's no big deal. I'm not used to living in this hospital. The smell of medicine makes me uncomfortable. I'd better go back to my mansion. There are maids to serve me. Zio, you don't need to worry." As soon as he finished speaking, the door of the emergency room was pushed open. Several young and beautiful women in white nurse uniforms came in and bowed to everyone. "Greetings, County Earl Quan, High Duke Lu, and all the young dukes. I'm a nurse of the hospital. Mr. Baozong ordered us to send young Duke Ching to the ward to take care of him." These young ladies were the nurses of Union Medical College Hospital. Of course, there was no nurse profession in the Tang dynasty. Sun Simiao and Zhang Baozong were very surprised and puzzled when Li Wangyu proposed to have nurses to take care of the patients' families in the Union Hospital. Although there were many female doctors in the various TV series of later generations, in fact, there were more records of women practicing medicine until the Song dynasty. Before that, they were rare and very rare. As for women taking care of patients' families, it was even more impossible. Even though Sun Simiao and Zhang Baozong were both national medical masters, they did not know about nursing patients' families at all. Huaxia had limited medical resources since ancient times, so they naturally did not know much about nursing. Doctors had always been responsible for seeing patients, and the responsibility of taking care of patients was done by the patients' families. "Zio, what's a nurse?" Sun Simiao asked in confusion. Rubbing his nose, Li Wangyu embarrassedly smiled. "A nurse is someone who specializes in taking care of patients." "Then why are you recruiting women? Wouldn't that be inconvenient?" In response to Sun Simiao and Zhang Baozong's doubts, Li Wangyu could only explain that the hospital also needed to receive female patients. It would be more convenient to recruit some women to learn some basic nursing knowledge. Moreover, women were naturally more attentive than men. They were patient and caring, so it was only natural that they would be more meticulous in taking care of their patients. Sun Simiao and Zhang Baozong felt that Li Wangyu's explanation made some sense, so they nodded in agreement. Actually, Li Wangyu's idea of hiring nurses was just his bad taste acting up again. In his mind, if there were no beautiful and cute nurses in the hospital, how could it be called a hospital? Of course, in the Tang dynasty, it was unrealistic to recruit decent women to be nurses in the hospital. Therefore, Li Wangyu simply spent money to buy a batch of beautiful maidservants from Chang and West City. He threw them into the hospital and asked Zhang Baozong to find someone to teach them basic nursing knowledge so that they could pretend to be nurses. He also specially ordered a batch of clothes according to the nurse uniforms in the future for these women to wear. In his words, they were angels in white. Naturally, they had to wear white nurse uniforms to show their status. In fact, only Li Wangyu himself knew whether it was because of the temptation of uniforms or some other reason. In short, he dared to swear to the candle that it had nothing to do with the nurse series. AVI files hidden in his computer's hard drive and F drive in the future. His beautiful superior saw through Li Wangyu's thoughts, but she was too lazy to expose him. These nurses in Union Medical Hospital were specially selected by Li Wangyu, and their appearances were the best. After putting on the white nurse uniform, she looked even prettier. After all, as the old saying went, a woman must be beautiful and filial. It meant that if a woman wanted to be beautiful, she had to wear white. White looked clean and pure, and it also set off these women's delicateness. The group of foppish young masters stared blankly at the nurses. Their gazes kept shifting back and forth between the nurses. Ching Chumo was even more unbearable. His mouth was wide open for a long time. Now, he didn't say anything about going back home or that he disliked the smell of the hospital's medicine. He nodded cooperatively and said, "Then I'll have to trouble you to take care of me these days." After Ching Chumo was sent to the ward, the nurses in white nurse uniforms tidied up his bed, changed his clothes, served him tea and water, wiped his face with a hot towel, and asked about his well-being gently, which made the foppish men stare. After seeing Ching Chumo being served by the beautiful nurses, Fong Yai said with envy, "Damn it, if I knew that the person injured today was me, how good would it be?" His words almost caused Li Wangyu to stumble, and the other fops at the side all nodded their heads in agreement. Brother Yai is right. Brother Chumo is really lucky to have these young ladies serving him. Chai Lingwu directly asked Li Wangyu, "Zio, I also feel a little uncomfortable today. I wonder if I can stay in the hospital for a while? If these young ladies, oh, no, nurses. If these nurses serve me for a while, I'm sure I can recover." Li Wangyu was so angry that he didn't even have the strength to scold them. These bastards, what did they think the hospital was? Was it a brothel in Ping Kong Fong or a wine shop in Shi City? Damn it, men really like the temptation of uniforms. No wonder the Japanese in the future liked to film those nurse series. Ching Chumo, who was lying on the bed, didn't seem to feel the pain of his wound at all. He grinned foolishly and let the nurses handle him. After a while, Ching Chumo turned his head to Li Wangyu and said, "Zio, Sai, my injury is too serious. I'm afraid I'll have to stay in the hospital for a few months." Ching Chumo's words made Li Wangyu raise his middle finger at him. "Damn it, you want to stay for a few months? Do you have any shame? This group of bastards. None of them are good people." In fact, Ching Chumo's injury wasn't serious. It was just that the arrow had pierced his abdomen. Zhang Baozong and Lu Shenwei had examined him and found that his abdomen wasn't injured. After the wound was sutured, he would be able to jump around again after a few days of rest. This guy's body was already ridiculously strong. Previously in the emergency room, he was still yelling about going back home. He actually had the nerve to say that he wanted to stay for a few months. Bah, I despise this kind of scum. Li Wangyu couldn't be bothered to talk to these lustful fellows. He turned his head to look at Cheng Yaojin. "Uncle Cheng, what do you plan to do about Brother Chumo's injury?" Hearing him mention this matter, Cheng Yaojin was so angry that he slammed his fist on the table in the ward, causing the teacups to clatter. "Just now, I led my troops to surround the Honglu Temple and forced the Gogrian diplomatic mission to hand over the culprit. Who knew that the sage would suddenly appear, and not only did he not allow me to capture the culprit, he even scolded me. Zio, you sure have a lot of ideas. Help me think of a solution. We can't let those bastards off." Chapter 746. When Li Wangyu and the other scions heard Cheng Yaojin's words, black lines appeared on their foreheads. The heck, no wonder they didn't see Cheng Yaojin coming to the hospital. It turned out that this old hooligan had brought his troops to the Chamberlain of Dependencies to take down the culprit and avenge Ching Chumo. It was no wonder Pai Lupi scolded him. Even if Goguryeo and the Tang dynasty weren't on friendly terms, the Goguryeo envoy was still a foreign subject. If Cheng Yaojin were to charge into the Chamberlain of Dependencies and take away the envoy, how could the royal court preserve its face? Besides, Pai Lupi had also received a detailed report from the 100 Horsemen Department, so he knew exactly how Ching Chumo had been injured. Other than lamenting that Ching Chumo's luck was too bad, what else could Pai Lupi say? To think that the arrow he shot out would be blocked by the other party and then fly back to stab him. This was simply an unheard of miracle. Even though Pai Lupi didn't feel comfortable with this matter, he couldn't ignore it. He could only step forward to scold Cheng Yaojin and chase him away. Fortunately, Ching Chumo was saved by Li Wangyu. When the news reached the Chamberlain of Dependencies, everyone, including Pai Lupi, heaved a sigh of relief. Otherwise, given Cheng Yaojin's personality, if his eldest son had really died, he would have charged into the Chamberlain of Dependencies and cut off the head of the Goguryeo envoy. At that time, what could Pai Lupi do? Could he have Cheng Yaojin pay for the Goguryeo envoy's life? After pondering for a moment, Li Wangyu felt that it would be a little tricky to avenge Cheng Chumo. It was difficult to bring this matter to the table. After all, it was just an accident. He and the other scions knew that Cheng Chumo's arrow was aimed at the crown of the Eastern Continent's envoy, but others didn't know. In the eyes of the officials, Cheng Chumo wanted to injure someone but was stopped by the Goguryeo envoy, resulting in an accident that injured himself. Under such circumstances, if the royal court still had to punish the Goguryeo envoy, where would they put their face? Does Pai Lupi not want the Khan's face anymore? Li Wangyu asked, Uncle Cheng, have you found out who the person who injured Brother Chumo is? I reckon that it would be very difficult for the saint to pass down a decree to punish him. I can only find trouble with that person in private. Cheng Yaojin nodded. Even though the Goguryeo envoy is currently holed up in the Chamberlain of Dependencies, I had the head of the Chamberlain of Dependencies investigate the matter. The brat who had injured Chumo was called Yun Gaesaman, the deputy envoy of Goguryeo. His father, Yuan Taizwa, is the Eastern Lord of Goguryeo. It will be troublesome to deal with this lad. Yun Gaesaman? It was actually him. Li Wangyu's pupils constricted upon hearing this. This name was too familiar. An influential official of Goguryeo, a famous general. Later on, Yun Gaesaman had brutally killed the king of Goguryeo and usurped Goguryeo's authority as regent. More importantly, when Pai Lupi attacked Goguryeo 10-some years later, he was the one who led the troops to resist, causing Pai Lupi to suffer defeat in Liaodong. Li Wangyu narrowed his eyes as he recalled. In the 3rd year of Zhengguan, Yun Gaesaman should have been 26 years old. His father, Yuan Taizwa, was the Eastern Lord of Goguryeo, the Prime Minister of Goguryeo. He was in charge of Goguryeo's military and political affairs, wielding immense power in Goguryeo. After Yuan Taizwa's death, Yun Gaesaman took over his father's position. In the 16th year of Zhengguan, Goguryeo's king Ronglio wanted to kill Yun Gaesaman, but Yun Gaesaman lured him into killing him. Afterwards, Yun Gaesaman supported King Ronglio's nephew, Gaozong, as the puppet king while he acted as regent. Although Yun Gaesaman had become Cao Cao, he was truly a formidable character. During his reign, the Tang dynasty had never been able to swallow up Goguryeo. It was only in the 1st year of Qianfeng, when Yun Gaesaman died and his 3 sons rebelled, allowing the Tang dynasty to finally conquer Goguryeo. Thinking back to Yun Gaesaman's life, Li Wangyu's eyes flashed. Since Yun Gaesaman had come to Chang'an, shouldn't he think of a way to get rid of him? In history, the record of Pai Lupi's conquest of Goguryeo was not very clear. In the unofficial records, it was even said that Pai Lupi had suffered an injury to his eye while conquering Goguryeo, resulting in Pai Lupi's death at the age of 50. The truth of this matter was unknown, but the failure of the conquest of Liaodong was one of the greatest failures in the life of Pai Lupi. Although Li Ji had destroyed Goguryeo and taken revenge for Pai Lupi, if Pai Lupi had personally conquered Goguryeo, would history have been different? Li Wangyu was a staunch Chinese nationalist. He believed that countries like Goguryeo had been Chinese lands since ancient times and should naturally be conquered by the Tang dynasty. If he could get rid of Yun Gaesaman in advance, the conquest of Goguryeo would be much smoother. Perhaps in the 19th year of Zhengguan, Pai Lupi might have personally conquered Liaodong and brought it under the Tang dynasty's control. Li Wangyu also had another reason for disliking Goguryeo. The Koreans of the later generations actually claimed that Goguryeo was a country established by the Koreans in history. Although Goguryeo and Goryeo only differed by a single word, they were completely unrelated. It was just that Goguryeo had once ruled the Korean peninsula. The Koreans of the later generations stubbornly believed that Goguryeo was a part of their history. Li Wangyu was naturally displeased by this. This included Yun Gaesaman, who had been hailed as a national hero by the Koreans and had even acted in a TV series. Moreover, Li Wangyu was a narrow-minded, protective, and cynical man. He didn't care if Yun Gaesaman had intentionally caused Ching Chimo's injury. In this matter, he would side with his family and not with reason, so he naturally had to help Ching Chimo vent his anger. These various reasons for his dissatisfaction naturally made Li Wangyu want to kill Yun Gaesaman. He wanted to kill this ambitious and ruthless character while he was still young, in Chang'an. But although he wanted to do so, it was not easy to do so. No matter what, Yun Gaesaman was now an envoy of Goguryeo, and he couldn't just get Ching Chimo to kill him. If he really did that, Goguryeo and the Tang dynasty would immediately start fighting. But killing Yun Gaesaman in a justifiable manner seemed even more difficult. Li Wangyu thought for a long time, but he couldn't think of anything, and he couldn't help but feel rather annoyed. It wasn't like he could run to Taiji Palace and tell Pai Lupi, "Uncle, this person will be your greatest enemy in the future, so hurry and kill him." It would be strange if Pai Lupi didn't treat him like a fool. Even if Pai Lupi believed him, how could he have a justifiable reason to kill a deputy envoy of the Goguryeo diplomatic mission? This was simply impossible. Li Wangyu was even considering whether he should have Niu Yong and Niu Wu lead their troops to assassinate Yun Gaesaman in Chang'an. This idea was very tempting, but it also seemed unrealistic. After all, Yun Gaesaman had died in the Tang dynasty, in Chang'an. There was no way to explain this, and Goguryeo might not let the matter go. After all, Yun Gaesaman was no ordinary person. His father was a major figure in Goguryeo's military. Since he couldn't think of anything for the time being, Li Wangyu decided to put the matter aside for now. In any case, the Goguryeo diplomatic mission would remain in Chang'an for several more months, so he could slowly think of a way to kill Yun Gaesaman. "Uncle Cheng, this matter is truly difficult. Give your little nephew a few days to think about it." Ching Chimo nodded. After learning of Yun Gaesaman's identity, he also found this matter troublesome, so he did not force Li Wangyu to immediately think of a solution. Ching Chimo stayed in Union Hospital to recover from his injuries. Li Wangyu had given Ching Chimo quite a bit of blood today and felt rather tired, so he bid farewell and returned to his residence to rest. Today's matter quickly spread throughout Chang'an, and Li Wangyu became famous once more. Chapter 747. There was almost no secret in Chang'an. Even though the transmission of information in this era was shockingly slow, it did not affect the spread of gossip at the speed of light. Whether it was Lu Guogong's eldest son who was accidentally injured and dying, or Li Wangyu, the Count of Huxian, who used the magic to save people through blood transfusion, it was enough to make the officials and the common people in Chang'an talk about it for a long time. As for Ching Chimo's injury, no one cared. At most, they sighed at his bad luck. However, the more the news about Li Wangyu's blood transfusion, the more mysterious it became. After all, whether it was cutting open Crown Prince Li Qingxian's abdomen to treat intestinal congestion or performing a cesarean section on a pregnant woman, it was not as mysterious as before because of the Union Hospital. Now, both Zhang Baozong and Lu Shenwei, under the guidance of Sun Simiao, had mastered the medical skill of cutting open a patient's abdomen. Since the establishment of the Union Hospital, it had treated many patients with appendicitis and dystocia, so it was not as magical as before. At least, it was not regarded as a magic. However, although the doctors of the Tang dynasty did not know how to save people through blood transfusion, at least it was recorded in the ancient books. Bianc even did a craniotomy for Cao Cao. But it was different this time. Saving people through blood transfusion was not heard of in the ancient books of the medical school. In the eyes of the Tang people, it was not in the category of medical skills. It was completely a magic. Not to mention how the illiterate common people on the street believed in Li Wangyu, even the officials in the imperial court and the aristocratic families were not shocked. After the people confirmed the authenticity of the blood transfusion, they also regarded Li Wangyu as a god. Even Wang Renyu, Jing Yuanshou, and the others who had retired but still lived in Chang and began to regret it when they learned about this. They should not have made their relationship with Li Wangyu so bad. After all, even if they were the heads of the 5 families and still had noble status after retirement, they were still human. Human beings ate grains, and human beings died of old age. If they were on good terms with that county Count Li Wangyu, when they fell seriously ill in the future, Wouldn't they be able to go to Li Wangyu's house to seek medical treatment? Wouldn't they be able to ask Li Wangyu for help and save their lives? Compared to their lives, it was unwise to offend Li Wangyu for the sake of personal feelings. Speaking of Huaxia, the rich and powerful had always been conflicted. On one hand, they were afraid of death and wanted to live forever. On the other hand, they had also degraded the status of doctors. Other than famous doctors like Sun Simiao and Zhang Baozong, ordinary doctors were considered low class in ancient China. Han Yu wrote in Shi Shua, shamans and musicians are masters of 100 arts. Gentlemen despise them. Now their wisdom is beyond our reach. How strange. Doctors were classified as workers, and their status was much lower than that of the scholar officials. They were people that were despised by the noblemen. From this, one could see the social atmosphere at that time. Sun Simiao was not only a doctor, but also a Taoist priest. That was why Pai Lupi valued him so much that he wanted to invite him to Cheng and confer him the title of nobility. Zhang Baozong was not only a famous doctor, but also a man who was well-read. It could be said that most of the famous doctors in Huaxia were not ordinary people, so they were respected. Those ordinary doctors, on the other hand, had low status and were not valued. They were lowly people. Wang Renyu and the others could look down on doctors. After all, even if they looked down on these doctors, once they fell ill, these doctors would not dare to not treat them seriously. But Li Wangyu was different. He was the county magistrate who founded the country, the nephew of the sage, and the imperial tutor of the crown prince. Who would dare to force him to treat their own illness? Not to mention how regretful Wang Renyu and the others were when they learned of this matter. Even Empress Zhongsun and Pai Lupi in Taiji Palace were shocked when they learned of this matter. In Li Main Hall, Empress Zhongsun teased the swaddled Li Ji while saying to Pai Lupi, "Erlang, did Zio really use his own blood to save Qing Chimo?" Pai Lupi nodded, "That's right. Not only did the 100 Horsemen Department report this matter in detail, I also asked Jijia. He saw this matter with his own eyes. Lu Fengyu also reported this matter to me. Qing Chimo, that bastard, was shot in the abdomen by his own arrow. When he was sent to Union Hospital, he was already bleeding profusely. Zhang Baozong and Lu Fengyu were helpless. After Zio left, he gave his own blood to Qing Chimo and saved that kid's life. Speaking of which, Qing Chimo's life was really good. Not only did he manage to keep his life, but from now on, Zio's blood flows in his body. Guanyin maid, think about it, who is Zio? He is the blood of our Li Tang clan. Humph, Qing Chimo, that bastard, got lucky." After Empress Zhongsun heard this, she sucked in a breath of cold air. "Erlang, everyone says that Zio is the reincarnation of a celestial being. It seems that this is true. Otherwise, how could he know the method of blood transfer?" She lowered her head to look at Li Ji in her arms and couldn't help but smile. Fortunately, Erlang had a way to make Qing Qian and Qing Kai take Zio as their master. When Ji Nu is a bit older, Erlang should also have Zio take him in and teach him well. That's natural. Speaking of which, Zio, Qing Qian, Qing Kai, and Ji Nu are all brothers who haven't gone beyond 5 generations. If he doesn't pass on his skills to Qing Qian and the others, how can it be justified? I also plan to have Li Ku, Li Yu, and the others go to the academy to study. The task of teaching the crown prince and the princes will all be given to Zio. I want to see if this kid dares to not do his best." Pai Lupi laughed loudly. Empress Zhongsun covered her mouth and laughed lightly. "How can there be an uncle like you, wholeheartedly scheming against your own nephew? Guanyin maid, it's not like you don't know. That kid is very tired. If I didn't force him, he would definitely be happy to hide in that Dingzhou village and be the Shaoyao County Count. Humph, this kid has so much skill and talent, but he is willing to waste it like this. How can I do as he wishes?" As an emperor, Pai Lupi was naturally wary of his subjects. After all, the throne moved people's hearts. Back then, in order to sit on the throne, he had viciously and mercilessly killed his brother and father before ascending to the throne. Among the Li Tang clan relatives, those who had some ability all obediently handed over their military power in order to avoid being targeted by Pai Lupi. They didn't dare to interfere with government affairs. Zhao County Princely Xiao Gong had the title of Minister of the Imperial Clan Temple, but he could only indulge in the singing and dancing of beauties. He was afraid that Pai Lupi would be wary of him. However, Pai Lupi was not afraid of Li Wangyu at all. Not only was he not afraid, but he also wanted Li Wangyu to become an official and serve the court. Pai Lupi's eyes were quite sharp when it came to judging people. He had already completely seen through Li Wangyu's character. This was a tired person. Not to mention that it was impossible for him to usurp power. Even if he abdicated the throne to him, he would probably find it troublesome and run as far away as possible. Pai Lupi naturally liked this kind of capable and unambitious subject the most. Therefore, the more Li Wangyu didn't want to become an official, the more Pai Lupi wanted to force him to become an official and serve the court and the Tang dynasty. When Pai Lupi and Empress Zhangsun were scheming against Li Wangyu in Taiji Palace, they didn't know that Li Wangyu had caused trouble again. Chapter 748. Qing Chumo was injured and hospitalized. Li Wangyu and the other playboys naturally went to the hospital to accompany him every day. Li Wangyu didn't know what these playboys were thinking. He was afraid that if he didn't go, this bastard would really treat the hospital as a brothel. She bought those beautiful maidservants and spent a lot of effort to train them into nurses who knew how to take care of people. She didn't want them to be defiled by these filthy rich men. Qing Chumo stayed in the hospital for 3 days. After Zhang Baozong examined him, he felt that he was fine and could be discharged home. However, this guy didn't seem to want to leave at all. He still shamelessly stayed in the hospital. Li Wangyu was so angry that he wanted to kick this scourge out of the hospital. Mn, not only did he not receive any hospitalization fee, but he also had to eat and drink well. When he was bored, he had to come to the hospital to accompany him to play. Li Wangyu felt that saving a life was better than building a 7-floor pagoda. He simply saved an ancestor. A group of playboys gathered in the ward, playing mahjong and playing cards. It was very lively. Li Wangyu, Qing Chumo, and Fang Yai were playing cards on the hospital bed. A beautiful nurse, no more than 14 or 15 years old, pushed the door and came in to give Qing Chumo a bowl of medicine. "Young master, here is your medicine." "A pair of 5, okay, I'll drink it right away." After Qing Chumo threw out his cards, he didn't care what cards Li Wangyu played. He reached out and took the bowl of medicine. Li Wangyu's eyes were sharp. He immediately saw that this guy was using the opportunity of reaching out to take the medicine to touch the nurse's soft body. The nurse's cheeks suddenly turned red. She lowered her head and didn't dare to speak. Mn, he really thought that he didn't exist. He actually took advantage of the nurse's tofu. If it was in the future, Qing Chumo, this bastard, dared to take advantage of the nurse's tofu, he would have been splashed with a bowl of medicine and slapped in the face. But this was the Great Tang, and these maidservants had no human rights to speak of. Not to mention just touching her little hand, even if Qing Chumo wanted her to serve him in bed, this little nurse would not dare to say no. Fortunately, although Qing Chumo and his group were lecherous, they were not bastards. As for these servant girls, he would only tease them verbally and take advantage of them. He would not force them to do anything against their will. Qing Chumo raised his head to finish the medicine and reluctantly watched the shy nurse leave. He then sighed to Li Wangyu, "Zio, the nurses in your hospital are all beautiful. Why don't you give me a few?" Fang Ai nodded as well. "Daki, 1 against 7. I also think that these nurses are much better than the concubines in the mansion." Li Wangyu's face twitched a few times. Suppressing the urge to beat these 2 bastards to death, he glanced at the nurse who closed the door and left. He didn't understand what was so attractive about this immature girl with no breasts or buttocks. Speaking of which, the Tang people were a little lolicon. Most of their wives were women of this age. When they were over 20 years old, they would despise others for being old. "A pair of A's, I can't afford it." Li Wangyu glanced at the nurse's chest and couldn't help but blurt out. "What pair of A's?" I gave a pair of 7. Zio, are your eyes playing tricks on you? Fang Yi was puzzled. Li Wangyu snickered. This was a joke that even the veterans in the future knew, but Qing Chimo and his group naturally didn't. He didn't explain either. He still wanted to maintain his image. He couldn't explain to this group of foppish men what a cup size was and what a ABCDF size was. Nothing, I'm wrong. A pair of 10. The nurses in this hospital, you perverts, don't even think about it. Go as far away as you can. Qing Chimo, Fang Yi, Chai Lingwu, and the others were not angry. Instead, they laughed. Zio, I didn't know that you were quite affectionate. You're so protective of these young ladies. Aren't you afraid that Lady Su will be jealous? Fang Yi teased. Ever since Li Wangyu and Su Changqing broke through the last line of defense on New Year's Eve of the second year of Jingguan, even a blind person could see the intimacy between the two, let alone the foppish men close to him. Towards Lady Su, the foppish men now admired her. Originally, the foppish men thought that Lady Su wasn't suitable to marry Li Wangyu as a wife. At most, she could be a concubine. After all, everyone knew that her so-called identity as Li Wangyu's cousin was fake. What kind of identity did Li Wangyu have? He was the founding county earl of the current dynasty, the nephew of a saint, and the imperial tutor of the crown prince. How could he marry a woman with an unknown identity? With Li Wangyu's identity and status, if he wanted to marry, he would naturally marry a princess of the imperial family, a princess of the imperial family, a daughter of the first wife of a duke, or a daughter of the first wife of a noble family, or a daughter of the first wife of a noble family. These foppish men also had many sisters in their families. Originally, they also thought about marrying their sisters to Li Wangyu so that the relationship between the two sides would be closer. Not only did their families have such thoughts, but the foppish men also knew that Her Highness the Empress in the palace seemed to want to arrange a marriage for Li Wangyu. However, the foppish men had been in contact with Su Changqing for a long time, so they knew how powerful Lady Su was. Whether it was Lady Su's way of dealing with people or managing the family's finances, her methods were not comparable to that of an ordinary noble lady. Lai Hot's profitable businesses were all in Lady Su's hands. This was not something that anyone could do. After the foppish men secretly compared their sisters with Lady Su, they did not hesitate to kill the idea of marrying Li Wangyu. Not to mention whether Li Wangyu was willing or not, even if their sisters married into the Li family, they were afraid that they would be played to death by Lady Su. The two sides were not at the same level at all. In the past, when Li Wangyu was building toilets, Lady Su could silently kidnap all the noble ladies in Chang and city, from Empress Zhongsun to the young ladies in the noble mansions, to Dingzhou village. This made Pai Lupi and the other officials and nobles feel very embarrassed. From this, one could see how powerful this woman was. Therefore, the foppish men also believed that Lady Su would definitely be the official wife of the county earl, and no one could take her away. They were also rather respectful towards Su Changqing on normal days. In the eyes of the foppish men, Lady Su's only shortcoming was that she was a bit older and had no background to rely on. However, marrying a woman who was so good at managing the household would bring prosperity to the family. This was the principle of marrying a virtuous wife and marrying a concubine. Moreover, Lady Su's appearance was so outstanding. The foppish men also knew that Li Wangyu was a bit of a henpecked, so they often teased him about it. Li Wangyu could only raise his middle finger at the foppish men's teasing to show his disdain. These bastards, how could they know the pain in the hearts of men in the future? That was an era when men had to think of all kinds of ways to hide their money. Compared to those men in the future, he was already so fortunate. Chapter 749. Li Wangyu's disdain made the foppish young masters laugh even louder. Qing Chimo guffawed. Zio, you're really a disgrace to the nobles of the Tang dynasty. Being so henpecked when you're not even married isn't what a man should do. Fang Yi also teased, that's right, that's the case. No matter how powerful Madame Su is, she can't make you so afraid of her, can she? Li Wangyu rolled his eyes so hard that they almost reached the sky. It's fine if others say this, but Fong Yai, you have the nerve to say it? Bah, shameless. Everyone knows that the word jealousy was coined by your old Fong. Needless to say, Fong Yai is a cuckold. Princess Gao Yang is having an affair with Bian Ji, and he's still helping to keep a lookout for her. He glanced sideways at Fong Yai. In a few more years, this guy will probably be able to graze flocks of cattle and sheep on the grassland. However, these were things that had yet to happen, so Li Wangyu naturally couldn't use this to attack Fong Yai. He could only pretend that he didn't hear him. In any case, Li Wangyu was already thanking the heavens that his beautiful boss could tolerate Aphrodite's existence. Moreover, his beautiful boss also seemed to tacitly approve of that lowly Perrin. Although he hadn't gotten a taste of her yet, what more could he ask for as a white-collar loser of the modern era? In his opinion, this was already an impossible miracle. How could he dare to ask for more when he had already gotten such a huge advantage? Although this matter was really embarrassing in the eyes of Qing Chimo and the other hedonists. The Tang dynasty was a true patriarchal society, and Li Wangyu's henpecked behavior was simply a joke. Although these hedonists weren't married yet, they had several concubines serving them in their manors, and each of them was a veteran in the field of flowers. Compared to them, Li Wangyu was as pure as a little white flower. However, this bastard Qing Chimo mocked him. That was simply intolerable. This guy was eating and drinking his own food, yet he didn't pay his hospitalization fees. Now, he even dared to mock him. How hateful. Brother Chimo, don't laugh at me. The news that you failed to act tough and got raped has spread all over Chang'an. Young Duke of Duke Lu's mansion, TSK, you've lost all face this time, and you still have the nerve to criticize me? The matter of an accidental injury was now Qing Chimo's reverse scale, and could not be touched lightly. With Li Wangyu's ridicule, Qing Chimo was naturally annoyed. He stopped playing cards and threw away the cards in his hand. With a strange cry, he pounced on Li Wangyu and pressed him down on the hospital bed, ravaging him for a while. Of course, Qing Chimo wasn't really angry. It was just that Li Wangyu had exposed his shortcomings and he wanted to vent his anger. Not only did Fong Yai and the others not help Li Wangyu out of this predicament, but they were also laughing and joking on the side, encouraging Qing Chimo to teach this kid a lesson. Li Wangyu immediately regretted it. He should not have provoked Qing Chimo, this animal. With his small body, how could he be a match for a beast like Qing Chimo? He couldn't run away even if he wanted to, so he could only beg for mercy. However, he was still ravaged by Qing Chimo for a long time. His clothes and hair were ruined before he was released. Looking at his messy hair, Li Wangyu wanted to cry but had no tears. He could only call a nurse to comb his hair. The thing he hated the most was combing his hair every day. Fortunately, Perrin and Aphrodite were taking care of him. Otherwise, he really didn't know how to take care of his long hair. It was really a pain in the ass for a grown man to have long hair. Moreover, there was no floating sea hair or conditioner in the Tang dynasty. Long hair was not only difficult to wash, but also difficult to take care of. It had been more than a year since he transmigrated to the Tang dynasty, but Li Wangyu still didn't know how to comb his hair. It was really a pain in the ass. If it weren't for the fact that he was afraid of being too unconventional, he really wanted to cut his hair and relax. The nurse shyly combed Li Wangyu's hair and stole glances at Li Wangyu's face from time to time. Her face blushed and she looked shy and lovely, ready to be picked by anyone. Seeing the young lady like this, the wastrels smiled even more wretchedly and kept winking at Li Wangyu. Naturally, they were telling him that the young lady had fallen for him. Li Wangyu didn't care about these bastards at all. He sat there motionlessly and let the nurse comb his hair again. Then, he immediately sent her away. Seeing Li Wangyu so unromantic, the wastrels smiled even more brilliantly and mischievously. Li Wangyu couldn't be bothered with them. He turned to Qing Chimo and said, "Brother Chimo, speaking of which, that young Gaisaman isn't bad. He was actually able to deflect your arrow." When Qing Chimo heard this, he was filled with anger. He coldly snorted and said, "Humph, that Gogrian brat was just lucky." This daddy only wanted to scare those donging people and didn't even pull the bowstring. Otherwise, how could he have deflected my arrow? When this daddy recovers, I'll go look for that Gogrian brat. Hee, Brother Chumo, it won't be easy for you to take revenge. Yun Gaisaman is the deputy envoy of the Gogrian diplomatic mission, and His Majesty has also spoken. This matter can't be blamed on him. Let alone you, even Uncle Ching can't do anything to that Yun Gaisaman. What can you do? Li Wangyu shrugged. Ching Chumo glared at him. This daddy doesn't care. In any case, I have to take revenge. Zio, you can't just sit by and watch, right? Big Brother has made a huge mistake this time. If I don't take revenge, how will Big Brother continue to live in Chang'an City? The other wastrels also began to clamor. Right, Zio, we can't just let this matter go. Big Brother will have to rely on you. No matter what, you have to think of a way to help Brother Chumo vent his anger. Li Wangyu opened his mouth, but he didn't know what to say. Why would he bring up Yun Gaisaman for no reason? Wasn't he just making trouble for himself? He had been racking his brains over the last few days, but he still couldn't think of a way to justifiably kill Yun Gaisaman. Killing Yun Gaisaman was easy, but not provoking a backlash from Goguryeo was extremely difficult. Li Wangyu could only try to change the topic. Let this little brother think about this matter. In any case, I won't let Brother Chumo get injured for nothing. Right, after Brother Chumo recovers, how about we go hunting? As soon as the topic of fun was brought up, the Silk Pants immediately became interested. Hunting is fine, but Zio, forget it. With your archery skills, I'm afraid you'll shoot a hole in Brother Chumo's stomach, Fang Yai said with a smile. Chai Lingwu also laughed and patted Li Wangyu on the shoulder. Little Brother Yai is right. Zio, you can go hunting, but you shouldn't use your bow. Your archery skills, are truly unfathomable. Zio's archery skills are truly unfathomable. In Chang'an, everyone says that Uncle Zhao's archery skills are poor, but they don't know that Zio's archery skills are truly world-shaking. That's exactly how it is. Last time I taught this kid how to shoot, he was only 50 paces away from the target. Quite a few girls in Chang'an can hit him at this distance. But Zio shot 10 arrows, and guess what happened? That target is actually very clean, not even a single arrow. Li Wangyu's face instantly darkened. Fuck, wasn't it just that his archery skills were a little lacking? To think that these bastards would laugh at him like this. Uncle could tolerate this, but not Aunt. He straightened his neck and boasted shamelessly, TCH, isn't it just archery? That's nothing at all. It was just that this little brother was too lazy to hit the target. Chapter 750. Li Wangyu said that he was too lazy to hit the target, but that was pure bragging. In fact, he simply had no fate with archery. No matter how hard he tried, he would not be able to learn it. The main problem was that his body was too thin and weak. Even though Li Wangyu had been consciously exercising for a year after he transmigrated to the Tang dynasty, he was still weak. He couldn't even pull a bow that was half a stone long, let alone a bow that was 1 stone long. If he could not draw the bow, he naturally could not stably aim at the target. Therefore, the arrows he shot were all crooked and unpredictable. As for where he would hit, it was really unpredictable. Originally, he had asked Niu Wu to teach him how to shoot, and the other playboys had also taught him, but they all failed. Li Wangyu had already given up on shooting. In any case, he had made up his mind to not participate in anything related to archery in the future. Just now, he had casually said that he was going to hunt, but the playboys kept laughing at him. Therefore, he stubbornly said that he was too lazy to hit the target. But who didn't know his background? Listening to his bragging, everyone laughed even louder. Li Wangyu's face twitched a few times. If it was not for the fact that he could not beat this group of playboys, he really wanted to beat them up to vent his anger. What a good, too lazy to hit the target. Ziyu, do you want to make a bet? The next time you go hunting, if you can hit a prey with an arrow, we will do whatever you want us to do. But if you can't hit the target, we brothers don't want any more. In this hospital, we will give each of us a nurse, okay? Ching Chumo rolled his eyes and said. When the group of playboys heard this, they all applauded and cheered, yes, that's right. Since you are so confident in your archery skills, how about you make a bet with us brothers? Hee, Brother Chumo's suggestion is very good. Ziyu, don't say that we are bullying you. This is what you said, do you dare to make a bet? When Li Wangyu heard this, his face immediately darkened. F***ck, this group of immoral things, don't they know that when you hit someone, don't hit their face, and when you scold someone, don't expose their shortcomings? I'm just bragging. Do you have to be so serious? However, Li Wangyu did not intend to admit defeat. After pondering for a while, he asked, is it enough to shoot the prey with an arrow? Can I use a crossbow? In Li Wangyu's opinion, aiming with a crossbow was much simpler. After all, the bowstring of the crossbow did not need to be strung after it was drawn, so he could calmly focus on aiming. No matter how powerful the crossbow was, as long as the trigger was pulled, it would immediately fire. This was similar to the shooting method of firearms. Li Wangyu still had some confidence in this. After all, although he hadn't touched a real gun many times in the future, at least he had used an air gun to shoot balloons in the park. The accuracy was still passable. Li Wangyu didn't believe that he wouldn't be able to hit his prey after trying a few more times with the crossbow. His words caused the foppish sons to hesitate. Everyone knew that a crossbow was easier to aim than a bow. If he used a crossbow, perhaps this kid would really be able to hit his prey. Ching Chumo hesitated, not knowing whether to agree or not. However, Fang Yai immediately replied, of course you can use a crossbow, but there is a condition. You have to string it yourself. If Niu Wu helps you string it, it won't count. Chai Lingwu gave Fang Yai a thumbs up. Brother Yai, good, really good. Huh, won't your words anger Zio to death? He can't even draw a half-stone bow, how can he have the strength to string a crossbow? Huh, that's right. Zio, if you can string the crossbow by yourself and don't need anyone's help, it will count. Ching Chumo laughed evilly. The foppish sons laughed again. Of course, they were laughing at Li Wangyu's pitiful strength. In the Tang Dynasty army, there were a total of 7 types of military crossbows. They were the Jianzhong crossbow, the horn crossbow, the wooden crossbow, the large wooden crossbow, the bamboo crossbow, and the Fuyuan crossbow. Of these 7 types of crossbows, only the first 2, the Jianzhong crossbow and the horn crossbow, were individual crossbows. The Jianzhong crossbow was used by infantry, and the horn crossbow was used by cavalry. In the era of cold weapons, the Tang dynasty was probably the dynasty that paid the least attention to crossbows. The ratio of crossbowmen to soldiers was the lowest, less than 10%. Moreover, these crossbowmen also had to fight in close quarters. For example, the invincible Mo swordsmen were also crossbowmen. When facing an enemy, after 2 rounds of crossbow arrows, they would have to abandon the crossbow and switch to swords to fight in close quarters. The main reason for this was that crossbows had a low firing rate and high manufacturing cost. Although crossbowmen's training was simple and their accuracy was higher than that of bows and arrows, the requirements for pulling the string were higher. It took a longer time, so the firing rate was naturally lower. Moreover, the structure of crossbows was complicated, and the technical content and manufacturing cost were higher. Compared to bows and arrows, the advantages of crossbows were not that great. The Tang dynasty did not lack war horses. In a situation where a large number of cavalry were equipped, bows were naturally better than crossbows. However, crossbows were also very powerful. Even in the Tang dynasty, which paid the least attention to crossbows, there were famous Huainan crossbowmen, Jianghuai crossbowmen, and Zhejiang crossbowmen. Among them, the Jianghuai crossbowmen were the most famous. In the history of the Tang dynasty, there were once 500 Jianghuai crossbowmen guarding a city. They were fearless in the face of 50,000 enemy troops. According to the history books, bandits of Jiden drove brave soldiers up the city walls. The hidden crossbows in the city were fired, and all of them were killed. In the end, they forced the tens of thousands of enemy troops to retreat. They were regarded as the elite troops of the Tang dynasty. Although crossbows were good, the pulling force required to pull the string was even higher than that of bows and arrows. For example, the crossbows used by the Tang soldiers could not be pulled without the strength of 2 stones. Although it was possible to pull the string with one's feet and use the strength of one's whole body to pull the string, it was impossible. However, the debauches were certain that even if Li Wangyu used all of his strength, he wouldn't be able to string the crossbow with his small body. When Li Wangyu heard this, he was also in a difficult position. His original plan was to let Niu Wu or Fu Zhongchu help him pull the string. He only needed to aim and shoot. However, he did not expect Fang Yai to block this loophole. Ziyu, aren't your brothers loyal enough? We even agreed to let you use the crossbow. Even if Ziyu shot a rabbit, it would be your win. How about it? Qing Chumo continued to laugh. He was certain that Li Wangyu would not dare to make this bet with them, so he deliberately said this. The playboys all knew that Li Wangyu was good at everything except for his weak body. It was rare to have a chance to ridicule this kid. How could they not seize the opportunity? Chai Lingguo, Fang Yai, and the others also chimed in one after another, opening their mouths to mock Li Wangyu, making Li Wangyu extremely depressed. Just as he did not know how to answer, the door of the ward was pushed open again. A nurse came in with a basin of water. Young Duke, Mr. Treasure ordered this servant to help you clean your wounds. Qing Chumo didn't continue to taunt Li Wangyu and ran up to the nurse with a cheeky smile on his face. He took the opportunity to help the nurse with the basin and deliberately took advantage of the nurse. Aya, how can a weak little girl like you do such a strenuous job? Put it aside, I'll do it myself. The next time you go to the well to draw water, remember to call me. The wheels of the well are heavy. I don't want to tire you little girls out. Qing Chumo's words made Li Wangyu stare and slap his thigh. Wahahaha, I'll make this bet with you. Chapter 751. Li Wangyu's sudden words stunned all the wastrels. Qing Chumo turned his head and asked, Ziyu, what did you say? Li Wangyu had a mysterious smile on his face. Hee, I said I'll take this bet. Give me 10 days, then we'll go into the mountains to hunt. I'll use a crossbow and don't need anyone's help. I'll string the bow myself. If I can hit the prey, you'll have to listen to my orders and do one thing for me. How about it? Do you want to bet or not? His confident words made Qing Chumo, Fang Yai, and the others hesitate. They didn't understand what Li Wangyu was planning. They were sure that Li Wangyu couldn't string the crossbow with his own strength. It was a military crossbow from the Tang dynasty. If the tension of the crossbow was reduced, then the arrow would be light and powerless. It would be impossible to hit the prey. Could it be that Li Wangyu was up to something again? The wastrels had never won a bet with Li Wangyu. They couldn't help but be suspicious. They suspected that Li Wangyu was up to something when he suddenly agreed to the bet. Originally, the wastrels thought that Li Wangyu wouldn't dare to agree to the bet. That was why they laughed at him. But when Li Wangyu really nodded in agreement, they couldn't help but hesitate. The group of wastrels huddled together and discussed in low voices. Ziyu isn't bluffing, is he? Is he trying to scare us? I think it's possible. A crossbow needs a lot more strength to string than a bow. Even if he can use his feet to kick, this kid can't possibly have the strength of 2 stones. This kid must be bluffing. He's using Zhuge Kongming's empty fort stratagem. That's right, it must be the empty fort stratagem. He's trying to scare us. Let's bet with him. I don't believe that Zio, with his small body, can draw the bowstring of a crossbow by himself. After some discussion, they all felt that Li Wangyu was just bluffing to scare them. Qing Chumo said, let's bet then. Zio, if we go hunting after 10 days and you can't catch anything, these little nurses, hey, we won't be polite. Li Wangyu simply nodded. All right, let's do that. A gentleman keeps his word. Hee, if all of you lose, then you have to listen to my instructions and do something. When the time comes, you can't go back on your words. Qing Chumo, Fang Yai, Chai Lingwu, and the others looked at each other and nodded their heads firmly. Everyone clapped their hands to make an oath and set the bet. Li Wangyu laughed sinisterly as he rubbed his chin. He began to think about how he should tease this group of silk pants after he won. Naturally, he didn't have anything for the silk pants to do. The reason he made this bet was because he was bored out of his mind and wanted to amuse the silk pants. When the time came, Li Wangyu hadn't decided whether to let this group of silk pants do a striptease on the Vermilion Bird Avenue or run naked outside the Imperial City. As for this bet, Li Wangyu naturally had the confidence to win. He really didn't have the strength to string the crossbow, but the conversation between Ching Chumo and the little nurse just now reminded him. The wheel used to draw water from the well was a kind of winch pulley. In order to save energy, the simplest way was naturally the principle of pulley sets that he learned in junior high school physics. As long as 2 pulleys were used to wrap the crossbow string around the crossbow arm, it could be guaranteed that only 1/8 of the original strength would be needed to quickly draw the bowstring. The reason why he knew so clearly was that he was also a military fan who had been browsing various military forums for a long time. Crossbows were weapons that were still used even by the special forces of the later generations. The sound of the crossbow being loaded and fired was very low. It was suitable for silent sniping and killing, and its accuracy was also quite high. It was the standard equipment of the special forces. As for why silencers weren't used, it was because real firearms, even if silencers were used, the sound was actually not low. It was simply not as silent as it was in the movies. Although Li Wangyu had never played with a real crossbow, even if he hadn't eaten pork, he had seen pigs run. In the military forums of the later generations, he had seen a lot of photos and drawings of various crossbows, and he had a very deep impression of the pulley sets. The pulley sets of the later generations' crossbows used eccentric wheels. When the eccentric wheels rotated, the radius of movement was different. When the eccentric wheels moved from a short radius to a long radius, the tension generated changed from a labor-intensive lever to a labor-saving lever. The data that could save 1/8 of the strength to string the crossbow was also something he saw in the forums. The range of a crossbow was actually greater than that of a bow. Using the Tang dynasty as an example, the range of a bow was usually 1 stone 2 to 1 stone 4. While a crossbow was around 2 stones to 2 stones 4. Even a 2-stone crossbow would require a pulling force of more than 200 pounds to string the bowstring. This was naturally something Li Wangyu couldn't do no matter what. But if he used a pulley set, he would only need 20 to 30 pounds of strength to string the bowstring. Even if Li Wangyu was thin and weak, he still had a pulling force of 50 to 60 pounds. Naturally, he would be able to string the bowstring. Moreover, even if this data was wrong, it wouldn't be so labor-saving. He still had other ways to string the bowstring, and that was the principle of leverage. Combining the pulley set and the principle of leverage, he didn't believe that he couldn't string the crossbow. It was because he thought of a way that Li Wangyu had made a bet with the playboys. But this kind of crossbow wasn't available in the Tang dynasty. Although Li Wangyu knew the general principle, he still needed some time to make it. Therefore, he made an agreement with the playboys to go hunting in the mountains in 10 days. Seeing Li Wangyu smile so wretchedly, the playboys couldn't help but mutter in their hearts. They felt that they had been played by this kid again. But no matter how they thought about it, they didn't feel that there was anything wrong with it. They were a group of illiterates, so of course they didn't understand the principles of physics, let alone the principles of pulleys and leverage. It was reasonable that they would be played by Li Wangyu. After the 2 sides agreed on the bet, Li Wangyu didn't feel like staying in the hospital to accompany Ching Chumo any longer. He took Miao Wu and left in a hurry. He was going to Tsuewei Palace to find Yen Liben in the weapon workshop. Whether or not the new crossbow could be made would all depend on Yen Liben's ability. Li Wangyu was actually looking forward to hunting. Li Wangyu often saw photos and videos of Europeans and Americans hunting with hunting rifles and crossbows. But in the Huaxia of the future, where would there be wild animals for people to hunt? Those that could survive were all protected animals. After transmigrating to the Tang dynasty, Li Wangyu originally wanted to try hunting in the mountains with the playboys. He thought that it would be very enjoyable. But with his terrible archery skills, he couldn't even hit a rabbit, let alone now in the forests of the Tang dynasty. Wolves, tigers, leopards, and bears could be seen everywhere. Without good archery skills, rashly going hunting was simply sending warmth to the wild beasts. However, the reason why humans were high-level creatures and could occupy the top of the food chain was not because of their strong bodies, but because of their brains and tools. When the new crossbow was made, Li Wangyu, a person without the strength to truss a chicken, could also go hunting in the mountains with the playboys and enjoy the pleasure of hunting with his own hands. Chapter 752. Li Wangyu was extremely excited at the thought of being able to kill everyone after making the improved crossbow. He led Niu Wu and the others out of Chang'an City and went straight to the valley where the Cuiwei Palace was located. When Yan Liben heard his subordinate report that his teacher had come, he hurriedly came out to greet him. Disciple Liben greets teacher. How come teacher has time to come to the weapon workshop today? Yan Liben couldn't be blamed for asking this. Li Wangyu was a complete lazy person. He had a lot of strange ideas, but he basically didn't want to do those trivial things. The valley where the Cuiwei Palace was located had almost become the first industrial base of the Tang dynasty. Black smoke billowed every day, and the sound of hydraulic forging hammers could be heard incessantly. However, Li Wangyu rarely came here. If there was anything, Yan Liben would go to him to ask for advice. Therefore, when Yan Liben saw Li Wangyu suddenly appear, he was curious and asked. Li Wangyu said, Liben, you don't need to be so polite. I'm here today to ask for your help. What do you need, teacher? Just instruct me. Yan Liben replied respectfully. I need you to ask the craftsman of the General Works Supervisor to help me make a crossbow. Yan Liben was a little confused. If his teacher needed a crossbow, he could just ask the military bigwigs. Why did he need to make a new one? Although the Tang dynasty forbade the use of crossbows, Li Wangyu was an exception. If he wanted to play with crossbows, who could say no? Teacher, do you need a crossbow or a horn crossbow? I'll have someone send it to you. There's no need to make a new one. Li Wangyu shook his head. No. The crossbow that your master wants is not one of those two standard military crossbows, but a new type of crossbow that your master has designed. Yan Liben was immediately interested when he heard this. As the junior supervisor of the General Works Supervisor, besides painting, he was most interested in making these mechanisms. When he heard that his teacher wanted to make a new crossbow, he hurriedly asked, Teacher, do you have the blueprint? Have someone bring me a brush and paper. I'll draw it for you. Li Wangyu had someone bring over a brush and paper. He then began to draw the crossbow in his imagination for Yan Liben. The crossbows of the modern era were much more powerful than the crossbows of the ancient era. Even if it was a civilian-grade crossbow, the initial speed of the arrow would still be 100 meters per second. Modern composite crossbows had a more scientific design. Not only were they similar in appearance to firearms, but most of them were also equipped with scopes. The aiming equipment was perfect, and the experience was better. Naturally, the shooting accuracy was also quite high. Li Wangyu had seen information on the internet. Many well-made modern composite crossbows could accurately hit a coin at a distance of 200 meters. Its accuracy was almost comparable to a sniper rifle. Nowadays, the bows and crossbows of the Tang dynasty were mostly made of natural materials such as bamboo and wood. The energy conversion efficiency of the arrows was low. Compared to the modern composite crossbows of the later generations, they were completely incomparable. Of course, it was impossible for Li Wangyu to create composite crossbows in the Tang dynasty. Those composite crossbows could not be made just by knowing the appearance. It involved many modern subjects such as material science, ergonomics, mechanics, and so on. It was far from what a second-tier electronic commerce major like him could understand. However, Li Wangyu could find a way to improve the accuracy of the crossbow and reduce the tension of the crossbow string. It was possible. At the very least, he planned to use steel instead of wood to make crossbows. Now, with the use of hydraulic forging hammers, the ordnance workshop in the valley of the Cuiwei Palace could forge a lot of well-tempered steel every day. Li Wangyu felt that these well-tempered steel should be able to be used to make crossbows. As for the appearance of the crossbow, he directly copied the appearance of the crossbow of the later generations. If the crossbow arm and bowstring were removed, the crossbow's appearance would not be much different from a sniper rifle. Li Wangyu even planned to fix the monocular that he had asked the supervising craftsman to make on the crossbow as a scope. He did not believe that when this new crossbow was made, he would not be able to catch prey. The more Yen Liben looked at the drawings drawn by Li Wangyu, the more surprised he was. He could not help but ask, "Sir, the crossbow arm of your crossbow is so thin. It seems that there is no wood that can make it like this without breaking." Li Wangyu shook his head. "Wrong, Liben. The crossbow arm I drew is not made of wood, but of steel." "Steel? How is this possible? How can steel be bent like this?" Li Wangyu's words stunned Yen Liben. In his knowledge, steel could not be bent like this. Li Wangyu did not feel that there was anything wrong with it. He answered matter-of-factly, "Naturally, the crossbow arm is made of spring steel." Halfway through his words, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. Damn, there was no spring steel in the Tang dynasty, right? Since ancient times, there seemed to be no metal springs unearthed in Huaxia. The soft sword that could be wrapped around the waist as a belt was just a fiction in wuxia novels. There was no such soft metal sword in reality. Yen Liben certainly did not know what spring steel was, but the key was that he did not know either. Li Wangyu knew that the spring steel of the later generations was used to maintain its elasticity under quenching and tempering conditions. It was a steel that was specially used to make springs and elastic components. As for how spring steel was made, he knew nothing. Li Wangyu remembered that he once visited the terracotta army in Xi'an. There was a bronze sword of the Qin dynasty displayed in the museum. He clearly remembered that the museum's explanation once said that when the bronze sword was unearthed, it was pressed by the terracotta and bent at a 45-degree angle. But when the archaeologists carefully removed the terracotta and took out the sword, the bronze sword quickly bounced back and became straight again. Since the Qin dynasty could do it, there was no reason that the craftsmen of the Tang dynasty could not do it. He scratched his head angrily and asked, "Liben, don't you know what kind of steel can be elastic? Is there no steel that can be restored after being bent?" "Teacher, this. I really don't know. Why don't I find a few craftsmen who specialize in making weapons and ask them if they know?" Soon, a few craftsmen in the military equipment workshop who specialized in making weapons were found. In response to Li Wangyu's question, the craftsmen looked at each other and did not know how to answer. When they made weapons, they required the steel to be hard and resistant to wear. They had never thought of using steel to make crossbows. Although China had iron bows, they did not use steel to make the body of the bow. Instead, they used a mixture of metal, bamboo, wood, and tendons to inlay iron bars on the back of the bow. As for the bending of the bow, it was still made of bamboo, wood, and tendons. Seeing the craftsmen shake their heads, Li Wangyu was naturally disappointed. If the new crossbow was made of bamboo or wood, it was not impossible. But obviously, the power of the crossbow would be far inferior to the crossbow made of spring steel. Moreover, if the crossbow was made of bamboo or wood, it would be much heavier. With his small arms and legs, how could he be willing to carry a heavy crossbow to hunt? However, since he could not use metal spring steel, he could only settle for the next best thing. He would first make the other parts of the crossbow. At the very least, he had to make a crossbow that he could pull and shoot prey from a distance. Otherwise, after 10 days, he would definitely lose the bet with those wastrels. Li Wangyu could not bear to let those young nurses in the hospital be defiled by Ching Chumo and those other perverts. Just as he was feeling depressed, an old craftsman carefully rubbed his hands and said with some apprehension, "County Count who, this lowly one once accidentally made a broken sword. The sword body could be bent.